We're all set, Reborn.
Excellent, thank you.
Sorry for the delay.
No worries. We are getting this down as we go forward. So we will get started. Welcome everybody to the first public hearing of the Public Safety and Security Committee of 2021. We have a full day ahead of us, 27 bills and proposals on our agenda on a variety of topics. And I believe we have 75 speakers signed up to share their information and testimony with us today. So a full day ahead of us. And so I wanted to begin with asking my co-chair, Senator Bradley, if he is with us, whether he has any opening comments that he'd like to share. Or Ranking Member Representative Green.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm looking forward to hearing everyone's testimony today concerning these bills, and let's get started.
Thank you, Representative. I join you there. And Ranking Member Senator Champagne.
Thank you. I just want to welcome everybody, and I think it'll be a long day, but hopefully we'll get through these. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Just before we get started, which we will in a minute, I just wanted to sort of give the lay of the land to those of you tuning in, and for those of you, as this is our first public hearing on this committee, just a few of the sort of the setup for today. So we do have 75 people signed up to testify on the 27 bills on the agenda. We will limit the first hour to is focused on public officials testifying on those bills to help sort of set the context for some of them. And then if we cannot get all of the public officials in that first hour, we will alternate them with the public as the day moves forward. We're going to ask everybody to limit your testimony to 3 minutes, at which point at 3 minutes, we're going to I'm going to enlist the help of our fantastic team of clerks on this, including Gina, to have a polite just reminder to the speakers that your 3 minute has expired and give you a chance to wrap up and then move to questions from members of the committee. And please, there is an order of speakers list that's available on the CGA website, and any of committee members, if you think we've skipped someone inadvertently or anything like that, please let me know, so that we can address that as soon as possible. I also just want to introduce, for these purposes, our two vice chairs of the committee, Representative Al Paolillo and Senator Kathy Austin, as we may be passing the gavel amongst several of us today as the day goes forward. So I wanted to get everyone's names out there. A quick reminder, please do not use the chat function here. It may be disabled in any event, but if you do find it working, we can't pay attention to that while the hearing is going on, and it is a public record, but we're not going to be able to respond to that in the moment. So please try not to use the chat function. And that's about it for the preliminaries, and the rest of it I think we can deal with as we go forward. So let's get started. Our first speaker is, if we're ready, is Mayor O'Leary from the city of Waterbury.
Okay, great. Can you hear me okay?
I can.
All right. Thank you, Representative. Senator Bradley, Senator Champagne, Representatives Horn and Green, and members of the Public Safety and Security Committee. Thank you for accepting my testimony today in support of proposed Senate Bill number 572, an act concerning community crisis response teams and reentry centers. I respectfully request your support so the bill can be voted on and approved by the General Assembly. People returning home from incarceration are disproportionately affected by issues related to housing, employment, substance use disorder, mental illness, and chronic medical illness. According to the Connecticut Correctional Facility count on September 10th of 2020, there were a total of 759 sentenced males and 39 sentenced females from the greater Waterbury region who were incarcerated. Of these 798 sentenced individuals, 645 men and 29 women reported the city of Waterbury as their town of residence at the time of their intake into the facility. The number of sentenced men from Waterbury is about 8.4% of the total number of men in the system and 7.4% of the total number of women who are incarcerated in the state of Connecticut. In addition, between 2015 and 2020, a total of 1,586 individuals released at their end of sentence listed Waterbury as their place of residence. Some of these individuals have and continue to be released into work release programs, also known as halfway houses. The city of Waterbury is home to 216 State Department of Correction halfway house beds. This number represents the most halfway house beds of any municipality in the state of Connecticut. This past year, I had the opportunity to meet with Beth Hines, who serves as chairwoman of the Greater Waterbury Reentry Council and executive director of Community Partners in Action. The Greater Waterbury Reentry Council is a collaboration of federal, state, local organizations and individuals that provide information, resources, and support that help returning citizens achieve productive and purposeful lives. In addition to sharing with me information about the great work already being done by the Reentry Council to support returning citizens, Beth and I discussed the council's vision of opening a reentry center here in the city of Waterbury, very similar to the one being operated currently in the city of Hartford. 2 weeks ago, I, along with former state representative Reggie Beeman, had the opportunity to tour the city of Hartford's Reentry Center and see firsthand the life-changing services that are offered at their facility, also led by Mayor Luke Bronin. For those that are unfamiliar with the Hartford Reentry Center, it was opened in September 2018 by Community Partners in Action with Luke Bronin's office and over 40 community partners. Since opening in September 2018, the center has served over 700 people, despite being funded at a level that would allow up to 150 people to be served annually. My recent tour reaffirmed in my mind the pressing need for a reentry center here in the city of Waterbury to provide services that reduce the risk of recidivism for residents who have been released from prison at the end of their sentence. Senate Bill 572 will support reentry welcome centers in a comprehensive effort to provide better opportunities to men and women returning home from incarceration. It is vital.
I'm sorry to interrupt. You've reached your 3 minutes.
Okay. Anyways, thank you so much for this opportunity. I guess to sum it up quickly, I needed to provide you those statistics, but at the end of the day, Waterbury is the reentry center is real. Working with Reggie Beeman to find a location. We think we have a location, but obviously funding would be very helpful to get this done. And you know, the reality is with the number of halfway house beds we have here in the city, you know, the financial and fiscal impacts, and especially during this time of COVID, we could use all the help we can, and Senate Bill 572 would certainly address some of those needs. And we are very eager to open this reentry center for the people who deserve to have a better opportunity to stay out of incarceration. And I think that's the goal of everyone here who is listening to this testimony.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you very much. And the setting the context for this, I think, is really important. So thank you very much for taking the time to share that with us today. I'm going to open it for questions. Representative Vail.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon, Mayor. I just want to, a lot of people have heard this, is that I used to work for the Department of Corrections, and I specialized in transportation for a while, and I can certainly attest that so many times that when bringing people to a halfway house or a place similar to that it always seemed to be in Waterbury, and you guys certainly do your part there, and I appreciate your testimony, and certainly will give this a good look. But I can personally attest to how many reentry facilities you have in the city of Waterbury. So I just want to add my 2 cents to that.
Well, thank you. And you know, we have been doing our part as much as anyone has in the state. But I can tell you clearly that the reentry center that's been operating in Hartford since 2018 has done a really magnificent job getting some of these, or all of these people, giving them an opportunity to improve their lives and getting them back into society in a more meaningful way. And that's exactly what we want to do. And we're grateful to have that tour and grateful to work with Beth on these initiatives.
Thank you, Mayor. I think this is one of those topics that also where a lot of interests are aligned, that it's actually also a good, in addition to being the right thing to do for a lot of lives, it is also actually cost effective for everybody in the long run if we can help address those issues at the moment of need. So I wonder whether you had any experience with the sort of that part of it.
Well, before being mayor, I was the police chief and policeman for 32 years here in Waterbury. And, you know, honestly, I felt that we could always do better in giving these individuals a second chance or even a third chance in some cases. And in light of what's happening in the country today, let's be very, very clear about this. The great majority of these folks who are coming out of incarceration centers are Black and brown. And, you know, we really need to, we talk about a lot of things. And this is an area that we can really, where the rubber can hit the road and we can really make a difference in the lives of these individuals in so many different ways. We have different programs that, you know, we work with our workforce board, we work with other agencies, but a lot of these folks fall through the cracks because we don't have that one unique center where people can walk through the door and know that their needs can be met and their voices will be heard. And, you know, and Representative Vail pointed out the halfway houses here in Waterbury, but those are full most of the time. And quite frankly, some of these folks just end up getting dropped off on the green with a clear bag of a toothbrush and some toothpaste and maybe a voucher for a few bucks, but that's about it. So we really need this center, and this will be a great step and bringing attention. And we really need to recognize and understand that we can have a positive impact on these individuals, particularly our minority community. And I think it's going to be a great, you know, I think this Senate Bill 572 can address a lot of the fiscal issues and a lot of the social justice issues that all of us are so interested in making some headway.
Thank you, Mayor. Any other questions for Mayor O'Leary? Senator Roston.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Mayor. It's nice to talk to you again.
It is. It's good to see you, Senator. Thank you.
Project Longevity is a program that has been suggested for Waterbury. And we had put that in the budget last year or the year before. And my understanding is that according to the administration was that someone from Waterbury said they didn't need it. Do you know what happened with that? Or, you know, I just want to make sure that we're talking to the right people because we'd really like Waterbury to take advantage of this program.
Yeah, so there was discussion about that, Senator. You're absolutely correct. What we had relayed over to OPM was that we practice something called Project Safe Neighborhoods here in Waterbury and have had really phenomenal successes with that, as opposed to Project Longevity, which is another program very similar to Project Safe Neighborhood. At that time, I think we were trying to eloquently say, look, we could use all the financial support that we can get. Project Safe Neighborhoods is a federally run program with state and federal partnership, and our statistics support this. We were very, very pleased, but I know Project Longevity has worked well in New Haven, Hartford, and Bridgeport, and we've had subsequent discussions. As you know, well, you may not know, our crime rate in 2019 when these discussions were had was much different than it is today, largely due to the impacts of COVID. We've seen an enormous spike, as all the other cities in the state have as well, in violent crime, particularly around narcotic trafficking. So, you know, at the end of the day, you know, we would welcome any support, and we will relook at Project Longevity, quite frankly. But we really, you know, I got to tell you, and I've had discussions with the chiefs of both Hartford and New Haven and Bridgeport. You know, we've really had great successes with Project Safe Neighborhood. As a matter of fact, the city of Waterbury has gotten numerous awards from our U.S. Attorney's Office and the success of those programs. So at the time, we were, you know, we didn't want to throw into another program into there that we weren't prepared for. It all happened very quickly, but we're very happy to look at it again and have more conversations.
And do you think, if you don't mind my asking you, Mayor, do you think that the spike in crimes that's happened in the urban communities, in the, you know, I have one urban community in my district in Norwich, and then New London's right down the road. Do you think that that urban crime has been relative to the fact that people are not, young people are sort of at loose ends because of COVID without an active school program or an active after-school program? Do you think that that's relative to the problems that you're seeing?
Senator, I do to some degree. There's no question about it. We're seeing people, young people, engaging in different types of crime that would normally not have the opportunity to if they were in school, quite frankly. Or they wouldn't be thinking about these things if they were busy in school. But the other thing, quite frankly, is, you know, we've seen an uptick in you know, when COVID hit, there was a lot of early releases. There was a lot of people who were put out on supervised home release, you know, parole, probation. And of course, when COVID hit, parole and probation had difficulties making home visits and office visits and drug testing. Your point is well taken, and it is meaningful. There's a combination of different things that have happened here. We've seen an awful lot of repeat offenders who are involved in the more violent crimes recently since COVID, you know, shootings and things like that. Honestly, it's been alarming for all of us in the urban communities to see this uptick across the board. And you know, we're really hard pressed here to keep things going day by day, and concerned about these offenders who are reoffending, quite frankly, who are, you know, out on early release because of COVID.
So relative to that, to your comment, you know very well that I worked in the Department of Correction. The population rate of those in the Department of Correction is trending down. It was 21,000 at its heyday and is down to under 9,000, getting close to being under 8,000 now. Are you seeing? It seems to me that you're saying that without adequate programming for people who, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, let me know if this is accurate, without adequate programming for people who are released on whatever program they're released on, supervised home release, parole, probation, or end of sentence, that without that adequate programming, we really are not providing the necessary safety stops for people who, to stop them from recidivizing. Would that be a fair statement?
Yeah, it would be very fair. The statistics would support it. You know, we did have a lot of, you know, folks who, you know, because of COVID again, were released early, as you know, and then we didn't have the programs in place to follow up with these individuals. And we all know that there was a reason why these people were incarcerated in the first place. And a lot of them were substance abuse disorder. A lot of them were involved with gang activity. And, you know, when they were released, it was totally understandable because of the pandemic. However, they were released into a world that had nothing, no support system in place for them. And so, you know, many of them returned back to the conduct and behavior that put them in the incarceration facility in the first place. And the statistics are there, Senator Austin, they really are. The offenders, we've kept very good statistics over the last 11 months on this issue, only because we were seeing the same names and the same faces involved with these crimes all over again. The other thing, of course, is a lot of the offenders that are engaging in this type of violent crime, and this is serious violent crime, by the way, these are shootings and robberies and things along that line, are people that were, you know, they were arrested on gun possession charges. And because of the pandemic and because of some of the other criminal justice reforms put in place, the bonds were very, very low. So they were basically out on the street hours after their arrest. And quite frankly, a lot of those individuals were involved in repeat violent crimes as well.
So, and thank you very much, Madam Chair. I don't mean to monopolize the conversation with the mayor, but I always respect his opinions on issues, even when we disagree on those issues, because we can have a good discussion, which I find to be helpful on issues. So have you, one of the issues that I've noticed in the Department of Correction is the number of people that are incarcerated that formerly might have gone to a state hospital facility, a la Norwich State Hospital or Fairfield Hills. Do you have a problem with mental health clogging up the criminal justice system from police through the court systems in Waterbury?
I think it's a problem across the state, Senator, to be honest with you. I do believe that there's a certain significant percentage of offenders who are incarcerated or apprehended and incarcerated, who are individuals who have significant mental and behavioral health issues. In some cases, they return back to, they want to go back to being incarcerated because they can't make it out on the street, homeless and hungry. And I think that's a very fair assessment. I honestly do. And yeah, there is a big problem with bed shortages in these behavioral health facilities. There's no question about it.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Appreciate talking with you.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Paolillo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Mayor. Nice to see you today.
Nice to see you.
Quick question, going back to 572 in your testimony, if you can just touch on some of the providers that you would be able to bring together under one roof, and the services along with those partnerships and the resources that would be able to be offered in Waterbury to folks, giving them that assistance early on. If you can talk a little bit about the wraparound services and what you would be able to provide under one roof.
So, there's no reason for us to reinvent the wheel, because Hartford Reentry Center is doing exactly what they should be doing, and their success rate is really alarmingly positive. And I mean that in such a good way. So they have partnered up with all their different nonprofits in the city of Hartford and the Hartford region. And they're providing opportunities for housing through those agencies. They're providing meals. They're providing places for continuing education. They're providing workforce board opportunities and other apprenticeship programs with manufacturers that are so important. And of course, that's the backbone of Waterbury. So what we feel very strongly is to model ourselves after the Hartford partnership collaboration programs that they put together, and working, we don't need to be in a silo. We need to work all together, all of us together on this issue, because it's very similar to the problems in Hartford, Bridgeport, New Haven, and Waterbury, almost exactly the same.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor, again for your testimony today. Thank you for your input, for answering this question. And Madam Chair, thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Representative. Any other questions for Mayor O'Leary? I'll look through the 2 pages here in case there's someone waving their hand at me. I'm seeing none. Mayor O'Leary, thank you very much for kicking us off today on a really big and important topic that I hope we can address this year, and for taking the time out of your day to be with us.
Well, grateful to be with all of you. Rather see you in person, but I guess this is adequate, right? Take care.
I think you'll find a lot of agreement on that one. We would all rather be off the screen.
That's for sure. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Bye-bye now.
Our second speaker on the list is Mayor Elicker from New Haven, but I believe he has a conflict and we will slate him in later. If that's Gina, can you just confirm that that's still the case?
Yes, so Senator Cohen would be next.
So Senator Cohen is next, and after Senator Cohen is Representative Smith. Senator Cohen, you have the floor.
Thank you, Representative Horn, and thank you to you and Senator Bradley, Senator Champagne, Representative Green, and members of the Public Safety and Security committee. I'm grateful to have the opportunity to speak in support of SB 781, an act requiring a study of the crisis intervention training required by the State Police Academy and Police Officer Standards and Training Council. Crisis intervention teams are composed of experienced law enforcement officers who volunteer to receive specialized training to respond to mental health calls. These officers are dispatched to mental health calls or assist other officers who are not CIT trained. They can help diffuse situations and get the appropriate assistance and care for people in need of mental health intervention. But we have to provide our law enforcement officers with those tools, as well as ways to collaborate with local mental health organizations. Mental health related calls are on the rise, and it's imperative that we are equipping our police forces with these vital resources. To that end, SB 781 would establish a study which could look at the current curriculum required of police officers to ensure that they have the tools they need regarding mental health awareness, de-escalation, and crisis intervention. While Connecticut law does require police officers to undergo training on interactions with people who may have mental illness, the law does not specifically address how the many models available known as police mental health collaboration, how many, how much. We have issues with, I spoke to a police chief yesterday who was saying that they couldn't get into the training that they needed. They wanted to have 4 police officers trained with the CIT model. It appears that many are using the model with training through CABLE, Connecticut Alliance to Benefit Law Enforcement. And in December of 2020, DMIS reported to the Police Transparency and Accountability Task Force that at least 116 police departments in Connecticut have CIT trained officers, and at least 43 have a CIT policy. That being said, there's stark differences from town to town, with some departments having no CIT trained personnel and others with full-blown collaboration between local mental health providers and CIT trained officers. Ultimately, what would be terrific to witness is an embedding of mental health professionals within police departments. If the committee has the opportunity, I'd like to point you to a poignant Emmy Award-winning HBO documentary, Ernie and Joe Crisis Cops. This film follows the San Antonio Police Department's crisis intervention team and highlights the important work they're doing in relationship building and mental health support for the community. And I do know a constituent of mine, Jennifer McShane, is the producer of this documentary and has submitted testimony for your review. Unfortunately, she had a medical situation today. It's clear after watching this film how vitally different outcomes could be with these highly trained individuals working to de-escalate sensitive situations. It's evident that many police departments that utilize crisis intervention teams benefit the community by helping. Awesome. My time's up. All right.
We know the time goes fast, so go ahead, Senator, wrap up, and maybe we can get to some of this in a follow-up question.
Yeah, my point being that it's just really important that we take a deeper dive into this and understand what the state's currently doing with respect to training and setting up an environment where police departments can collaborate with mental health providers or organizations. I know that there's some good examples of this, and I would really, I'd love to see this bill come to fruition so we can do just that. And I will also just quickly put out a shout out for, I have another bill before the committee, HB 5585 on ag fairs and state police officers. And I'll just point you to written testimony on that as well, which I co-introduced with Representative Candelora and several others.
A number of others, yes. Thank you. Thank you, Senator. Representative Howard, I see you have your hand raised.
I do. Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Senator. How are you?
Good. Thanks, Representative. How are you?
I'm doing very well. By background, I'm a graduate of CABLE CIT training, currently a CIT officer myself. Believe wholeheartedly in what CABLE has done. They have a very great story. I encourage my colleagues to, and I have previously encouraged my colleagues to look into it. Is your opinion that the CABLE CIT training is adequate and helpful to police officers?
It is. I'd love to take a deeper dive into it as we explore what we could be doing better as a state. But I think really what I'm noticing is just that there's some departments that don't have any CIT trained officers. There's some that have one. There's some that have several. The need is great, right? We talk to officers. They want to have the tools to be able to de-escalate these situations. We know that mental health calls are on the rise. And like I said, I spoke to one of my police chiefs within the district just yesterday, who was telling me he was trying to register some of his officers for the training, and there's not enough space. So that's something that we really need to look at. Do we need to expand this? Could Post be providing more classes? Do we have enough people trained to provide the classes that we need? And that's really why I introduced a study bill, because I think we need to, really understand where we're lacking and what we could do better.
Thank you. And I echo some of your comments. And the last thing that I do want to mention to you is a lot of times when social workers, having been a police officer for as long as I have, a lot of times when social workers go out to calls, they find the scene unsafe for them. And the police department needs to be called to the scene to make the scene safe for the social workers to do their job. And that's where they go hand in hand. And having the officers CIT trained to go in and handle those situations in a manner that can make the scene safe, but with some tools, certainly not to the degree of a social worker, but some tools to do that well, I think is important. When you speak with police chiefs on this, is that they generally agree with what I have to say here?
Yes, that's what I'm hearing. Yeah, and I did mention in my testimony, I think ultimately I mentioned this film that follows the San Antonio Police Department, because they have a whole mental health unit, and it's really interesting to watch what happens when you embed mental health professionals within police departments and how that collaboration can work really well to the community's benefit. Now, obviously, that takes resources that we don't have at this point, but that's something that we should aspire to. I believe that we should aspire to, because the two go hand in hand and can help each other tremendously. So, that's ultimately what I'd like to see. We can learn from places that are doing this really well and employ those tactics and techniques here in the state of Connecticut.
Thank you. And I think we're doing it well in Connecticut. We could probably build on that with the bill that you pushed forward. So thank you for your time, and thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Hayes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon, Senators. Always nice to see you. I'd like to echo what the good Representative Howard was just talking to you about. I was a police chief for 12 years. I think this training was very good, well accepted from the community, used very often, and I think it was a great training, and I'll support what you're trying to push forward here. Not to put you on the spot, if you have a little bit of time, I'd really like to hear about the second bill that you were talking about. If you just mention that for a couple of minutes.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks, Representative Hayes. Not used to these time limits, and I like to talk a lot. So I know that I believe our Durham town CEO is on the list to testify today, and I'm sure that's why she's on the list, as well as some folks from the Durham Fair Association. But HB 5585 is a bill about ag fairs and state police officers. And what's happening is, state police are really a must for these agricultural fairs and these fair towns. And with the requirement to pay overtime rates, they're just watching the costs escalate. And, the bill requests that rather than overtime rates, that they have the ability to pay the typical rate, so that they can keep those financial encumbrances down but still making sure, obviously, that our state officers are getting paid adequately for their service to the towns during these times of state fairs.
Thank you. I appreciate that, and thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. At least you stuffed. We got two bills in there, so
right. I know.
Well done. Any further questions for Senator Cohen? Seeing none, I thank you for your testimony and for joining us this morning,
Thank you so much.
this afternoon, rather. Days have I've lost. Next. Excuse me, I was having trouble with my mute button there. Next up is Representative Brian Smith. And then after that is Representative Lanou. Representative Smith, are you with us?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, please.
Great.
Please.
Good afternoon, and thank you, Madam Chair Horn and Co-Chair Bradley, Vice Chairs Austin and Paolo, and Ranking Members Green and Champagne. I'm here today to talk a little bit about House Bill 5412, an act naming the Troop K State Police Barracks in Colchester in honor of Linda A. Orange. As you know, I'm currently serving as state representative for the 48th District, where Linda served for 23 years until her untimely passing in 2019. I lived here in the district and specifically here in Linda's hometown of Colchester for 39 years. I knew Linda for a little bit more than half of the time. I met her in the early to mid 1990s through our town committee here. I have to tell you that even from the earliest acquaintance with Linda, it was obvious to me, as well as many others, of her affinity for first responders and her advocacy for them, firemen, police, at every level, local, state, and even when she lobbied our federal representatives. What struck me at her funeral, quite frankly, not only was through the comments and the speaking that took place after that funeral, the true affinity and love that there seemed to be between the state police and Linda Orange. To me, it seemed very much like a family relationship and one that was very important. When I first came to the House, I was approached by members of this committee and others in the legislature about the possibility of legislation that would name the barracks here in Colchester in honor of Linda. And unfortunately, due to the COVID-19 virus, that didn't happen in the last session. But it seemed to me still to be an appropriate thing, which is why I suggested that legislation this year. So that you know, I spoke with Linda's husband, Dennis, who, although he's not a public speaker and did not wish to testify here today, was very much in favor of that action and said that, quite frankly, he and the rest of the family would be flattered and very pleased to see that happen. I also spoke with Master Sergeant Eric Peck, the commanding officer of Troop K, and while he did not want to speak for the rest of the troop, he told me that it was his understanding that he would be surprised and shocked if there was any officer in the troop who would be opposed to naming the barracks in honor of Linda. I know that this is not a critical matter in this day of COVID, but I think that it would be a very appropriate tribute to someone who dedicated her life and her service in the legislature to first responders generally and specifically to the state police. I thank you for your time today, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Smith. I will say on a personal level, I did not know Representative Linda Orange for very long, but you felt the, first of all, her outsized reputation preceded her. And I also attended those services, and the love and the bond between her and police officers and first responders in general was a palpable thing and a beautiful thing to see, and a legacy that we should all be privileged to continue in. So glad that you've brought us this opportunity to do something in her honor. So thank you, Representative Smith. Any questions for Representative Smith? Seeing none, I thank you for being with us today, and enjoy the rest of your day.
Well, thank you very much, and thank you for your time. Thank you for the good work that you do. I have on my list, Gina, who is next? Could you clarify that?
Well, it's the Representative Buckby.
Okay, Representative Buckby.
Hello, Madam Chair. How are you today?
You have the floor. I would say it's nice to see you, Representative Buckby, but all I see is your name.
Well, hold on, let me, about that. Sorry. That should be a little bit
There
better.
you
There
go.
we go.
Better, much better.
Good to see you. Thank you to Senator Bradley and ranking members Green and Champagne. Thank you so much to the committee for giving us some time here. I have a number of bills before your committee at this point, and I appreciate the fact that we have this opportunity to speak on. There's 5 current bills that I have within the committee, so I'll try to keep this as brief as I possibly can. Bill 5179 came over from Energy and Technology. It's submitted into technology side of it, but it really matches up with 5078. They're a little bit duplicative of each other, but they basically refer to using GIS tracking systems for firefighters, first responders, police, ambulance, everyone. When there's a house that's been known to have drug traffic issues, sometimes known as a trap house, and those are very important for us to know. As a first responder walking in the door, you want to know that there's a history there. So that tracking needs to be done between fire, police, ambulance. If there had been a police call there 2 days prior, and now there's a fire call, that's something you want to certainly be aware of and address as you go in. The other is 5162, the mental health partnership and for addiction services. That, again, I've said this 100 times on the floor or in committee, that mental health needs more attention in this state, and it's certainly something we need to address. 5722 is the firefighter stipend relief. Basically, volunteer firefighters are the lifeblood of the firefighter community in a lot of these, in a lot of our townships. I know in my community especially, it's 100% volunteer, and the amount of money that saves the community is tremendous. And these firefighters give a tremendous amount of time, training, cleaning, responding to the calls. And then when they get their stipend, that stipend gets hit with a tax. That should be left alone. That should be provided for the firefighter. And the last one on my list is 5145. Just because we want to have a lot here, I can't believe there's 5 bills on this one hearing. 5145 is regarding smoke bombs. And while some think this is a smaller piece of legislation or a questionable piece of legislation, I've had tremendous calls with regulating agencies within the state. Within the state.
Could I ask? Thank you.
Thank you. I've talked to people who are members whose desk it comes across for special effects. They oversee the licensing and the permitting. And really what this bill wants to do with their agreement and working with them is to change the regulation a bit. So we don't want to have it so difficult for people to, for photographers, video work, as well as entertainment, like Hartford Athletic, for example, to be able to have that opportunity to have smoke, which from what I've seen and what I've read and what I will be providing to you more so, aside from the 5 bills written testimony I've submitted, is the safety of the smoke devices, that they're safer really than a sparkler. So that's the overlying. Again, I put a lot of it into the writing of it, but I'm sure there's some questions on each of these bills, and I'm happy to address each one, Representative. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Yes, you covered a great deal of territory there and spoke very fast. My credit to you for that. I wanted to actually just ask about, I have heard great things about a lot of work going on in New Milford with respect to, mental health and opioids and how, that may be a model that we want to look at. And I wonder whether you could just comment a little bit more about that.
I would love to. That's something I love to speak on. We're very proud of that work, and you'll hear some later on today. I forget where he was down the list, but Tony Morrissey is on there. Tony has spoken before committee last year. We had a lot of it right to the finish line last year before COVID hit. So there's a lot of things we can do, but yeah, we've taken a different approach in New Milford with opioids on the police side and on the individual side. A lot of times people treat addiction and addiction services with a broad brush. A lot of times it was, if you came in, for example, right now, if you come into New Milford Police Department and you have heroin on you, you won't be arrested, you'll be given help. We'll collect the product, we will give you the assistance. And it's not just, a lot of times what happens with people is they're given a phone number. Hey, call these guys. Call somebody here, they'll give you help and take care, good luck. And we have now, what you've seen in another piece of legislation, not for today, is the high-risk navigator position, who Justin Comer has done an amazing job in the town of New Milford in working with individuals. So we don't treat the addiction, we treat the individual, which is a drastic difference in helping someone overcome their addiction, helping them get a job, helping them find a home. Our homeless population has dropped significantly in the town of New Milford in the last year and a half, 2 years, because of the work of Justin Comer and being that high-risk navigator. He works out of the police station, but he's not a police officer. And he does an amazing job. And I think we need a Justin really in every community across the state. But that's been the biggest part, is dealing with the individual and helping that person get through what they need, and not just, okay, great, you've been clean for a month. Justin's still there. Justin's still holding your hand and wants to help you through this process. So that's a critical piece of working with individuals. And I think the GIS tracking would help that significantly. There is some federal funding for that coming up now. And certainly as we get to that step of the legislation that we brought forward in that position, there's more to discuss there too. But we're trying to provide solutions in New Milford as opposed to just recognizing the problem, because that's the biggest concern we all have. Everyone here knows there's a problem. The question is, how do we address it? So we've taken some steps already. We've had some luck with our friends working in Western Connecticut over in Danbury. The Danbury Coalition of Legislators has been very involved. It's appreciated.
Thank you, Representative. I look forward to those, to having further conversations about that. Representative Ollie Brennan.
Thank you. Thank you, Representative Buckby, for championing all these bills. It's nice to see you. And I know I appreciate working with the Morrissey family as well with you. I just wanted to kind of push a little bit more into 5179, which is the task force to study the use of global positioning systems. I understand in New Milford, they use this system called OD Maps. It's a software that's available to municipalities. And is this free to municipalities?
Great question. I'm not sure currently. I know Tony Morrissey, who you mentioned, and by the way, good to see you too, Representative. Good to see you for a change, if only I'm here. I'm not sure if it is. I know that Tony helped develop that software, and I believe we were offering it that way, but it does. There is a cost to building it, to running it, but yes, currently it is free for now, and I hope it stays that way.
Yeah, well, I mean, I know this is going to be very important in tracking overdose calls, locations, outcomes, utilize the data to identify hotspots. And I don't think anyone can disagree with the importance of that and the power and connection. And I think, when we think about why bring this here, I don't think we have the time to go town by town and advocate for this software. We're a bit behind on catching up on these overdoses. And we know that there's two epidemics going on right now. There's the COVID one and the opiate epidemic. And this COVID epidemic has exacerbated the opiate one. And so it's time we need to act. And I appreciate you bringing this bill forward. I think it's important. And I will be supporting that. The other one, I'm just interested in the smoke bomb stuff, because who isn't interested in smoke bombs? But I guess, can you just elaborate more on what's the necessity for a separate license?
I appreciate that. And to finalize on the other piece of it, there is some federal funding coming down on GIS. There was last year as well. That might be able to help us spread that a little bit better as well. And certainly addressing both pandemics is critical, and this really should not disappear. And hopefully Tony will bring some more to the table when he gets to speak to you as well. Lovely family of Morrisseys. As far as the need for it, right now, if you want to have a smoke bomb for a gender reveal, or for a bridal photo shoot, or again, the Hartford Athletic, let's say one of those three you want to do, you have to get a licensing that costs, I believe it's like $200 every 3 years to be relicensed, and then a $100 permit the day of that you use. So that's $300 out the door before you even start, before you buy it, before somebody hires you to go do it somewhere. It's a costly process, and I think it's kind of overregulated when you look at it as think of it like a driver's license, right? So they're telling you basically right now, the state's saying you need to have a CDL license to drive a golf cart. That's kind of what we're at. It's a very simple process. We can bring that down and still regulate it and monitor that. So if, let's say, this is the discussion I've had, because the bill is very broad, and I'd like to write that with those individuals who are the regulatory agencies, and they've agreed that they love to sit in with us and write this properly. So instead of a $200 fee, maybe it's like a boat license. You pay 25 bucks, you have your license, it's good for life, you understand the rules. And then very similar to an open burn permit. Now, some of the people in the cities might think I'm nuts here, but out in the country, we have open burn permits. So if someone wants to have an open burn, you have to call the fire marshal's office that day, make sure it's a good day to be able to do that. The winds aren't too high, it's not too dry, and let them know what you're using. Let them know what that device is. That way the fire marshal knows what that is and they can track it. And I think if we can reduce the regulation on this, it can make both sides very happy. So we can have the fun and the smoke, but do it very safely and regulated by the state. So we know those people who are handling the product are trained to handle the product, but they don't need to be regulated to the same degree as someone who shoots off fireworks at Yard Goat Stadium, right? It's a very different thing.
Who knew?
You learn as you go. People reach out, and that's how we learn, right?
Yes, I appreciate it. Those are all my questions. Thank you, Representative Buckby, and thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Oh, the things we learn in this job. Any further questions for Representative Buckby? Seeing none, I thank you for being with us. I thank you for all of your work, particularly on the mental health and opioid issue, and look forward to working on that as the community moves forward. Thanks very much.
I do as well. Thank you so very much for the opportunity to work on this. It's a very personal topic for a lot of us.
For a lot of us, that's exactly right. Thank you, Representative. So next up, first of all, my apologies to Representative Lanoue. He was meant to actually precede Representative Buckby, but I thought he had dropped off the call. And so I was waiting to slot him in later, but that was incorrect. So my apologies to you. And then after Representative Lanoue is Senator Summers. So Representative Lanoue, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm used to getting pushed around by Representative Buckby. Members of the committee, thank you so much for the opportunity to testify. For the record, I'm Representative Brian Lanoue from the 45th House District, comprising of 5 great towns in Eastern Connecticut. I'm here to testify in support of 2 very important bills to my district and to the entire state of Connecticut. The first one is House Bill 5722. That's an act exempting personal income tax stipends paid to volunteer firefighters and volunteer ambulance members. I submitted my written testimony on that for the record. Additionally, I'm testifying on behalf of the House Republican Caucus on Caucus Initiative House Bill 5586. Then this is an act requiring the expansion of the Crisis Initiative pilot program throughout the state. With me is Miranda Mahoney, who's project coordinator for Griswold Pride. This is a very successful program that started off in my hometown of Griswold and is now in a Troop E jurisdiction of the state police. The opioid epidemic has affected all of us in many ways. It has impacted us all. We've had over 1,200 overdoses last year alone in Connecticut. And the Crisis Initiative brings together our law enforcement, both on the state and local level. They embed a DEMIS clinician right inside the troop, and they focus on treatment as opposed to incarceration. So this pilot program, we're looking to expand this throughout the state of Connecticut, expand Crisis statewide. So to give you a little more background and information about Crisis is Miranda Mahoney from Griswold Pride, who's been there since its inception. And then we will be happy to take any questions on either bill. Thank you so much. Here's
Hello, Miranda Mahoney from Griswold, Connecticut. As Brian mentioned, I'm the coordinator for Griswold Pride. I work closely with the state police and the statewide narcotics task force to develop the crisis initiative and implement it in the pilot community of Griswold. It brought a new, much needed resource to our community, a multi-pronged, comprehensive approach to combat the opioid epidemic that was hitting us hard. Together, law enforcement, treatment, prevention in the community entered into a partnership to work together and offer a path to recovery from a new and unlikely source, the police. Through this program, the LCSW was embedded into Troop E, became an instant resource for our troopers. They can now connect somebody to a trained professional by referring for treatment and mental health services, and then following up with the outreach after a crisis or an overdose event. Troopers also completed 40 hours of crisis intervention training, which was spoken about earlier, where they learned how to recognize and respond to behavioral health conditions, how to effectively communicate and de-escalate volatile situations. It emphasized the importance of programs like Crisis and how this partnership is critical to reducing the number of law enforcement calls for service and recurring emergency room visits while offering a diversion to the criminal justice system. Programs like Crisis are more important than ever. The impact of the pandemic on mental health is frightening. Isolation and a disruption to treatment services resulted in drastic increases in mental health crises and substance use, and law enforcement has a front row seat. Connecticut overdose deaths and mental health distress calls.
Your 3 minutes are up. Sorry.
Sorry, please go ahead and finish your thought there. I know it's a lot to pack into 3 minutes.
No, thank you. Crisis Initiative can be the bridge to those life-changing services, as well as change the culture of law enforcement, which is so important. It's the biggest benefit of this program because mental illness and substance use are now treated as public health issues and not criminal issues. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mahoney. Questions for Representative Lanoue and or Ms. Mahoney? Representative Vale.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Representative Lanoue. I have a question on each of the two bills you mentioned. First, on the Crisis Initiative Pilot Program, I know we discussed this in the past and you've had good success there. Do you have statistics you can share with the members of this committee and then how those might, these programs might be implemented throughout the state? I'm always a little apprehensive about mandates. So if you have some data to back that up that you could share with us. Sure. Just one follow-up question after that about the firefighter stipend.
Sure, I can follow up with the data. Over almost about 600 referrals have been made to the clinicians since the inception in 2017 with about 500 follow-up outreach visits. However, the data stops there as far as the state police data, because once they're connected to the clinician, that becomes HIPAA and DMIS data. So we don't have access to that.
Okay, and again, I think in the general, I like what I'm hearing here because when people have addiction problems, jail, having worked in prisons, that's not a good place for them to recover. And I like all these proactive approaches, and I think New Milford's done it. Groton, I know, has the Angel program. There was a big national recognition in Gloucester, Massachusetts about getting ahead of this, and I'm encouraged to see that we're having these conversations.
And I think what's important too, Representative, if I may, is since 2017, we've identified 600 people who are now getting into some sort of a mental health pipeline, where we've identified them. There's a police and our mental health community are working hand in hand, that clinician. It's not simply a revolving door where somebody's going in and out of the emergency room, but we have a pipeline and we have some sort of follow-up. I think that's very important, is identification and recognizing these people.
Representative, are you finding that Senator Austin had mentioned earlier that there's a lack? Well, she mentioned mental health had a lack of places, are you finding that there's an ample amount of places for people to go to receive addiction services?
I certainly think there is a mental health disparity, particularly in the northeastern Connecticut. I co-sponsored a bill with Senator Austin and others in the region. So this bill certainly doesn't address every single mental health disparity. But what this does do is bring together a clinician, somebody from the mental health side, and our law enforcement, and taking some of the pressure off of our police when it relates to mental health, and put more of it with the clinician as far as where it should be, and we'll have them focus more on the mental health component. but certainly our work is not done when it comes to mental health disparity and funding disparity. So we need to continue to work on that.
And just one on 5522, the firefighter stipend. So they receive a stipend from the town, and then the state taxes that as income. Is that, am I understanding that correctly?
You are representative. In one of my towns, in Voluntown, for example, the police chief reports. He offers a annual stipend. The average check is about $1,400. Where to get that check, you have to fulfill so much training, attend so many meetings, and respond to so many calls. If you fulfill that criteria, you get that stipend. It incentivizes people to volunteer and hopefully to retain them. Once they get hit with this, the income tax, the state income tax, they're tending to see people drop off. They're having a hard time keeping the volunteer personnel. So we want to make sure we give them every advantage. This bill tries to address that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Hayes.
Chair, did you say Hayes?
I did.
Okay,
Representative
thank you.
Hayes.
Your wording got caught off right in the middle there, so I wasn't
Sorry
sure
about
I caught it, so thank you. Good afternoon, Representative Renew and Miranda. It's always good to see you. You do so many great things in so many communities in Northeast Connecticut, so thank you. Brian, if I could, I'd also like to go to the stipend tax, if I could.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, just so I understand, I think I get this right. This isn't a payroll, correct? This isn't something that they get weekly or monthly, or there's an agreement when they come in that they're going to get paid so much per hour. It's not a payroll. This is more of a thank you type of thing. Thank you for helping our community. We've got 50 volunteers, which would have cost our community hundreds of thousands of dollars if we were full-time. This is a thank you for providing the service. And most of the time, it's a very small amount of money.
Absolutely. Thank you, Representative, for bringing that up. Yes, this is nobody is certainly getting rich off of this. This is a thank you, a very small token of our appreciation to our the first responders, those people that are getting calls could be all hours of the night, at very inopportune times, inconvenient times, but they're rising to the call, and they're helping their neighbors and their communities. So this is a token of thanks, and those who particularly are given those hours of meetings and training and so many calls in an annual basis. So from what I understand, particularly in the Voluntown model, I believe they do it on the annual basis. And it's not salary, it's not a payroll, it's a stipend, volunteer thank you check.
Yeah, that was my understanding too. And I've had several of the fire chiefs in my local area speak to me, and their concerns are the same. By the time these volunteers get these checks with taxes taken out of them, they're getting pennies, and it's almost not worth the while writing the checks.
Right. And the communities are saying, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Go ahead, Representative.
No, it's okay. Go ahead, finish.
I'm so used to having our regular conversations, forgetting we're in a hearing setting here. But yes, you're absolutely right. They're getting disincentivized, and the towns are saying thank you by giving these checks, and unfortunately, the state is not saying thank you by taking out income tax on this. And this is one of those stipends. This thank you. We need to say thank you. And we need to exempt these stipends.
Okay, thank you for your time. I appreciate it. I will support that bill, and I will support the mental health bill as well. And goodbye, Miranda. It was nice seeing you again. Maybe we'll see you next year in another hearing. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Next, Representative Howard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Lanu, how are you, sir?
I'm well. How are you, Representative?
I think we kind of hit on it enough, sir, but I just want to piggyback for my colleagues who may not be familiar.
when these volunteer firefighters and EMS providers, and I think it's important that we talk about them as well, when they get these checks, they get a 1099, right? So they end up as like a private contractor. So it's not simply the income tax that they would pay on, say, a W-2, but it's an additional tax, and that's what really is what eviscerates that check. Is that about right?
Oh, that's correct.
Yeah. All right. So I think that's an important thing to know. And while I have the floor, I just want to say to Ms. Mahoney, thank you very much for all the work that you do. As a comment, I've been in the justice system for a long time, and the fact that we're getting around to realizing mental health is an underlying concern and really hitting that and trying to get folks out of that perpetual cycle is admirable work. And I think it's very important for this committee to hear from you. So thank you for being here today.
Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Hall, there we go.
Good afternoon to the both of you. Good to see you both here. And I think just to talk about a little bit on the tax stipend 5722, I think the legislative body all had great intent when we originally passed this. I don't think the intent was to tax the stipend. So for me, I'm looking at it more as a fix. Because the original intent when it was passed was certainly to bolster the volunteers and give them and our chiefs an extra incentive to get these volunteers in the door that we so desperately need. So for me, this is more of a fix, and I certainly support you on that. And to Ms. Mahoney, the efforts that you put forth with, the mental health connections and the drug addictions. I think we're all moving, and I think we're moving a little slower than we want to move towards treatment and not incarceration. So I think we're getting to the point where we all understand the need, and I applaud you for your efforts. So I don't want to be redundant, but I do want to thank you both for coming. And you certainly have our support, my support on both these bills. So thank you.
Thank you, Representative.
Thank you, Representative. I just as one question about the pilot program in Griswold. Have you or anyone else done any preliminary estimations of what the cost would be to expand this to throughout the state?
I think there obviously has to be an OFA fiscal analysis done, but I think what we're looking at, and Miranda can chime in on some of the expenses, but obviously the CIT training itself for the officers, crisis intervention training, they have to backfill through overtime. I believe it's a 40-week course. So when you go for the training, somebody needs to backfill that. And the other certainly is we have to dedicate a DMIS clinician to the catchment areas. So those are the two that are jumping out at me. But I can let Miranda comment a little further on that if you like.
Yeah. The cost, like Brian said, is primarily the training. The way the program is set up right now in Troop E is that they instead of contracting and hiring a clinician and hiring an additional one, they had the two state organizations, DMIS and the state police, work together, and they took a clinician who was already working and placed them in the Troop E barracks. They were available to the troopers, but also could perform their other duties for DMIS. So there was no additional cost there. It just comes to working together, and there's a lot of regional components to this within DMIS, and who would be the clinician, what agency would be the clinician that was assigned to each barrack.
Thank you. That's very helpful. Any further questions for either Ms. Mahoney or Representative Lanoue? Seeing none, I thank you both for being here and for your advocacy, and Ms. Mahoney for your work, which is making a difference in a lot of lives. So thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Next up, we have Senator Summers, followed by Noel Petra from Department of Administrative Services. Senator Summers, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon to the distinguished chairs and ranking members. Thank you for allowing me to testify today. I would like to say just briefly on the Crisis Initiative is a town, Griswold, that I represent. They do an amazing job. If we can't get this bill through this session, I would love for you to consider a pilot program in conjunction with the Department of Public Health. This is something that we've been looking at to make the connection through mental health and addiction, because as we know, addiction is a disease. And we would love to work with you on this if that is something that you're interested in. I am primarily here today to testify on Bill 5722 and to talk about the bill that I co-introduced with many of our colleagues here today, which is a bill that would take away the sales tax, the Connecticut state tax on stipends that are given to firefighters, volunteers, and also volunteer ambulance service members. And this is important. I've reached out and heard from many chiefs across Connecticut that have volunteer services. One of them in particular in Old Mystic, the person has been a chief for 27 years. He's been in firefighting for 45 years. The only thing that really has kept the Old Mystic Fire Department volunteer service alive is the fact that they can provide stipends. The average stipend in some of our towns, like Pawcatuck, is between $9 and $12 per call. Not all of them offer the $1,400 a year as Voluntown does. However, with the 1099 issue, that $1,400 a year stipend for all those calls into the state forest, I will add, so we have a town taking care of issues within our state forest, turns out to be about $600 a year. Stipends were meant to really just try to cover the costs of the equipment that these people have to buy, the training, and really fuel to go to the calls. No one is making money. No one is using this as a career, but having the tax alleviated from their stipend would really help encourage more volunteerism into these services. And with the added measure of COVID, with these individuals volunteering, becoming exposed to COVID even more, it's becoming increasingly difficult to get volunteers to serve and to go to these particular towns. So it would make a significant difference. Many of them have submitted testimony. A few of them wanted to testify today, but they didn't make the 3 p.m. cutoff time. So I hope you will have an opportunity to look at the testimony. And if anybody has any questions, I am happy to answer them. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Howard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Senator. How are you?
I am well. How are you?
Yeah, we share a district, as you well know, in the 2 towns in my district, or my section of your district, I should say, has 7 fire departments in it, all of whom operate primarily on a volunteer basis. And I think, when we talk about, limiting the income tax that people pay, it's important to know the cost savings that these volunteers provide. Do you happen to know, Senator, what the average salary is for a firefighter in the state of Connecticut?
Yeah, the range is about $50,000. You see between 45 and 65 with overtime as the average salary for a firefighter.
And how about for an EMT? Do you know what that is?
I believe that's about $47,000 to $50,000 a year.
Okay. So would you agree, Senator, that, by these volunteers showing up, we're saving our municipalities an inordinate amount of money because these volunteers are coming from home and don't have to be paid to be waiting for calls, but they're simply going about their day. And to pay them something like $9 to $12 per call to come out and do it is saving municipality probably in excess of hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Oh, absolutely. There's no doubt about that. And I will say there's not only is this small stipend supposed to be helping to compensate for the equipment and the gear and the gas. It really, these people are spending countless hours of their own personal time to help volunteer for our communities. So I think that this is something that, listening to Representative Hall, this is something that maybe had been overlooked, but it's a significant issue for our fire departments to help even retain the volunteers that they have, let alone try to attract some new volunteers. And I have to say, our volunteers are not getting any younger. That's the other issue that we're seeing throughout our communities. I can say in Groton, believe it or not, I have 9 fire districts and 9 fire chiefs. and only one of them has full-time employees. The rest of them are, maybe a few full-time and the rest all volunteers. So it's becoming increasingly an issue. And, this is safety and people's lives. And many of our fire departments are doing medical calls also. So this, along with our ambulance volunteers, is something critical for, our aging population here in the state of Connecticut. And I happen to represent many rural towns, which it makes it even more difficult. For example, Voluntown firefighters, they go into the state forest, they rescue people that are using the largest state forest in Connecticut. They have to have special equipment to get in there. So I think this is something that would have a minimal impact to our state budget, but the reward would be, felt 10 times over. So I hope that you will consider this, Bill.
I certainly agree with you, Senator. Thanks for sharing that. I will just share briefly that when I started in EMS as a volunteer 25 years ago, the field is primarily volunteer in our area, and EMS has seen a significant shift over the last 2 decades to much more full-time paid people because of the lack of volunteers, and that's driving up healthcare costs. And I hope that the fire departments don't continue on that trend, and I hope we make the right decision here to incentivize our volunteers. Thanks for being here, and thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Vale.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon, Senator Summers. This question came to my head, probably would have been better suited for the last, but you might know the answer to this as well. Is there a cap on what the stipend to these volunteers can be?
I don't know that. I don't know the answer to that question. I can tell you, I have been instructed by the fire chiefs, and I've talked to them across the state of Connecticut, that the average stipend tends to be between $9 and $12 a call.
Yeah, Representative Lanoue had mentioned in his district it was $1,400, but
that's $1,400 a year.
A year, and that's the number I'm looking for.
Mhm.
I didn't know if there was some cap, because I don't see that there's some hole in the system where we could give someone a $50,000 stipend and they wouldn't have to pay taxes.
No.
There isn't. And I know that's not the intention of any of this,
Right.
but I just want to know if there was a cap on that. And maybe in this legislation, we could consider capping how much would it be put towards that. But
as we said, the stipend is not meant to be a career or an income generator. I think the $1,400 in Voluntown, I don't have it in front of me right now, but there is a certain number of calls they have to make to maintain that $1,400 a year as an annual stipend. They get it once a year. But again, that ends up being about $600. And these particular cases are really difficult in Voluntown because there is no police. There is really just a few paid fire folks there, and they have to get into the state forest. There's a lot of drug overdoses there. There's a lot of people that are injured. When you have, they were very helpful during the summer when we had excessive amounts of people, which is wonderful, using the lakes there as for enforcement. So there's fires that happen. So along the shoreline there, they do, it's an extraordinary position there in Voluntown, I will say, because it's very, very difficult. However, the average, we have been told, is between $9 and $12. So I think that would take an extraordinary amount of calls to get to $50,000. But I'm sure looking at a cap would be absolutely something that I think every one of us that introduced the bill would be willing to look at 100%.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Hayes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon, Senator Summers. I think oftentimes we all overlook how lucky we are to have volunteers, especially up here in our northeast corner. They provide us with the emergency fire service and the EMS service for the mass majority of people that live in this end of the state at very, very little to no cost. And I think sometimes we overlook that. I do agree with you that these people are out sometimes 10 or 12 or 14 hours in extreme heat or below zero weather, and they just do what they're asked to do without complaining about anything. So I think we're doing the right thing here. But just so everybody realizes, this bill is not creating stipends, correct? It's talking about something that is already in place. The bill's not creating the stipends and then eliminating the tax. We're talking about stipends that were already in place, but somehow began being taxed, and we're just looking to eliminate the tax on a very small amount of money.
That is 100% correct and accurate. Yes. And I will remind some folks, or maybe, explain to some folks some things that they may not know. Many of our EMS providers, even if they're volunteers right now, if they have the correct certification, they are helping us inoculate during this pandemic. So they're giving their time on the weekends or whenever they can, again, on their own dime, to be able to help those throughout our communities, especially in rural communities where we just don't have the access to or the capability to afford a full-time fire department.
Thank you, Senator, for coming out in support of this bill today. I greatly appreciate that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Senator Champagne.
Thank you. I just want to show my support for this bill too. Thank you, Senator Summers, for coming out. The town of Vernon has the largest volunteer force, volunteer firefighting department in the state. And many of my other towns are small, rural, and this stipend basically pays for gas, equipment, and other things to get to and from the fires. And that stipend is based on the amount of calls that somebody goes on, but it's divided in three. Part of that stipend is for the training, part is for actual showing up at the calls, and the other one is for geez, I can't recall right now, but it is divided into three. And I think it's a community outreach as well. But the dedication shown by volunteer firefighters across this state is nothing but remarkable. I went to an event for Woodstock, which is in my district, and we're giving awards out for those that have been volunteers for, it's every 5-year increment. And two guys were being cited for 55 years. One was being given an award for 65 years of volunteer work. And they made a point to point out that there was somebody in the audience that had been doing it for over 70 years. That's a lot of volunteer hours to give. And it's a dedication and a family. And to tax this small stipend that they get is just outrageous. So I support this bill. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Quinn.
Thank you, Representative Horn. Senator Summers, thank you for your testimony. I'm also in support of this bill. Part of my district is Middlefield, and while they are not paid a stipend like other departments are, they do receive tax abatements for their volunteer service. And I'm pretty sure we do that in Meriden for our South Meriden volunteer firefighters. I don't think that those are taxed, but perhaps you know the answer to that.
Are you talking about off your property tax?
Correct.
Yeah, those are not taxable. And
okay.
The one issue that I think that is something that needs to be brought out is that's something when I was the mayor of Groton, we thought about doing. Let's give this tax abatement, and they may be doing it now. However, most of our volunteer firefighters, especially if they're younger, they don't own homes yet. So that's nothing that they can really even apply for at this point in time. We hope that they will be able to own homes at some point in time. But when you're trying to get newer people trained and into the system, because we need to feed the pipeline of volunteers, just giving them a little stipend of $9 to $12 or even, $1,400 a year for all the work they do, going to calls in the middle of the night. And I could tell you call after call, some really terrible, untimely deaths in the middle of the forest where all these people are out all night long, then working with the state police on a volunteer basis. For me, when I learned about this issue and was contacted by my chiefs, we do this stipend, but then to tax it is almost like an insult to giving the stipend, if that makes any sense. It's just like, why did we try to do this if we're going to tax it? So I think it would go a long way. It's really, it doesn't even cover the cost of what they incur, but it does show good faith on the part of the state of Connecticut that we recognize their importance. These are our heroes, our first responders, especially in the time of COVID and what they've had to endure. I think that this would go a long way in helping recruit people to get into more volunteerism in these areas, which is really, really difficult right now.
Yeah, and I absolutely agree. I think that whatever small amount of revenue we're going to lose as a result of eliminating this tax is far outweighed by the savings that everyone receives by having volunteers in the first place. So I'm in full support of this as well. And thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. So I thought I'd chime in here. I also represent a very rural district where the overwhelming service is done by volunteers, first responders, and they are extraordinary. And I believe Senator Champagne was talking about, I've attended those ceremonies with people serving 65, 75 years. It's an extraordinary thing. And families, multi-generational families, we owe them so much all of the time. And we certainly owe them, particularly now, as you, Senator Summers, have pointed out, with their role during the pandemic. I had a technical question, which is that, as I understand it from our federal delegation, they are of the position that these are already not taxable. They're already exempt from taxation per the last tax cut, and that state law should follow that indication. And so, I'm certainly going to ask DRS for a confirming opinion, but I wondered whether you had any conversations about that.
Yeah, and that could be, but I do believe it has a difference whether you are a 1099 or not a 1099 person. Some towns don't have them necessarily as a 1099. They have them as they're registered differently when I was talking to towns and they are not taxed. But most of our volunteer firefighters in Eastern Connecticut, or the ones that I've talked to in the more rural communities, they want to keep themselves under a threshold of 50 employees. And therefore they 1099 all of their volunteer firefighters with these stipends. So there may be some kind of technical issue as far as how they're paid through the town on these stipends. But right now, if you're a 1099 volunteer firefighter in the state of Connecticut, you are getting state tax on it. State tax is coming out and you're paying both. You pay double because you're 1099. So a $1,400 check is now $600 for the year.
Yeah, it is. I agree with you. That's my experience. That it's definitely happening. The question is, should it be happening under current law? And we ought to check that as we look at this.
Then do we pay them back for what we shouldn't have taken? So I'm not sure anybody wants to do that, but that would be even nicer for them. But we can certainly look into that. But Connecticut is putting tax on it, so.
Okay, thank you, Senator Summers. Any other questions for the good senator? Seeing none, I thank you for your advocacy and for spending time with us today.
Thank you.
So next, we have clearly exhausted our end change. If you could mute if you're not speaking, thank you. Our hour and change for public officials. So at this point, next up, we have Noel Petra from DIS, and then after that, I think I'm going to start alternating. Well, actually, I think Noel Petra is next. Laura Francis from the town of Durham will be after that, and then after that, I think we should alternate just back and forth with the public. So, Mr. Petra, you have the floor. Are you with us?
Great, thank you very much. Good afternoon, Senator Bradley, Representative Horn, Senator Champagne, Representative Green, and the distinguished members of the Public Safety and Security Committee. Thank you for letting me testify on behalf of the Department of Administrative Services. My name is Noel Petra. I'm the Deputy Commissioner of Real Estate and Construction at the Department of Administrative Services. And we're here today to testify in support of 3 DAS agency bills that were all proposed last year and received a public hearing. Senate Bill 845, Senate Bill 846, and House Bill 6395. With me here today are Bill Abbott, our State Fire Marshal, and Darren Hobbs, our Deputy State Building Inspector. The three of us plan to provide a high-level review of these 3 bills rather than going through them in detail. After brief remarks, please ask all the questions that you'd like. We're happy to answer them. On behalf of Commissioner Jabal and the entire DAS team, we'd like to thank the committee for raising our bills and thank you very much for your hard work. I know that it is not easy. Today, I'm here specifically to testify on Senate Bill 846, an act concerning certification of independent inspectors and inspection firms to perform building code inspections. SB 486 is intended only to assist municipal building inspectors. I've gotten a lot of questions on this since last year when we brought it up, and I want to be upfront. It does not affect state inspectors or elevator inspectors in any way, and it does not replace or undermine the municipal building inspector's authority. Small towns and even the large towns in the state are having a hard time filling their positions for building inspectors. Building inspectors are few and they are retiring quickly, depending on whose information and whose numbers you use. Currently, between 65 and 75% of building inspectors nationwide, they're going to retire. 65 to 75% of nationwide building inspectors are going to retire in the next 4 years. I don't know if any of you spend time on job sites trying to get inspections, but I can tell you that it takes a long time. And these inspectors that we have now are harried. They are busy, they are scrambling around, they're through inspections, and they don't have a choice. The bill that we're putting in here is to give our existing building inspectors on a municipal only level a deeper bench, a resource to draw from that the building owners and developers will pay for. This bill specifically makes DAS responsible for developing a program in consultation with all of the interested parties. We plan to put a committee together with all stakeholders involved and work together to develop the actual language for this bill. It puts the state in the position to develop, monitor, and audit a program using our existing resources that shouldn't add any additional costs. And to be clear one more time, because I heard a lot of feedback on this, elevator inspectors and state building inspectors are not involved at all with this bill. And that is it. Do you guys have any questions?
Thank you very much, Mr. Petra. Any questions from members of the committee? Any questions? I'm going to make sure nobody's waving their hand. Okay, seeing none.
Great.
I thank you for being with us this morning.
Great. Well, then
this morning. I keep saying this morning as if it's morning.
Let me introduce Bill Abbott, our state fire marshal. Thank you.
We do have a question from Representative Paolillo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Noel. Great to see you again. Good, good. How are you? Can you just touch upon who's going to establish the pool, how that pool of inspectors is going to be developed and how that's going to be created?
Sure. The intent is for the state to develop a program to certify anyone basically who wants to go through our program, be tested and trained by us, and then become certified by us to be able to do this. It'll be open to the general public, but generally it'll probably be filled with industry veterans, people who are either trade workers or contractors or whoever will come up to us, or actually these days are probably virtual. They'll take our training, they'll take the test, they'll become certified, and then we will monitor them and audit them as time goes on.
So what are you seeing as the backlog out there? If you can give some examples of what backlog looks like or how long folks are waiting for inspections, development projects being slowed down because they can't move forward. Can you give some examples there? Can you give some anecdotal?
It all depends on the municipality that you're in. Some towns respond quickly, and some towns, like for example, in smaller towns, rural towns, a lot of them share one building inspector between multiple towns. And sometimes if that person goes on vacation or if that person is sick, you may not be able to get an inspection for weeks at a time. And that really slows the job down. It sends the guys home, and it could be a simple single family residence somewhere, or it could be a reasonably large development in a small town. They really suffer from the lack of a bench. And they also suffer from, having the budget in the town to pay for a full-time inspector. So, naturally they've pooled their resources. This will give them a deeper bench. They can say, we recommend to the homeowner, please hire a third party that's certified by the state. and we'll accept their inspections. You know, that type of scenario. You have different cities in the area, in the state, who have, some of them, most of them don't have a full bench full of inspectors. Those inspectors work really hard. I've worked with them my whole life. And they try as hard as they can to respond as quickly as they can. But, you know, when you have 1 or 2 inspectors in a city, it's very difficult to respond. So this would just give them a deeper bench and resources to draw from. And to be honest, there's really kind of a shadow market right now. The code allows building inspectors to accept reports from outside parties. But the problem is the inspectors don't generally know if those people are certified or not, or whether or not they're really experts. And so a lot of those reports are rejected. This will tighten it all up, make sure that those third parties are trained, make sure that we know that they know what they're talking about. And then that way the building inspectors will be able to rely on their reports and their inspections.
So given you mentioned creating this pool and creating folks that are ready to go, if we're trying to establish a pipeline, as you were answering that question, why wouldn't we be trying to create a pipeline with career folks to fill in the blanks where folks are retiring? You mentioned retirement statistics. You mentioned what turnover and attrition is going to be here. Why wouldn't we be looking for, if we're going to go through that effort of getting folks certified and ready to go, to be able to plug them in municipalities where it's a longer term fix, rather than filling a need and then having it be more transactional as on a go forward basis?
Sure. Well, I mean, it is the responsibility of the municipalities to staff their departments, and they should do that, and they should continue to do that. I mean, what we're planning to do won't work without that. It's up to the municipalities to hire people. Part of the problem is that traditionally building inspectors don't get paid very well, and it's difficult to get, you know, for example, you know, a union trade worker making very good money to leave that job and to come in to be an inspector. That's a difficult thing to do. Usually we rely on retirees, or in a worst case scenario, someone gets hurt and they can't do their normal job. So this would hopefully allow for part-time work for an awful lot of trade people. And again, it wouldn't replace the municipal inspectors. We have to have a full supply of municipal inspectors. This is just to give them a deeper bench, another resource to get their work done.
And then who's actually paying? How is that working out? Obviously, developers are paying permit fees. Folks pulling a permit are going to pay a permit fee. So that's flowing back to the municipality. How does that all going to work when you're kind of basically supplying, quote unquote, really a subcontractor here to kind of come in?
Good point. And it'll be up to the building owner or the developer to decide whether or not they would like to pay for that. And I can tell you, I'm a developer by trade, depending on the project, I would be more than happy to add that small line item to my budget. Even on a smaller project, it's worth it.
So how would that affect the municipality that's already collected the building permit fees? And part of the expectation there is that they're going to be able to provide that service. Now, it's actually an increase in the building permit fee if that kind of flows through.
Well, a building permit is a fee for a building permit is a fee to build something in the city. This doesn't affect that at all. This bill has nothing to do with a building permit fee. It's up to the municipalities what they want to charge, and this won't affect that whatsoever. Okay. It'll be on top of whatever existing building permit fee there is now.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Noah.
Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Representative Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I got a question, and I don't know if maybe if I missed something, but when you were saying that this project is going to be with the existing funding, are you telling me that you guys have an independent group and you have your own money, or you will have to come back and maybe ask money to the state? I want to be sure.
No, we're planning to use the existing funding.
I'm sorry, the existing funding come from where?
From the Department of Administrative Services.
And are you sure that you don't have to come back for more money?
I don't plan to, no.
You don't plan to?
So what'll happen is when someone wants to become certified, they'll pay a fee to the state to become certified, and that fee will pay for the training.
Oh, okay, okay. That was my question. Thank you for the answer. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative Gonzalez. I had a follow-up question to that, which listening to this makes me wonder why can't this be done through regulation rather than legislation?
I don't know, but I can get back to you on that.
That'd be helpful. Thank you. I'd appreciate that. Anyone else have questions on this bill? Now, I think just to be clear, I don't see anyone else raising their hand on this one. Now, I think you were about to introduce someone else on another DIS bill, so that
Yes.
they're not on our list, but you did speak quickly, so I think you had a little bit of time left over in your initial presentation. So if you could just be mindful of that, because that was not, we didn't anticipate you having two speakers.
Gotcha. I thought all three of us were on the list because we're addressing three bills at once. And so the next person up is Bill Abbott, State Fire Marshal. Thank you.
Oh, there we go. Okay.
Here he is.
Please proceed, sir. Good afternoon. Welcome.
Good afternoon. My name is Bill Abbott. I am the Connecticut State Fire Marshal, and I'm here to testify in support of Senate Bill 845, and I'll make this quick. We want to thank you guys for raising our bills. We raised it last year, and it did receive a hearing. You have our testimony, should be in front of you or handy. So quickly, I just want to go over a couple of technical JFS language we wanted to talk about, and they were in Section 1, Section 5, and Section 13. And so Section 1 is just basically on the Fire Prevention Code. It clarifies the scope of the code and the application as far as processes go in buildings and structures. Also, it deletes some language that requires procedures of the committee to be adopted through regulation, and there's no other committee no other code committee that's required to do the same thing. Section number 5 clarifies the fire safety code, and that just takes out some old language and repeals some unnecessary language. It also clarifies buildings and structures where the fire code is applicable. And it also allows us to use for all residential buildings to use new technology as far as smoke alarms go. Presently, that's not allowed. And then under one other quick section, 13, that's the training code and education board of control. The proposal there is to remove the members of the building code training committee and the fire marshal training code facility and replace them with members of the codes and standards committee. Basically because codes and standards committee is stocked and has plenty of membership, whereas the other two committees, they flip-flop. People leave, people come in, and we don't always have a full committee. With that, I will end and ask for questions.
Thank you very much. Does anyone have questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for sharing that. And
and then I have Darren Hobbs on one quick other bill. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Quick, emphasis on quick.
Good afternoon, Senator Bradley, Representative Horn, Senator Champagne, and Representative Green, distinguished members of the Public Safety and Security Committee. My name is Darren Hobbs. I'm the Deputy State Building Inspector. I'm here to testify on House Bill 6395, an act concerning small hot water heaters. I want to thank the committee for raising our bills. This proposal was raised last year and did have a hearing. You should have our written testimony in front of you right now. So in short, this proposal intends to make government more efficient and reduce some red tape and cost us many businesses, especially the small and medium-sized businesses. These small water heaters that we're talking about in this bill are a cost-effective way for many of these businesses to provide hot water to sinks. We're talking about small businesses and churches and schools and daycares and places like that. But there's currently duplicative regulatory control over the installations. So this results in two different inspectors going out and applying two different sets of codes to these small installations. It's a red tape burden to these small businesses. This proposal would address this by providing an exemption from the state boiler code so that people wouldn't need to have a state boiler inspector come out and look at these small installations. They would just deal with their building inspector under the state building code. And that way we're reducing the burden on those small businesses, but also maintaining the safety oversight at the same time. So that's basically in a nutshell. I fly through this pretty quickly. It's a very simple bill, but it has a very positive effect on small businesses. Thank you again for your time today. I would be more than happy to take any questions on that bill.
Thank you very much. Simple and with a positive effect on small business sounds positive. So do we have any questions for Mr. Hobbs? Seeing none, I thank you for that succinct testimony.
Thank you.
Okay, next up we have the first selectman from Durham, Laura Francis, and then after that we're going to start alternating with the public. So after that will be Deb Rogala, whose name I hope you'll correct me on. Ms. Francis, are you with us? Please proceed. You have the floor.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, and to the honorable members of the Public Safety and Security Committee. I thank you for the opportunity to support HB 5585, an act concerning agricultural fairs and state police officers. My name is Laura Francis, and I am the first selectman of the town of Durham, home of the Durham Fair, and proud partner with the state of Connecticut through the Resident State Trooper program of the Connecticut State Police. I would like to thank Senators Cohen and Ciccarella and Representatives Candelora and Parker for introducing this bill. For over 100 years, the Durham Agricultural Fair has supported and promoted agriculture in Connecticut, along with many other agricultural fairs in our state. And I hope you agree with me that they provide an immeasurable amount of value to our state, not only in promoting agriculture, but in helping our tourism for Connecticut. The Durham Fair has lasted for 100 years because they have been very creative in diversifying the revenue stream and implementing creative cost containment measures, despite very challenging economic conditions and rising operational costs. And looming large in those costs is the cost of providing public safety, which we take very seriously in the Durham Fair. It has threatened our ability to keep attendance at the Durham Fair affordable for families across Connecticut and beyond. If HB 5585 passes, the cost of public safety and security for agriculture fairs across our state will be more manageable. I want to publicly thank the Connecticut State Police and our Demis regional partners for their participation in our public safety planning, both for the Durham Fair and for the rest of Durham while the fair is in operation. They have been very cooperative and creative to find ways to contain costs without hindering public safety. You have my written testimony, so I will end there and ask for questions or answer questions if there are any. But I just want to say that now more than ever, as we start to recover from the COVID-19 pandemic, these agricultural fairs will be integral for our long-term recovery in the state of Connecticut. And I really appreciate your serious consideration of this bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam First Selectman, for being with us today. I know in my district, there's a split between the women who are the first chief elected officials. Some are first select women and some don't like that term. Which do you prefer?
I use selectmen. It just rolls off the tongue a little bit easier.
A little easier to say. Thank you very much. We have a question from Representative Hayes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for coming out and testifying on this today. Just a couple of quick questions that piqued my curiosity. Has anybody spoken to the state police on this?
Absolutely. We meet with the state police, first of all, every year, starting right around now to start our planning for the fair that's in September, as do other agencies. I've met with the Commissioner Ravella and the leadership of the state police, and I thought we were going to be able to, through a regulatory process, perhaps find ways to code the cost of providing this service to fairs. But unfortunately, what we discovered was that the pricing methodology is actually part of a statute. And therefore, there was no negotiation to be had with the commissioner, even though he is, I think, very sympathetic to the costs that agricultural fairs face, because many of them, to provide the safety, rely on state police. There are some towns that have local police departments and therefore, some ability to negotiate costs, but we unfortunately don't have that ability.
Well, thank you, and I hope it works out, because there are a number of fairs across the state that are in the same predicament you are. My second and last question, we have a local fair in our area, and it's very, very difficult to find out where the proceeds go. Where do the proceeds from your fair go?
So the Durham Fair Association is a nonprofit, and so therefore they are required to either reinvest in the fair itself or to donate. So our local civic organizations are the recipients of a lot of donations from the Durham Fair. They have a very strong scholarship program for our communities, students, and all year round they're investing. And that's not even counting how many civic organizations participate in the fair, and they use that as their #1 fundraiser of the year.
Well, thank you. I love country fairs, and hopefully someday I'll get to yours. So
Please do.
Thanks for being here today, and thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Well, I will say I also hail from a district where ag fairs are, and this is from the Goshen Fair and sits on my desk on a regular basis. So you will find me receptive to the importance of agricultural fairs throughout the state. Senator Ciccarella.
Thank you. And I also love that lemonade as well at all the fairs. I wanted to thank First Selectman Francis for coming on and explaining why this is important to her town, and also many other towns that have similar types of fairs. And I look forward to working with everybody to try to help this along so these fairs could be successful, not only for the associations that put together these fairs, but the town and the surrounding businesses. And right now, more than ever, we could really use that. So I look forward to working with everybody to hopefully move this forward. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Hall.
Good afternoon, First Selectwoman. I just have some logistical questions. Basically, we have, as you probably are well aware, we have a fantastic fair in our district, which is the Four Town Fair. And we use a combination of local police and also our local explorers. Can you just explain to me the difference for the Durham Fair and other fairs in the state? Are they required by state statute to hire state police officers? That's my first part of my question. And then the second part of my question is, like for the local municipalities, anytime there's an extra job, the extra job rate is part of the union negotiated rate. So they're paid according to what that rate is. Does it work the same for you folks when you hire state police for extra, if you want to call them extra jobs? Is that how it works? And would you be looking to cut that rate to the state police troopers?
Well, we are subject, obviously, to the contracted pay scales and schedules for the state of Connecticut State Police. So we don't have any ability to negotiate beyond that. For instance, if the trooper takes on this duty and it's overtime, then it's subject to the overtime rates. And we don't have the ability to negotiate with the state of Connecticut to find a trooper that could take that duty who could be on, say, straight time instead of overtime. We don't have any local constables. We don't have a local police department. We have one resident state trooper. And all of the roads leading into the Durham Fair are state roads. So we do not have the ability to not use the state police, nor do we want to. The public safety services that we contract for are, beyond reproach. They, again, I call them partners. They love our fair and they provide good services, including Homeland Security. Every year we do threat assessments. We do live in different times. There have been fairs across the country that have been targets of bad things. You want to call it terrorism. So we do those threat assessments, and the state of Connecticut Homeland Security, they help us do that along with the state of Connecticut, the state police. In turn, did I answer all your questions? I think I did.
So I guess my main question goes to, how would you see this shaking out? What would be the resolution for you in order to reduce that state trooper cost, if you will? Or are you looking for other options that may be available that you're looking for this bill to address?
Well, for instance, the contract does require so many supervisors, sergeants versus trooper first class. Perhaps that could be a little bit relaxed so that that would save us some money. That being said, supervisors are there for a reason. So I would leave it up, and I do leave it up to the professionals to determine the level of security that we need. But if we could somehow code the costs and or code these fares in a way that caps the amount of costs for this service, it would help us. I think the testimony that the Durham Fair president, who is also a member of the Association of Connecticut Agricultural Fairs, I think he will give you some proof on how the costs have gone up exponentially, but not the amount of troopers that have been assigned to the duty.
Gotcha.
Now, the Durham Fair does hire a security firm to do some of the work on the interior of the Durham Fair. That being said, we have to have some troopers at the fair inside, not just on the roads, to help address underage drinking sometimes, any skirmishes that might arise, and other medicals. We have a whole medical team that's on the Durham Fair. They assist with response to those kind of events as well.
Right. Okay. I think you've answered my questions that I was getting to. I think there's creative ways that we can certainly work with it within DMITS. So thank you.
Right,
Thank you for being here.
Thank you for those questions. And I think that's what the commissioner might be looking for, some flexibility to work with us versus all of the costs being part of state statute.
Thank you for all your answers, and thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative Hall. Any further questions? If not, I thank you for joining us today and for your advocacy on this issue.
Thank you.
Next up on the list is our majority leader, Representative Jason Rojas, who, my apologies, I skipped over before because I did not think he was available, but he is available. Welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just jumping in between meetings like everybody else is. So, Representative Horn, Palillo, Representative Green, Senators Bradley, Austin, and Champagne, and members of the Public Safety and Security Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of Bill 6302, and that concerning regionalization of certain public safety emergency telecommunication centers and a study of consolidation. Really long title. Not a new issue, though. This is an issue that's been talked about quite a number of times over the years. In fact, I think back to 2010, when a bill very similar to this passed the House of Representatives with 119 votes and actually passed the Senate unanimously. So it had a lot of bipartisan support, which would have set us on the track to consolidating some of our public service answering points, or our 911 call centers. Connecticut is unique in a lot of ways, and we all know that. We place a strong premium on local government and local control, and that's something certainly that I respect. Looking at the issue of PSAPs, we are a bit of an outlier, and much of New England is a bit of an outlier in the fact that we have 109 public service answering points in a very, very small state, which places us kind of in terms of rankings, in terms of as a state that has a large number of public service answering points. And, you know, some of the interest in consolidating them is around cost savings. But there's actually a pretty strong argument that a lot of public safety professionals will tell you that having less PSAPs is also in the best interest of public safety and could lead to actually better service and service response. And that's part of my interest in having a bill like this. You know, the Department of Emergency Management and did a really comprehensive study. They hired a company called L.R. Kimball to produce a really comprehensive analysis of how they could go about consolidating PSAPs and what the appetite would be. There was a lot of strong interest from our local government leaders at the local level about consolidation. So there is an opportunity to realize good public policy here and perhaps some savings. I think the savings are an afterthought. It's primarily around getting to a rational system where we have public service answering points, or at least fewer of them, that can adequately meet the public's public safety needs. So I will end my testimony at that and happy to answer any questions that anybody might have.
Thank you, Mr. Majority Leader. Nice to have you with us today.
Sure. Yeah, I was trying to figure out if I actually, it's the first time I haven't been on a committee in 12 years, and I don't know if I missed public hearings or not. That remains to be seen, but I've been listening to you guys for quite a while now, so.
Well, we're happy to have you on this issue in particular, which, as
Sure.
you know, we have has been several members of the committee have been working on for many years. So
absolutely,
we'll look forward to that. Representative Paolillo.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Majority Leader. Great to see you today. Appreciate you bringing this forward again and reviving this conversation. As the good chair just mentioned, this has been in this committee for quite some time. Can you touch upon a little bit about the increased service and providing that better service to constituents, to residents, as you've touched on briefly in your testimony?
Yeah, I mean, it comes down to there are a number of police dispatch centers that are staffed with one individual or two individual, and often even those individuals are asked to do other things, monitoring lockup cells, dealing with other administrative calls, which obviously puts the public at risk when you have one individual trying to monitor all the calls that might be coming in under regular circumstances. But if there's a weather event, if there's a major disaster event, you know, how is one dispatcher going to be able to handle the level of calls that are going to come in? I think we saw that out in Avon when there was that a big dump trunk went barreling down Avon Mountain, crashed into 14 or 15 cars, resulting in a large number of deaths. Obviously, there was a lot of calls there. And the Avon PSAP had limited ability to actually respond to that emergency. So it's incidents like that that are really in the interest of public service or of public safety in terms of having a PSAP with more capacity because it's a larger operation and being able to meet the needs of individual communities, whether they're large or small. And obviously technologies has changed so dramatically, even over the last 10 years since the last study was done, that we know that the technology is such that we can adequately meet whatever service demands there might be in a community or in a region.
Thank you. Well said. And I want to also acknowledge the work that Representative J.P. Straczynski has done bringing this forward and keeping this an active conversation in front of this committee. But thank you, Mr. Majority Leader, for being here today. And Madam Chair, thank you again.
Right. I'll just say I did have a conversation with Representative Straczynski, and we're certainly interested in working together on this. So.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Next, Representative Hayes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and hello, Mr. Majority Leader. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. Listen, I guess you and I are going to have different stance, different viewpoints in this one. Once again, I have to ask that we don't take the whole state of Connecticut and look at it as one great picture. What works in the corners of Greenwich, way down in the Gold Coast, and what happens way up in Putnam in the quiet corner are sometimes two different worlds. So what works in one place doesn't always work in the other. My last career was a chief of police. I oversaw a very small dispatch center, which dispatched one police department, EMS services, and a local fire department. So our dispatcher of the police department served as the dispatcher for the PSAP as well. With that said, I needed to have somebody in the police station all night and all day long anyway to oversee the people in custody in the holding cells. So we're paying one person to be there anyway. Why not let them dispatch for our town as well? If something got very busy, one of the officers would come in from the road to help out until we could get another dispatcher in, because we had multiple dispatch seats. We just didn't have them all filled at the same time. So once again, what works in one end of the state doesn't always work in the other end of the state. Having a local dispatcher in a small community, that dispatcher knows the people, they know the areas of town that they're talking about. Sometimes when somebody calls on a panic and you ask them where they are, and all they can do is give you what's in their view and what they see, that dispatcher knows exactly where they're talking about and can send somebody there very quickly. So, you know, I would ask that if we're going to talk about regionalization of PSAPs, we do it on a voluntary basis. Don't hurt the small people that have what they have and what works very well for them. We saw a fourth regionalization of the state police dispatch centers several years ago, and we know how that worked out. So please, I know we've talked about this for a very long time. Let's take an overall picture. Let's not paint us all with the same brush, and let's let what works for one community work for that community, and let the other people do what they want. Thank you. Thank you.
No, thank you, Representative Hayes. I certainly appreciate the comment and concerns, and you brought up fair concerns about the dark centers or the dark hours, right, and ensuring that it's staffed. And I don't know if you were the chief in Putnam. I know that Putnam is a standalone PSAP, which is interesting because it's the only PSAP among a regional one that is made up of 17 communities. So it does seem to be working in Eastern Connecticut for small towns, because 17 communities are currently part of one PSAP, and the only outlier in that entire geographic area is Putnam. And certainly I respect that, you know, the community of Putnam chooses to have their own PSAP, but there's something to be said about every other community in Eastern Connecticut already being part of a regional PSAP. And not for nothing, I'm more interested in my own communities. I represent two large communities consolidating their PSAPs, right? East Hartford and Manchester each don't need their own PSAP. We know that there's the ability to deliver services to both communities with one. And we have, as we all talk about every year, all of us run about, you know, controlling property taxes and mitigating property taxes. And when you have services like this that are being distributed in a duplicative way over and over and over again, there's something to be said about what does that contribute to the cost of property taxes at the local level.
Thank you, sir. But you also got to realize that the 17 towns in that regional dispatch center, we are the only police department. So you got to understand that it's 20 minutes to the south to get to another police department, and it's 30 minutes to the west to get to another one. So we're very unique up there. So we don't have neighboring police departments that can step in and help us out. So that's why it's necessary in that corner.
True.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative Hayes. Representative Howard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Majority Leader, good afternoon, sir.
How are you?
I'm very well. I was going to touch on a couple of points that my colleague had already brought up, specifically the state police and not working out. But I think one of the biggest problems that we have in public safety, when we try to weigh out public safety versus the cost, it's just a fact that you sometimes in any division of public safety, we're talking about dispatch or whatever, that sometimes one person is too many and sometimes 100 isn't enough. And until the public wants to start scheduling their car accidents and scheduling their cardiac events, et cetera, that's always going to be a problem, right? So my question to you would be, right now, the way things are with the current PSAPs, if one PSAP is overwhelmed, isn't it possible with the modern technology that we're using that PSAP can roll over to the neighboring PSAP to assist in those situations?
I'm sure that's certainly possible. We know that there's mutual aid agreements for various type of activities, and I wouldn't be surprised to know if there's mutual aid agreements in some situations, but that may not be universal across the state.
Sure. And the only reason I bring that up, sir, is because, you know, when you talk about taking all of those PSAPs and putting them together, as you so eloquently outlined, and I don't even disagree with you necessarily, that when you put all those folks in one room, it's a little bit easier to get them to do it. Though I share Representative Hayes' concern, especially in our age where so many calls come in through cell phone, and the ALI system is becoming more and more accurate, and I'm becoming more and more convinced that this is not such a problem. But he points out that when you don't know your district well because you live in one area and you stay there and you never go to this area that you dispatch, it creates a problem for the dispatcher in getting things to people very quickly, especially in those emergencies. And I can certainly, as you know, my background could outline numerous incidents like that for you. But I just was curious as to how you feel about, you know, the current technology being able to do that, and aren't we almost virtually combining the PSAPs by allowing that technology, or you do feel we're not?
No, I think the technology is one thing, right? I mean, I think the technology provides us an opportunity to have less infrastructure in place that perhaps isn't necessary anymore because we actually have the technology. I mean, with 109 PSAPs and having to re-outfit them with new technology every couple of years, I have to imagine there's a lot of cost that is being borne there that could otherwise be avoided if we didn't have 109 PSAPs.
Right, and I share that. I just think it's important to realize, and I think I imagine you would agree, that if you have one dispatch console, say in Stonington today, or two in Stonington, and then you regionalize with Groton, who has 4, well, you're going to need probably 6, right? So or something thereabouts to accommodate. So, you know, maybe we're saving money on brick and mortar, maybe we save a little bit of money on power, but you know, we got to consider that trade-off. Would you say it's fair?
Yeah, we might have to, but you know, given that we're seeing an overall decline in the number of calls that PSAPs are getting already, I mean, under the Kimball study, 88% of PSAPs are getting less than 4 calls an hour, 51% were getting less than 1 call an hour, right? So I don't know. Yeah, less than 1 call an hour, more than 50% of PSAPs statewide, right? And that was in 2010. We've seen from 17 to 18 and 18 to 19, a 2% decrease in calls and then a 10% decrease in calls. So I have to imagine if we were to get the updated data, we're continuing to see a decrease in calls, yet we're maintaining the same infrastructure in place. So I don't know if we would need 6 consoles, quite frankly.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate you being here as always. And thank you, Madam Chair.
Absolutely.
Excuse me, as I remember to press the unmute button. Thank you, Representatives. Are there any other questions for our Majority Leader, Representative Ross? Seeing none, thank you for joining us today.
Sure, thank you. And I will just say this is intended to engage our local officials in this discussion, not to dictate exactly what it should look like. So
thanks. Glad to
thank you for the
continue.
opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Okay, next, I believe we have Mayor Elicker from New Haven, who was on the list earlier but had a conflict and so is joining us now. Mayor Elicker, welcome.
Thanks for having me. Chairs Horn and Bradley and Vice Chairs Austin and Paolillo and members of the committee. I appreciate you, the work that you're doing in this pretty crazy time that we're in. I'm here to speak in strong support of SB 572, an act concerning community crisis response teams and reentry centers. Too often, the assurance of public safety has been placed solely on the shoulders of law enforcement, and this bill would move our state towards a public safety landscape where social services, like those dealing with homelessness, substance abuse issues, and mental health issues, were deployed where they're needed the most. There are 2 programs we hope to be funded within this legislation, both of which will create better outcomes for all of our residents and will save more money than they cost. The first is a community crisis response teams, which several cities and communities across the country have already put into action to great success. Our police shoulder an enormous burden within our communities, and in some instances, we're making them responsible for societal challenges that they aren't the right professionals to address. Integrating a team of emergency support staff, mental health, and social workers right into the public service answering point will allow us to more appropriately address the needs of our community without placing the responsibility on law enforcement or criminalizing individuals that need our support. For New Haven, we spent the last several months developing a framework for how this could be implemented and working closely with our police force, community organizations, healthcare providers, and beyond to make this a program that is both successful and meets the needs of our residents. Under the same umbrella is our Reentry Welcoming Center, which New Haven has partnered with Project More, a local nonprofit, to set up. It needs consistent funding if we're to make it a success. New Haven has been the drop-off point for countless individuals released from incarceration, around 900 per year. And until this reentry center, they were often dropped off all over the city with little to no social support. People who have served their time and are trying to turn their lives around deserve a chance to do so. And because of the lack of support, they're often driven back into criminal activity. A reentry welcome center will not solve this problem as a whole, but it will provide a critical opportunity for us to connect with individuals and work with them to get them the support that they need and make sure that people are not left out in the cold. We believe the legislature should make funding streams available for municipalities that want to pursue these social service responses. Let us develop programs that work within our own communities, learn from best practices, and ultimately move towards a state where every resident has access to the services they need. I urge your support for this legislation and look forward to working with all of you to see that the legislation takes shape in an appropriate way. We're also going to be joined later on by Dr. Mehul Dalal and Carlos Sosa Lombardo, who know a lot more details on these programs, and so I'm looking forward to their testimony as well. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you, Mayor Elicker. And are those two individuals that you just mentioned, are they on the list of speakers today?
I believe so. I'll double check, but I believe so.
I'll check that to make sure as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any questions for Mayor Elicker? Representative Paolillo.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor, for being here today. Thank you for the work that you're doing in our city, and thank you for the work that your administration is doing on the couple initiatives that you've laid out today. Mayor O'Leary was also here earlier today talking about reentry in his city as well, and some of the challenges that we face in urban areas every day. Can you just talk a little bit about the Reentry Center and the partnerships that you have in the city that your administration is developing and working on, and the wraparound services and the wraparound approach that is going to really be a major undertaking and an effort, frankly, every day?
Thanks for this question. I think this, especially given what's going on right now in New Haven and in many communities around the state and nation with the increase in violence, is a very important question. We assess that many of the individuals that are involved in violent crime have a criminal record and are on parole or probation, and many of the victims as well of the shootings. And what has historically happened is there are a lot of barriers to people coming out of prison, to getting housing, to finding mental health support, to finding a job. And it makes it very, very difficult. It's hard enough when you're struggling with a difficult economic situation to get good housing and a job. But when you have a record, it's even more difficult. And that contributes to a situation where people are not able to land on 2 feet and actually integrate into society. So this reentry center, people will be dropped off. We're partnering with the Department of Corrections, all to one location where there are peer support specialists, so people that have had similar experiences, and caseworkers on site that will meet them when they get off and talk them through the partnerships that we have with many groups in the city around housing, substance abuse support, homelessness, and a lot of other areas that are in need. And so this will streamline the ability of us to connect people with services immediately when they come out of incarceration.
And I know, Mayor, you said that Dr. Dalal is here, and folks from your administration to kind of follow up. Can you just touch upon the first topic with the teams, and how that is going to work process-wise? Are they going to be dispatched to provide those services? Can you just start to touch upon a little bit there?
Sure. I see Dr. Dalal has joined us. Defer to you, Madam Chair, if we should have him answer the question. I think he's best suited to do so.
If he is here and prepared to answer the question, I think that's completely appropriate. So please proceed, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mayor. I apologize when I got logged into Zoom, I missed part of that audio. So Representative Paolillo, if you don't mind repeating the question, I appreciate it.
Sure. Dr. Dulau, if you can just talk about the first part of the mayor's testimony with the teams that are going to be working in the community, working with the police department, how that's going to work conceptually, and how you see what types of calls that they're going to be able to offer folks with support, with assistance, with help in our community, in our city.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm happy to talk a little bit about that. So what we envision is a system that's integrated with our PSAP. So I see some, I'll pause for the, okay. We envision a system that's integrated with the PSAP. So when a caller in the community calls 911, they'll have their choice, you know, PSAP will have their choice in terms of determining which response team would be most appropriate for that call. You know, in the beginning, you know, I heard some of the testimony earlier about the safety of the team. That's a mobile crisis team, and we're taking that to heart as well. You know, when we, you know, kind of envision when we launch this program, we'd be thinking that there'd be a co-response model where, you know, a social worker and a team that's trained in de-escalation would be accompanying the PD to certain situations to learn what type of scenarios where it would benefit from a community crisis team only response. The integration is one piece. The other piece to talk about is just their overall role and making it distinct from some of the other programs we've talked about here. You know, we looked at pretty closely at a model from Eugene, Oregon called the CAHOOTS model, which has become fairly well known in recently since the summer, where there was a call to look for alternatives to police-based responses. One of the interesting aspects of their model is that they actually do proactive outreach in the community to quote unquote hotspots, where we know that a problem is likely to develop. We know there might be an escalation happening, but it's not quite at the threshold where someone's going to call 911. So these are, you know, places where, you know, typical often drug use takes place, or there are encampments that are kind of on the verge of escalating. We envision this team would be participating in proactive outreach and services in that way as well.
So what will the goals of these teams be?
Yeah, so the overall goals in terms of, you know, we envision that this is part of the social service landscape that we'd have in New Haven, where you'd have an integrated system where people who need services, whether it's a mental health issue, a substance use issue, whether they need shelter, some other type of services, would have an immediate point of connection. You know, again, the police, they do a great job with respect to, you know, answering these services, you know, de-escalating to the extent they can. But we've heard from our police department and our conversations that, you know, at some point they need to hand that situation off so they can do, they can get back to answering to more acute calls and situations. So the role and goals of this team is to get people into services as quickly as possible.
I'd also like to take the opportunity to recognize the work that our police department does every day and the collaboration that's happening right now. So because our police department in the city of New Haven has so many calls for service that you had mentioned, what would be the reduction that you're seeing studying the models, looking at the calls for service overall in the city of New Haven, that this might prevent our police department from having to answer?
Yeah, we looked at our fiscal year 2019, I'm sorry, calendar year 2019 data, just because we didn't, you know, COVID was a strange situation for 2020. So we went, and we think approximately 10% of the calls that comes through our PSAP, you know, could be at least screened for a possible mobile crisis team response. So that's about 11,000 calls throughout the year. And this represents approximately 14,000 hours for the police to address those calls. So even if half of those would be appropriate for a mobile crisis team response, that would represent a significant amount of, you know, time diverted and time that can be reallocated to different services. So what the police do best, they can participate in that, and what the mobile crisis team, which includes a social worker, does best, they'd be participating in providing those responses. And I want to acknowledge that Carlos has also joined. He's the lead on the project and may have additional information to add.
Yes, please go, Mr. Sosa Lombardo, introduce yourself.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Carlos Sosa Lombardo. I'm the Interim Special Projects Director at the City of New Haven. Thank you so much for having us here. And just to add on what Dr. Laz said, our ultimate goal is to provide a more holistic approach to first responses by deploying appropriately qualified staff to address crises related to homelessness, mental health, welfare checks, and intoxication. We want to ensure that people have direct access to a continuum of care during their moment of crisis, and at the same time reduce the first responders' responses to lower priority incidents. And in the case of the police, they will have more hours to actually fight crime instead of checking on people and responding to calls related to mental health, which they are not appropriately qualified for.
And over what period of time, Carlos or Dr. Delau, either can weigh in, are you looking at implementing this program, and what's the transition look like and easing this whole process and moving forward?
Go ahead, Carlos.
So we are planning to get this out, roll it out in different phases. We are about to come to a decision whether we give out a contract to a local consortium of mental health organizations for a planning phase. The planning phase will take about 6 months. Then we plan to run a pilot for over a year. During the pilot, we want to also do an advanced planning towards the end of the pilot to phase in the full implementation. The full implementation then will have 3 or 4 different phases, which will take 3 to 4 years to gradually expand the hours that the mobile crisis team responds to calls along supporting the police and other first responders. So we are seeing about to full implementation about 4 or 5 years.
And as you're planning this program, obviously, won't assume, but want to ask the question, you're working with the police department. There's buy-in with the union and with the membership there as well. Can you touch on that?
Yes, Mayor, do you want to speak about that, or should I?
Yeah, I mean, I can respond to that. We've been in conversation with the union hasn't taken a vote on it or anything like that. So I don't want to speak on behalf of the union, but we've been in conversations with the union, and I think we all recognize that the police officers in today's world are asked to do way more than police officers even 20, 30 years ago are asked to do. And police officers in many cases didn't sign up to do a lot of the work, and that the right person to respond, we want the right person to respond to the right incident. This is meant to complement the work that the police department is doing. In New Haven, frankly, we've got so many things going on that we're overwhelmed with the amount of responses that we need to facilitate, and this is the goal, is to complement that. One thing I'd add is that the recidivism rate is very, very high. Within the first 3 years, more than half of the individuals that are coming out of prison go back to prison. And our goal with both of these programs is to reduce the likelihood of incarceration. That not only is the right thing to do, but it is financially beneficial, obviously, to the state, in addition to our local municipalities.
And just to add to that, I'm sorry, Representative, just to add to that, we have been working very closely with the police department and the fire department during the exploratory process to even get the RFP out to contract with a service provider. And they have been really a great support during this process. The leadership of both the fire department and the police department have been phenomenal and fantastic in helping us develop this.
And Dr. Delau, if I can just jump for a second back to your comment before about 10% of the calls that might be handled by these teams. Can you just give the full number? Because I think it really deserves to be out there how much our police are called upon for a whole wide variety of calls. So we're in the 6 figures for calls for service per year. Is that what you're saying out of the city?
Yeah, that's right. It's over 100,000 calls per year. That's the full number, and it's 10% of those that could be screened for mobile crisis.
Thank you. I think that's an important clarification. I really want to just say thank you for being here today, but for starting to transition and work in this model in the city, and the collaborative effort that's happening and occurring right now, and also thanking the police, the men and women of our department in the city who are responding to those hundreds of thousands of calls. Thank you. Thank you for being here.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Next, Representative Borer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think probably this question's for Mr. Dalal. I'd like to learn a little bit more about the reentry center. So can you walk me through when somebody's released, they go to this center and there are trained personnel there that have resources for housing, resources for mental health, resources for job opportunities?
I'll kick it off, but actually Mr. Sosa Lombardo is the expert there as well. So that's correct. Our vision is to have a comprehensive set of services available to folks when they're dropped off, and a single point of drop off as well, which has been a substantial, issue over the past many years regarding where people get dropped off. And we've collaborated DOC on ensuring this happens. So the vision is to have a single point of drop off and then immediate warm handoff to a set of services. So they'll be assessed on site, in a dedicated space, and with varying on-site service providers available for kind of quick and immediate referrals to assess what their needs are, whether housing needs, healthcare needs, substance use treatment, the whole gamut. Mr. Sosa Lombardo can expand on that a little bit.
Thank you, Dr. Dalal. I think you gave a great overview, and I just want to add and tell you what happens, when somebody was released before we had a reentry welcome center in the city. Somebody will be dropped off either in front of the police station, in front of the green, in front of the library, or in front of the correctional facility with a good luck. Now with the reentry welcome center, we have a single drop-off location where people can be dropped off and be connected to, have the opportunity to be connected to services on the day that they are released from incarceration. We also have a place at the reentry center where they can get ongoing support from peer support specialists who can help them navigate all the social services systems around the region. The Reentry Welcome Center in New Haven is going to serve on a regional basis. It's going to serve people also returning to other towns. So it's going to be very important to have some state support and partner with you on this. We have partnered with Project More to create this Reentry Welcome Center. They are running it, and they have partnered with housing providers. For example, the Columbus House that's leading the reentry housing program. Whenever somebody's released homeless, we have the Columbus House coming over to the reentry center, making sure that the person is housed on the same day and is not lingering around the streets, for a few days. So the reentry center is really a centralized location where partners come together and where we also help out the returning residents get connected to each other. Eventually, the idea is as the center grows and they pursue other funding streams, that they can provide direct services from there in partnership with other service providers, such as workforce development, behavioral health, family reunification, and others.
Great, that's great, thank you. And so if somebody's released to a halfway house, they would go to this triage area first, and then there would be reputable list of halfway houses that you help have a warm handoff, as you said, to them, or they would go directly to the halfway house? How would that work?
So people who are released to halfway houses, they have special transportation going to the halfway houses. So they will be dropped off at the halfway houses, and then they can contact the Reentry Welcome Center if they want to seek services and support to them. The same thing for the pretrial population. If somebody is released on pretrial, they can call up the Reentry Welcome Center and get some support, come in and get some support. We are also envisioning, and it's actually part of the implementation, to also support those who already were released a few years ago, or who whatever long ago, and help them out as well if they need support. Some people are released, they do good for a few years, but then they eventually need help. So this is a place where they can also find that help.
Okay, thank you. And the reason I asked about the halfway house is because as much as everyone tries to have those be a safe haven, right, and a healthy environment for somebody who's coming out that might have suffered from addiction, we know that sometimes there's challenges with who's managing those halfway houses. And I don't know if those reentering will proactively reach out to the reentry center if they're automatically released to a halfway house. You know what I mean? It would be great if they stopped first at the reentry center before going to the halfway house, just to make sure they're going to the right place and that they're aware of the services, because sometimes when you get to those houses, unfortunately, those services are not communicated to them. Is that fair to say that they're not all stellar?
Absolutely. And, I think the Department of Corrections have been great in supporting this initiative. And I think we can speak to them about it, find a way that we can make that happen. And also there's what happens before people are released in support. So we're going to be supporting the work that the reentry counselors do at the facilities by assessing the needs of people before they're released. So whenever somebody comes to our doors, we're gonna know already what programming they went through and what they need post-release, and support them to achieve their goals over time.
Okay, great. I just want to make sure that those going to the halfway house are not left to their own will to proactively reach out to you. Okay. Thank you. I look forward to seeing more details of the bill.
Thank you, Representative. Any other questions for the New Haven delegation, I guess? Seeing none, I thank you very much for being here and for your in-depth commentary on the work being done in New Haven. And thank you all for your testimony today.
Thanks, Representative Horn.
Welcome. Thank you.
Okay, next up, we have Constance Vickers, who's on the list, but I believe the postage stamp that says the name Constance Vickers is actually Mr. Bloodworth. Is that correct? Who will be testifying?
Yes.
Who has been with us for some time. Thank you for your patience, sir.
Not a problem. Happy to be here. Thank you very much. Just need to get my screen correct here. It's been a lot of interesting conversation but want to thank you, Representative Horn and Senator Bradley, Senator Osteen, and Representative Paolo, and distinguished members of the Public Safety and Security Committee for the opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Earl Bloodworth. I'm the director of the City of Bridgeport's Reentry Department, and I am in support of, or myself and the City of Bridgeport are in support of SB 572, because it will tackle issues that disproportionately affect communities of color. One of these being need for services helping the men and women returning home from incarceration. People returning home from incarceration are disproportionately affected by issues related to housing, employment, substance use disorder, mental illness, and chronic medical illness. The City of Bridgeport welcomes between 700 and 1,000 formerly incarcerated individuals home each year. These residents need a myriad of services to ensure that they can successfully reintegrate into society and avoid recidivism. Since the inception of the Mayor's Initiative for Reentry Affairs in 2016, we have helped serve over 800 individual services, including access to housing, a newly started backpack program, including toiletries and other necessities, access to IDs and driver's license, access to support groups, connecting folks to higher education through local partnerships and entrepreneurial programs and more. SB 572 is the first step to ensuring that men and women returning home from incarceration have better chances to reintegrate into society. The reentry welcome centers will ensure that people are connected to these services on their day of their release. They will help people apply for public benefits and provide continuing supports while people are already in the community. The Reentry Welcome Centers can assist those returning from various release statuses, including under community supervision, end of sentence, pretrial release, and those that may be already in the community but require some guidance to get back on track. Through the closing of the Northern Corrections Institute and 2 other facilities, funds should be reinvested to support the Reentry Welcome Centers. This funding would greatly impact the ability for local municipalities and community partners to serve their residents. With that being said, I noticed somebody earlier on had stated the reduction or decarceration of the incarcerated population in the state of Connecticut. Between 2014, 2015 to now, we've gone from about 20,000 individuals being incarcerated to below 9,000. And a lot of that funding that has been saved has not been reinvested back into the community for the needs for those amount of people that are back in the community requiring services. Unfortunately, due to some of the economic issues that the state has been encountering, a lot of that money went back into the general fund. So the funding for reentry centers like that they have in Hartford and what was just recently opened in New Haven and is looking to be open in Waterbury and Bridgeport would be a great boon to the community.
Thank you for that testimony. In particular, I want to thank you for drawing our attention to the, the fact that the decarceration that has been a good process going on and has been much remarked upon does have consequences for the communities that need to care for and absorb those who are reentering. And it's an important point. I'm glad that you highlighted that. Anyone else have particular questions for Mr. Bloodworth? Seeing none, after being with us all morning, I thank you for that.
No problem.
And thank you for your testimony, sir, and your work, which is, of course, the most important thing.
Thank you very much. Thank you to my colleagues and my counterpart as well in New Haven and in Hartford. They're doing great work. So really appreciate the coordination.
Thanks. We can all learn from each other on that one. Okay, here I'm going to pass the gavel to my Vice Chair, Representative Paolillo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We have up next, Roger Nelson.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me, representatives? Can you hear me?
Hi, sir. We
Hi,
hear you
how are
loud
you
and
doing?
clear. Good afternoon.
Okay,
Good,
thank you.
Good to see you.
Thanks. Good afternoon, Representatives Horn, Senator Bradley, distinguished members of the Public Safety Committee. My name is Roger Nelson. I'm the Fire Marshal for the Bloomfield Center Fire District and currently sit on the Board of Directors with the Connecticut Fire Marshals Association. Thank you for allowing me to speak to the committee today. Fire Marshals Association opposes House Bill 6046, an act concerning the sale and use of consumer fireworks. This bill would greatly change the type of fireworks allowed in Connecticut and legalize all consumer fireworks, including firecrackers, aerial devices, ground launch devices, to include reloadable mortars. The CFMA opposes this bill based on the potential increase in injury to children, increase in fire, increase in responsibilities for local fire marshals, fire departments, police departments, and EMS units. In surrounding states, Massachusetts currently allows no consumer fireworks. Rhode Island, New York, New Jersey, Vermont follow Connecticut in allowing only sparklers. Simply, consumer fireworks are inherently dangerous and costly. Since 2015 in Connecticut, there have been approximately 150 structural related fires, resulting in hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of damage due to fireworks, 2 fatalities and around 50 injuries. Last year alone, fireworks related calls resulted in 64 structural calls, causing almost $300,000 in property. 8 reported injuries, including 2 children under 8 years old. And in Hartford, 3 police officers were injured when responding to a disturbance when fireworks were thrown at them, including one that exploded on impact. We'd also like to oppose House Bill 5145, an act concerning photographic and videographic special effects. This bill seeks to allow for the sale and purchase and use of photographic, videographic special effects smoke bombs in the state. Smoke bombs are pyrotechnic devices and are classified as a Class C consumer grade firework, currently prohibited under the state of Connecticut statute 29357. Smoke bombs, when used, create sufficient heat to ignite combustible materials, and the devices retain heat for a significant period of time following discharge. Smoke bombs have been documented as the cause of several fires due to their use and disposal. Most notably, authorities determined that the El Dorado fire out in San Bernardino, California, which scarred 2,200 acres of forest, damaging homes and killing a firefighter, was due to a smoke bomb used in a gender reveal party. Smoke bombs can be currently used in Connecticut with a special effects permit issued by the Department of Emergency Services and Public Protection by a pyrotechnician who possesses a valid Connecticut certificate of competency to shoot special effects. Thank you for allowing me to speak before the committee.
Thank you, Roger. I just want to see if folks on the committee have any questions for Mr. Nelson. I don't see any questions at this time. Roger, if you can just go over those statistics again around injuries with fireworks.
Sure. This year we had 64 structural calls related to fireworks in Connecticut. About $300,000 in property damage. There were 8 reported injuries, 2 with children under 8 years of age. And there was the disturbance in Hartford with the police officers. Since 2015, roughly 150 structural related fires, resulting in, I'm going to guess, toward $500,000 worth of damage. There have been 2 fatalities and probably a total of around 50 injuries.
Okay. Thank you for that very vital information and important information as we consider and have these bills in front of us. Are there any other bills that you wanted to opine on today or talk about? I know your time was coming to an end.
CFMA would be proud to support the act naming the barracks in Colchester for Linda Orange for all the support she gave us over her years and my abilities to work with her during that time. We graciously appreciate that. Fire codes that the state fire marshal brought up were good. And the only other thing in question would be House Bill 6047, which has to do with blasting and giving people advance notice and whatever. We're in the process of trying to redo the regulations, and we'd like to be able to continue that process to get that done. No real objection to it, that we'd rather have it done in regulation than in statute.
What are the current requirements for notification around blasting?
I'd have to go through. Most places do a pre-blast survey, so you know beforehand what is it. Right now they're trying to combine stuff. The regs are written in 70s or 80s. I mean, they're old regulations that were just trying to combine everything with NFPA's NFPA standards and with federal and state regulations and see if we can come to something current at this point. We were doing good toward the end. COVID had little effect on that going forward, and it's hard because if we do it through statute to change these for DESP may take 2 to 3 years if we do that. If we're allowed to do it on a code type basis that we do the fire code through, then we go through the reg review, and that makes it an awful lot quicker.
Oh, we certainly, from the committee side, would like to continue our working relationship with you on that item and a couple of the other items that you certainly brought up today. Thank you as always, and thank you for mentioning our colleague Linda Orange, tastefully done with your testimony, and Rep. Smith before, a stalwart on this committee and a big time supporter of fire departments and police departments and law enforcement and public safety overall. So thank you for, again, bringing her memory up and mentioning her.
My pleasure.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks.
Up next, we have Kathleen Callahan.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear. Good afternoon. Welcome. Thank you for being here today.
Good afternoon. Thank you. Honorable Chairpersons Horn and Bradley, Ranking Members Champagne and Green, Vice Chairs Austin and Paolillo, and all other members of the Public Safety and Security Committee. My name is Kathleen Callahan, a resident of Stratford and the Community Programming and Development Lead at the Connecticut Women's Consortium in Hamden. I'm also the chair of the National Association of Social Workers, Connecticut Chapter's Education and Legislative Action Network. I'm testifying on behalf of the chapter, which represents over 2,300 members. We call upon the Public Safety and Security Committee to support SB 572, an act concerning community crisis response teams and reentry centers. The legislative agenda of NASW Connecticut emphasizes advancing racial, economic, and social justice by promoting culturally responsive practice in all aspects of community life, including mental health and addiction services and equitable access to justice. This includes programs that offer community-based crisis interventions, treatment, and alternatives to arrest and incarceration. This aligns with the recommendations from our NASW National in their recently released recommendations to the Biden-Harris administration and Congress that calls for deployment of social workers to improve crisis response capacity and implementation of diversion efforts across the sequential intercept continuum. Police are currently responding to many behavioral health and social service issues for which they are not appropriately equipped. While training officers in recognizing signs and symptoms of behavioral health disorders and the use of de-escalation models is needed, it is this collaborative community-based approach to law enforcement that will reduce the incarceration rate and divert people from unnecessary visits to the emergency department. It is also necessary to address racial, economic, and social justice issues during the reentry intercept point. NASW Connecticut believes that statewide reentry welcome centers will ensure that people are connected to essential housing, employment, medical, behavioral health, and education services upon their release, help people apply for public benefits, and provide continuing supports while they are in the community. Additionally, we support legislation that specifically promotes elimination of inequities and disparities relating to race, class, and ethnicity, and we are aware that incarceration disproportionately impacts people and communities of color. In closing, NASW Connecticut urges the committee to vote in favor of SB 572. With respect for your time and your service, and great shout out to everybody who's been speaking. I learned quite a bit today listening. A lot of great work happening in the communities.
It certainly has been an informative hearing today. You made it under 3 minutes with great testimony too. So we thank you for your brevity, but also the work that you're doing and the folks in your organization that you're representing, the great work being done every day as well. Certainly we're appreciative, and thank you for weighing in on the Senate bill and on the work that you're doing and the work that we all could be doing together. So I'm not seeing any questions. So I wish you a great rest of your day, and thank you for being with us.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next up, Dr. Delau has already gone. I see Michael Terenzio is next up from West Haven.
Representative next would be James O'Brien.
Okay. Next up then, we'll skip down a couple slots, and Chief James O'Brien from the West Haven Fire Department.
Good afternoon, everyone. Just give me a second. I'm trying to Zoom. There we go. Okay.
Good afternoon, Chief.
Hello. Thank you for all you're doing up there in Hartford for us. I know your jobs are very difficult at times. So I appreciate you taking the time to look at this bill for us. I'm speaking in regards to proposed bill 6050, the act requiring a study of the effects of including fire districts in the pilot program. So just to give you a quick history on this, for years we were included into the pilot program receiving funding. And I'm going to kind of speak on behalf of my department, the West Haven Fire Department, but on behalf of Chief Terenzio from the Allentown Fire Department, which is on the north side of town, and Chief Scaffarello, who was on the line but couldn't maintain his battery on his phone. So I'm going to kind of speak on behalf of all of us, although they may mail in something at a later date. If you're not familiar with the city of West Haven, we are a municipality, but we have 3 separate fire taxation districts, 3 separate as fire departments. Again, the Allentown Fire Department, the West Shore Fire Department, and the West Haven Fire Department. For years, we were receiving the benefit of pilot money in lieu of taxes for the untaxable properties in our community. West Haven is approximately 25% non-taxable. Somewhere in the point, let me see, in 2018-19 budget, we had made adjustments in our budget anticipating pilot money. We passed our budget in May of that year, and in June of that year, the state passed their budget. When the state budget came out, the pilot money was gone. And just for my particular department, the loss of pilot money was $714,000. If you recall, that's the same year that we had modifications in the car taxes, and there was a cap put on. That same year, we lost $425,000 for a total of approximately $1.1 million out of our budget. Arbitrarily, we had no forewarning, so we were scrambling to fill that hole in our budget. Since then, we have recovered some of our tax money for automobiles at 8% versus our regular mill rate, but pilot money has dried up for the fire districts. We serve many parts of our community, universities, hospitals, and so on and so forth. That funding is critical to the fire districts to be able to operate and to keep our people safe. We really would appreciate approval of this bill to do a comprehensive study and consider putting the fire districts back into the pilot program.
I'm sorry, Mr. O'Brien.
Lost an average of $733,000 per year. Any questions?
Thank you, Chief, for your testimony today. Thank you for hanging in with us and obviously representing the whole town with the 3 fire districts today and the other 2 chiefs. I know Representative DeMassa has hung in with us, and he has a couple of questions. Esteemed colleague from West Haven.
Our esteemed representative from West Haven, yes, as well as
thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Borer.
Good to see you. Yes, we have 2 West Haven delegation members on public safety this year. We're creeping up. Chief, thank you for being here and hanging in. And just basically, I think we've discussed this before, but for the benefit of the committee, this almost comes down to a simple question of language in a bill a few years ago, right? With a district between what's considered a municipality and a separate district. Is that true?
Yeah, in 19, when this happened, I contacted OPM and tried to get an explanation. And the reasoning I was given that when they passed the budget for that particular year, I believe it was the last budget of Governor Malloy, previous it said municipalities and districts. During that budget process, the word districts was taken out of the language. So OPM's interpretation was districts no longer get funding. We argued our point that we feel that as we read the state statutes, districts are in fact municipalities. We act as a municipality, therefore we should have not been taken out of that process. So that's where it comes down to is if whether districts are municipalities or you have to add districts back into the language that may be simple as that, is just making the wording as it was prior to 2018-19 budget.
Well, thank you, Chief, and I'm gonna yield to, obviously, if Representative Bora has a few comments on this, but certainly, the West Haven delegation is fighting for you and the departments around the state. I think 19 or so that were cut out
Been
of
very
power.
fortunate. You guys have been very supportive of public safety, and we appreciate it.
Right. And this is the Public Safety Committee, so hopefully, I'm sure the rest of my colleagues on both sides of the aisle will certainly give the matter attention.
I've been quite impressed with the dialogue all day. You seem to be very knowledgeable in public safety, so thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative DeMassa. Next up, Vice Chair of the committee, Senator Austin. Senator.
Good afternoon. I just wanted to, Mr. O'Brien, I'm the co-chair of the Appropriations Committee. And I know that we're looking at this issue. So you may want to have your West Haven delegation about maybe a subject matter public hearing or something along those lines. We have to have the list done by Tuesday because that's when our hearing is. And so that would have to be done, oh, by the way, today. So I'm just putting that out to people so that you can, they know who to contact their co-chair on appropriations so that we can get something done on the fire districts, at least have the conversation.
Yeah,
Thank
we would
you very
appreciate that. We would appreciate that. We really need
I'm
help.
not guaranteeing anything. I'm just
No,
telling you that we could have the conversation. I just want to make that pretty clear.
Listen, since 2018, I've been banging the drum and knocking on doors and making calls. So the fact that we're even having this discussion, I'm pretty appreciative that we can at least be heard and see what happens. Thank you.
All set, Senator. Thank you. Next up, Representative Quinn.
Thank you, Representative. Chief, have you guys had to cut any services, or what impact has this loss of pilot funding been to you? I mean, have there been things that you were going to do that you haven't been able to do? How's it impacting you and the other two departments?
Thank you, Representative Quinn. That's a great question. Yeah, it has impacted certainly in that particular year because we couldn't do anything. So we had to, put shelf projects or push off buying equipment or and some training took a hit that year. What it also prompted us to do is we had to raise taxes. We couldn't make up $1 million in the city of West Haven. As you know, we face a lot of challenges. So we had to go up, all three districts had to go up in their taxes, which was, again, another burden on the taxpayers. So that was the major impact, increased taxes when we hoping not to. And we did have to cut some programs or push them off. We probably started catching up a little bit over the years, but we had to push them off.
Right. Thank you very much, Chief. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Quinn. The other distinguished member of the West Haven delegation, Representative Borer.
Thank you, Vice Chair Paolillo, and thank you, Chief O'Brien, for being here, and thank you for all the work that you do for our city. I just want to piggyback a little bit off of what you said regarding designation, because it doesn't just affect pilot money. It has a ripple effect. For example, the governor's budget that just came out this week, extra funding, support funding was provided to municipalities that were designated as distressed. And West Haven is certainly a distressed municipality, and as such received additional funding for just this year. But without that designation, the fire department did not receive additional funding for being within a distressed municipality. So if West Haven is distressed, which it is, then all the services that are provided to the residents of West Haven should be supported in the same manner. So I think what I'm saying is we have to look at it holistically, not the pilot is significantly important, but by changing that designation, it would open the door to additional funding in other avenues as well.
And if I may, up until that period of time in 1819, it was business as usual. We were a district, but we had municipality status, and there was never a question of it. And then it just changed. And if I may add, I am speaking on behalf of the 3 districts in West Haven, but I've also been in contact with as many, if not all, of the fire districts that lost funding through this throughout the state. Several chiefs from those departments are registers to sign or send something in. I'm not sure for the last 3 hours if they're still online, but our situation, as we say in West Haven, affects many, many other departments. Okay. And it's not even just, it's mainly fire departments that we're speaking of, but all special districts lost their money. But, you know, multiple fire districts throughout the state. And I think I have a list of it quickly if I can find it. So not in any particular order, but this affects West Haven, Bloomfield Central, Blue Hills from Bloomfield, Cromwell Fire Department, Enfield, Hazardville, Enfield, North Thompsonville, Shaker Pines, again, Thompsonville, Groton, Middletown, South District, North Milford, Simsbury, Plainfield, and Wyndham, I believe, along with West Haven. So it's just not a West Haven problem. This is scattered throughout the state, and whether they're on or not, I would feel comfortable speaking on their behalf also.
And I appreciate that. And, you know, just a reminder that pilot is payment in lieu of taxes, and you are funded through taxpayer funds, right? So you are servicing a city that's one of the highest non-taxable properties. I think we rank maybe number 15 in the state because we have a hospital, we have a university, we have large churches, we have state property, we have a significant amount of property in our city that's not taxable. So you should be entitled to that pilot payment in lieu of taxes for the services that you're providing. And I know Representative DeMassa and Representative Ferraro and Senator Winfield and Senator Maroney and I together will continue to advocate for that funding for you.
Thank you. And it brings another point. The city of West Haven in itself does receive pilot money. That pilot money goes to the municipality or to the city of West Haven budget. Those funds were not available to any of the 3 fire districts. So whatever they get stays on the city side. It's not shared with the fire districts. So that again puts us in, some towns take it and give it to the fire districts. We're not set up that way.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for all
Thank
you do.
Representative. Chief, if I can have one follow-up question.
Sure.
Going back to 1819 with the pilot that you were expecting to receive then, what portion of your budget did that represent approximately?
Approximately. I don't know. I'm trying to see. Well, let's see. If we have a $14 million budget, we lost 1.1 million. So 1%.
So your total budget's 14 million.
Yeah.
Okay.
And we lost
Fair
1.1. Yeah.
Fair enough. And for how long of a period of time prior to the 18 budget, that removal, had you received pilot funds?
Well, the printout I got from my business manager goes back to 2009.
Okay.
So it may go before that, but I only have from 2009 to current.
Okay. Certainly be interested if there is a longer history.
I can look into that.
Well, certainly. But seeing no other questions, or actually, Representative Bohr, do you have your hand up for the second time?
No, I think that's still up from before.
Okay. Seeing no other questions, Chief, thank you very much for your time today. Thank you for your testimony, and thank you for the work that you do. And thank you for bringing this issue to the forefront today and hanging in with us on a long afternoon. We appreciate it.
Oh, I appreciate it too. And I think we were very, very grateful if we can at least get a study or a hearing or get this to pass. And in closing, I have to, my phone's pinging, so I have to add one more thing. If everyone here was on the testimony of the state fire marshal earlier?
Yes.
My colleagues in West Haven support everything they said. All right, so.
You covered a lot of bills today, Chief. Thank you.
Thank you all. Have a good day.
All right, you too. Next up, we have Joseph Calafiore from Hartford Athletic.
Hello, everyone. Thank you, Chairs Horn and Bradley, Vice Chairs Austin and Paolillo, Ranking Members Champagne and Green, and distinguished members of the committee for the opportunity to speak today. And thank you to Representative Buckbee for bringing forward Bill 5145. My name is Joe Calafiore, and I'm Vice President of Marketing for Hartford Athletic. I am delivering testimony today on behalf of Hartford Athletic, which is Connecticut's professional soccer team, in support of proposed Bill 5145 to allow for the sale, purchase, and use of photographic and videographic special effects smoke devices in Connecticut. Special effects smoke specifically is an essential element of game entertainment and stadium atmosphere in soccer culture, and it is used safely throughout the U.S. And the world as such. In the USL Championship, which is the league that we compete in as Hartford Athletic, there are substantial protocols in place to ensure that smoke devices are used safely on match day. And currently, heading into the 2020 season, this past season, 29 USL Championship teams allowed for smoke devices to be used by designated fan representatives in their stadium. Again, as mentioned, as the start of the 2020 season, the USL Championship also has delivered written testimony to the committee as well in support of passing this bill. I would be happy to provide the protocols in more detail that the USL Championship requires our clubs as it relates to fan safety, but to summarize these, only club-approved individuals are permitted to utilize approved smoke devices at games. Smoke may not be brought into the stadium, but must be provided by club operations staff to the approved individual. And smoke is only permitted to be used at certain locations and times, for example, after a goal is scored within the stadium. The allowance of special effects smoke devices will allow for us as a pro soccer club to provide for a heightened game day entertainment, more fan engagement, and a better fan experience, which thus allows us to engage more fans, bring in more revenue to do the most important things that we want to do, which is be a sustainable business that creates jobs in the state and makes even more of an impact on the community than we already are dedicated to doing so. I thank the committee again for the time to speak today, and would be remiss to say that separate from this issue, I'm very thankful for our state leadership throughout what's been a very challenging year so far with the pandemic. We're fortunate enough to be able to host fans this past season safely with many health protocols in place due to the leadership of the state, and provide an outlet for our great residents of Connecticut, and look forward to hopefully being able to do so again here shortly when we kick off in May. So thanks again, and would be happy to address any questions.
Joe, thank you very much for being here today. I'm going to toss it over to a couple of colleagues that have questions first, and I'll follow up with some. First hand I saw up again was Representative Ward.
Nope, I don't. I think you have to lower my hand.
I think you have a day-long placeholder here. So
I guess so.
Yes. We'll go to Representative Hayes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank Joe for being here today. I guess you've got to help me out. I'm not a big soccer fan. So I'm understanding you light one of these smoke bombs off when someone made a goal. Is there anything else that happens at a game where you use these?
Sure, yeah, and we thank you, Representative Hayes. We definitely got to get you out to a match this season, as we do, hopefully everyone on the committee. But and hopefully we'll have smoke at those matches. But yeah, so it's really a game entertainment element in our instance, right? There's other uses for this as cited in the bill for creatives and for photographic and videographic special effects for others. As it relates to game entertainment, though, yes, that's correct. These devices, a device would be, think of blue and green smoke, which are proudly our colors, right? That would go off after a goal is scored, for example, or some sort of celebratory act if we won the game.
Okay, I mean, is there a certain level this starts at? Because I have seen high school and I don't think I've ever seen college, but is this just a pro thing, or they do this in the collegiate leagues as well?
Yeah, I will say that it's more common within professional sports, mostly from I'll say fan engagement and attendance perspective. We certainly have great soccer teams here in Connecticut with avid fan bases, but those fans operate perhaps a little bit differently. But yeah, I think ultimately it's more common in the pro arena.
Okay, well, I was always told that if you learn one thing a day, your day's not wasted. So, but thank you for putting my day together. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Happy to do it, no problem.
Thank you, Representative. Joe, when does your season, what's the schedule for your season, start, finish, how many games?
Yeah, so typically our season would begin in March and in the middle of November if we made it to the championship. This season is looking like we don't have official ruling from the league yet, but an early May kickoff for our first regular season match, continuing on through October. Our regular season this year is looking like 32 total matches with 16 home games. In the past, without a pandemic impacted season, we've looked at 34 total matches and 17 home games, in addition to some additional exhibition type of events or tournaments we might play in, playoffs, etc.
Excellent. Well, thank you for your presence here in our state and taking the time to testify on this issue, and really appreciate your feedback and your testimony today. And hopefully this season is a successful one for you and it starts sooner rather than later.
Thank you so much, Vice Chair. Appreciate it and appreciate all the work of the committee.
Thank you for your time today. Next up, we have James Gray.
Hello, thank you. I wanted to weigh in on the proposal concerning Muay Thai as a form of mixed martial arts in Connecticut.
Good afternoon, welcome.
Basically, thank you. Appreciate your time. I have a 11-year-old son and a 13-year-old daughter that participates in Muay Thai in East Hartford. They've participated in some out-of-state tournaments. I believe because it's not viewed as a martial art.
James, we are having difficulty right now hearing you.
That we are unable to have tournaments in state. Basically want to move forward to see if. Okay. Can you hear me at all or no?
Now we're hearing a little better.
Sorry about that. So did you want me to start from the beginning?
Sure.
All right. So I wasn't fully aware of how this would come out. Basically, the proposal for Muay Thai to be viewed as a mixed martial art, or excuse me, as a martial arts in Connecticut. So in doing so, I have a 11-year-old son and a 13-year-old daughter that participates in Muay Thai. We have to travel out of state to go to tournaments because we can't have tournaments. So in doing so, if Muay Thai is viewed as a mixed martial arts in Connecticut, I believe that enables us to have and host Is that clear or
Yes,
breaking up?
we
So,
heard you a little bit better on the second time around. Yes, thank you.
appreciate it.
Any questions at all from the committee? So it's the understanding then you're having to travel out of state because these types of tournaments can't be held here because Muay Thai isn't explicitly mentioned in statute. Is that the issue?
I believe so, correct.
Really appreciate you hanging in today. Thank you for taking the time to be here with us, bring this issue in front of us. Obviously, a great activity for your children and for many others throughout the state. So again, thank you for being here today. We really appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next up, Edward Thornton.
Hello. Hello, can you hear me?
Hi, good afternoon. We can. Welcome.
Good afternoon. Thank you, esteemed representatives. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. You have seen my written testimony in support of HB 5201, an act concerning Muay Thai as a form of mixed martial arts. I just want to emphasize how this bill supports my family and especially during COVID. Muay Thai is how my family puts food on the table, and these competitions will allow businesses like myself and others in the state to bring revenue and more to ourselves and the state. I was told specifically by the state trooper in charge of MMA sanctioning that Muay Thai is not included in the bill for MMA. Therefore, are you able to still hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. And therefore, we could not have competitions under the bill. This would be a simple fix. Muay Thai is nearly 50% of MMA, so it makes no sense for it not to be legalized. Muay Thai brings mental wellness and physical well-being to our kids, especially during these times of COVID and the restrictions of virtual learning. How do I tell a parent your child can compete someday, but out of state? This is how it directly impacts my business and my income. Competition is an integral part of any sport. My students are robbed of that unless we travel out of state, which means revenue is lost to another state. Do you have any questions? Thank you.
First of all, thank you for being here with us today. Thank you for hanging in with us. I know it's been about 4 hours. We're going on 4 hours now. We do have some questions. Representative Hayes, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Edward, for being here today. Do you have any idea what state agency regulates the martial arts?
It is governed by the state troopers. They have their own sanctioning body within the state. And the Connecticut State Troopers actually oversee all of MMA.
Okay, thank you. I guess that answers my question. I'll have to do some more checking into that, but thank you, and thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Mr. Thornton, so how long have you had your business in the state? How long have you been operating?
We've been operating for about 12 years now.
Okay, okay. And when you say you go out of state, you travel for tournaments, what states are you usually having to bring students to?
We normally travel to Massachusetts, Rhode Island, New York, as well as Pennsylvania. New Jersey is one that we go to as well.
Okay. And how many schools do you think are being impacted right now in the state, given that there's this exclusion?
There are at least 12 schools that I know of just off the top of my head. And I'm sure there are schools that I don't know of that are floating around.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And you're saying that you'd be able to obviously host tournaments, and what type of activity, how many tournaments do you think you would be able to attract and other schools might be able to have inside of the state versus having to go to other states to participate?
This is something that could happen on a quarterly basis, basically. Anywhere from starting off maybe 100 participants in the area that could grow into larger participants, such as maybe even 300 or so, including their parents, families would come and spectate these events. It's very similar to wrestling tournaments or karate tournaments.
And these could happen all throughout the state.
Yes, absolutely.
I don't see any other questions. Your testimony was very helpful today. Thank you for operating your business and having faith in this state and having your business here in this state and the positive work that you're doing with children and families as well. You're to be commended for that. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for your time today, sir.
Thank you.
Next up, we have testimony from Michael Alvis. Michael, is Michael here? Michael Alvis?
Hello.
Hi, Michael. Good afternoon. Welcome.
Good afternoon. How are you?
Good, good. How are you? Welcome.
Very good, very good. I just wanted to add the 2 cents testimony to the Muay Thai in Connecticut.
Sure.
And I've been a student of Ed Thornton, the person you had just talked to, for years, and I've trained under him. And I will add to what he said. We could definitely have a lot more revenue for the state and have more entertainment and have more people learn a different art if it was legalized here, instead of having to bring people all the way to Massachusetts, to like Rhode Island, etc. You know, go way out of state. Maybe less people could see, maybe less family members or friends could go see the tournaments. I think it would just be easier and like more lucrative for everyone if we could legalize it here and, you know, have fun. Definitely bring in more business as well.
How long have you been participating in the sport?
I'd say roughly 10 years.
Okay. All right. Very good. Very good. Anything else that you would like to add?
No, just so much that it's an art that I think a lot of people don't know about, but legalization would obviously open the door to a lot more people opening schools, a lot more people just seeing an art form that they normally wouldn't. And that's really it.
Well said. We really appreciate your testimony, Mr. Thornton's testimony. Actually, we do have a question. Representative Felipe, you have the floor.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question, just a quick one. Mr. Alvis, just for clarification, how difficult do you think it is for you to practice your art, to get to the school and to do what you love, based on the fact that there are less schools out there because we don't legalize MMA or Muay Thai?
I'd say it's not necessarily harder for me to get to the school or get someone to go to the school. I just think with legalization, you'd be able to see more schools open up, so maybe more people would be exposed to it. Other than that, I mean, it's really as simple as finding an operating school right now and going to it, but I really think we could expand more so and have more schools, more people competing, more people, you know, having their eyes open to what Muay Thai really is.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Felipe, thank you. Michael, thank you for your time today. Thank you for your testimony and sticking in with us this afternoon as we're approaching 4 hours of testimony. So appreciate your time and best of luck in your career there.
Thank you very much. You guys have a nice day.
Okay, you too. We are going to jump around for 1 second. I believe Deborah Gala is with us or has been with us, and she was signed up earlier in the day. Deb, the floor is yours.
Me?
Hi, good afternoon.
Hi, how are ya?
Hi, great to see you.
Sorry, I got mentioned earlier, but I think you passed over me, but I'm not going to take it personal, okay?
Please don't. We're glad to have you now.
Yeah. Well, good afternoon, all of the representatives and senators on today and the distinguished members of the Public Safety and Security Committee. Thank you for this opportunity to speak with all of you today. My name is Deborah Gala, and I am the Director of Operations for Community Partners in Action, and have proudly served this agency for 25 years. I'm here today to, in support of SB 572, enact concerning community crisis response and reentry centers. Several people have talked about this already, and I want to just give a shout out to all of the colleagues and Mayor O'Leary, who talked about our executive director earlier today. Community Partners in Action, CPA, is one of the oldest organizations in its kind. We were founded nearly 150 years ago and championed criminal justice reform while advocating for preserving human dignity. Through our programs that include reentry, housing, youth initiatives, a nationally recognized prison arts program, and holistic alternatives to incarceration, we provide services to over 7,000 individuals annually. CPA supports SB 572 because it addresses the issues that disproportionately affect communities of color. The Community Crisis Response Team is an integrated approach that we support that will dispatch appropriately qualified professionals in conjunction with police to respond to 911 and non-emergency calls. We also support SB 572 because it will ensure women and men returning home from incarceration have a better chance of successfully reintegrating into their communities through the reentry centers. In addition, from a fiscal perspective, SB 572 is cost effective. It is a long-term investment in people and in communities. And as all of you know, when we invest in people returning home from prison, everyone benefits. That individual benefits, their family benefits, and the community benefits. CPA currently operates the Hartford Reentry Welcome Center in partnership with City of Hartford, Mayor Luke Broden and his team, and over 40+ partners that we have MOUs with. The agency received a 3-year grant from the Hartford Foundation for Public Giving to work directly with 150 individuals annually. And the target population that we work with is what we call EOS, which is end of sentence, which means that they don't have parole or probation any longer. The center opened up September 2018, and to date, we've served over 700 individuals at the center. Of these, 140 people were directly transported from DOC to our center for what many called earlier as a warm handoff, half of whom have come to us during this pandemic.
Sorry,
that piece can't, excuse me?
Yeah, go ahead.
I didn't hear what you said.
I said your time has come to an end, the 3 minutes.
Already? Okay.
But it's up to Representative Pillillo to see what he wants to do.
But Deb, you can keep on going. And on behalf of the committee, I do want to apologize. You had come in under Beth Hines, so that's what's appearing to us.
Yeah, Beth is my executive director.
Okay. So,
no problem at all, really. I just wanted to mention, if people have questions, I'm happy to answer questions. We've been in operation since September 2018, really believe in the work that we do. And we're hoping to, as Mayor O'Leary spoke about earlier, opening up a reentry center in Waterbury, hopefully July 2021.
So first, thank you for the work that you're doing and the investment that your organization and your folks are making in individuals and communities every day. I did want to ask one follow-up because Mayor O'Leary mentioned it, the New Haven team mentioned it. So when folks are coming back into our community or in in the city of Hartford. You mentioned 180 have come same day as they're dropped off over the last 2 or 3 years. What's the time period from when they exit and are back into the community and come and see you for services, for assistance?
That's a great
and for
question.
help?
I'll just clarify the numbers. So we've worked with 700 individuals since we opened, which was September 2018. Out of that 700, 145 were directly transported from DOC to the reentry center. And that's a big piece to recognize because that's a policy change for DOC. I know the other cities have talked about individuals being dropped off at the corners or dropped off at a certain location. We've worked really closely with DOC over the years, and they are a partner in this center to have that individual drop directly off to the center. So they're not being dropped off on the side streets.
So that number, the 145, that's as a result recently over the last year or two that a majority of that number has been comprised. Okay. And what are the results there? I'm assuming that there are going to be better results the sooner we're able to, be in contact with folks and to give them all the assistance that we can, correct?
Yeah, obviously, as everybody has been challenged with this pandemic, since March, the center has been open for individuals that are being discharged. So on the day of their release, we have staff at the reentry center that is there to welcome them. And the title of the center is the Reentry Welcome Center. And that's really one of the major goals of the center, is to welcome people back into their own communities. And so we have remained open. We have an amazing staff there, and we have 40 partners that we've been able to coordinate services to, as well as one of the things post COVID-19 is that every individual that comes to the center is now offered a cell phone, because as many of you know, most services are only virtual access. So it's critical that individuals have access to their family, to their staff at the center, and to other community providers. And so we have a report that Sarah Diamond, because we're funded through the Hartford Foundation for Public Giving, we have a thorough evaluation process, and Sarah Diamond is in the process of completing that first year. And so we can post all of the results of that when she's completed with that. But that's a key to any effective program, is to really evaluate the results.
Thank you. Thank you for that answer. And I'm hopeful that the good work that's being done in Hartford can be emulated. Some of the cities that we're talking about today, Bridgeport being represented, New Haven and Waterbury. So your success is certainly hope for
well, this is a Connecticut issue. Yeah, it's a Connecticut issue. And so we work closely with all of the centers.
Well, thank you for sticking in with us. And the good chair of this committee has her hand raised, so I am happy to turn over the reins to Chairman Horn. Representative?
You're on mute.
That's what happens when I pass over the reins. I forget how to use all the systems. So my apologies for that. And thank you so much for your testimony and for the work you do. I wondered whether you could just shed some light on how your organization is funded, so that we all understand how that works.
So the agency, we do have state funding from Department of Correction as well as CSSD. This specific program that we offer at the City Hall in Hartford is funded by Hartford Foundation for Public Giving. We received a 3-year grant, which totaled $450,000 for 3 years. And the goal is to work with 150 individuals annually. And that's, again, what I said, it was EOS, which means those individuals are a targeted population because they have the highest rate of recidivism, those individuals that are coming out end of sentence without parole or probation.
And are you able to help, at least have engage with everybody in that population, given where you are and what you have today, or what are the obstacles?
Yeah, so right now, because of COVID, we work closely with DOC and we meet with them every week on Tuesday mornings to talk about who is identified as EOS coming to the Greater Hartford community and that will be coming out homeless. We also work with Coalition to End Homelessness and CHR to ensure that when that person is dropped off at the center, we have a place for them to rest their head that night. So we've been working closely with the housing providers because most of the shelters are still not open to individuals at this time. But you know, we don't just serve individuals that are EOS. We have many individuals that come to us. So there was 453 out of that 700 that didn't necessarily meet the criteria, but were provided services.
And how has that inflow changed during COVID, during the pandemic?
Yeah, so since March, we worked with over 70 individuals that have been directly dropped off at the center and that were transported from DOC directly to the center. Prior to that, we had an influx of drop-ins. And so those were individuals that were discharged within the last 90 days. And the center really provided, it's the hub of reentry services for CPA, but it provided a safe place for individuals to go during the day. We work with a great number of homeless individuals and they would come in just for a cup of coffee. So unfortunately, we're not open at this time to serve that population. We're only open to serve people that are actually being discharged and on the day of their release.
Thank you. Thank you. That's very helpful. Lots of work to be done here. And you are doing a lot of good work, but there's a lot more that needs doing. So
definitely agree.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Mr. Vice Chair, were you passing the gavel back to me?
Whatever Madam Chair wants to move forward.
I'm happy to share, but I think yes, thank you very much for your able running the meeting in the last hour. It gave me a chance to eat while not being on camera, so I appreciate that. So let me pick up. Gina, can you tell me who's up next? Keisha Gaddison, is that right? And am I pronouncing your name right?
Yes, you are.
Great, thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Representative Maria Horn, Senator Dennis Bradley, Senator Catherine Ostin, Representative Alphonse Paolillo, and distinguished members of the Public Safety and Security Committee. Thank you all for the opportunity for me to speak with you today. My name, as you pronounced correctly, is Keisha Gaddison. I am the director of the Project More Reentry Welcome Center on Grand Avenue in New Haven. I'm here to speak in support of SB 572, an act concerning community crisis response teams and reentry centers. The Project More Reentry Welcome Center is a newly launched initiative with an innovative model. We are the sole drop-off location for people who are reentering the city of New Haven from incarceration. The Reentry Welcome Center is a one-stop shop where individuals returning to New Haven can meet with this peer support specialist who has already assessed their service needs prior to release. We also serve all who have been justice involved by appointment only. As a one-stop shop, many of our service providers will have additional offices located directly inside of the reentry center, so we'll all be working collaboratively. We provide referrals and access to services such as housing, employment, job skills, treatment for substance use disorder, I should say access to treatment for substance use disorder, access to treatment for mental health, access to medical care, education, and basic needs. Basically, our center provides services, support, and opportunity for justice-involved individuals. The Project More Reentry Welcome Center supports SB 572 because the Community Crisis Response Team will limit unnecessary contact with law enforcement by dispatching appropriately qualified professionals to respond to 911 and non-emergency calls related to welfare checks, homelessness, substance use disorder, and mental health crisis. This program will also support a way to get connected to treatment, services, and programs during their moment of crisis and on an ongoing basis through the reentry welcome centers. Prior to launching the Reentry Welcome Center, we had a pilot program, which was entitled the Project Welcome Home. During the pilot program, 54 clients were served from June until January. Of those 54 clients, 81% reported medical issues, 66% self-reported mental illness, and 79% reported substance use disorder. This is just what was self-reported. So there may be more that were out there. People returning home from incarceration are disproportionately affected by other barriers, including housing, employment, and chronic medical illness, excuse me. The Reentry Welcome Centers will ensure that people are connected to these services on the day that they are released. We help people apply for public benefits and provide continuing supports while they are in the community. Consistency and peer support are proven practices to reduce the risk of recidivism for reentering individuals. However, the centers also require consistent funding to support operational costs. We at Project More wholeheartedly support this bill because for those who struggle with mental health and addiction, incarceration only presents one more serious barrier to long-term recovery. SB 572 provides the opportunity to fix systemic issues that disproportionately affect communities of color as well. This is a long-term investment in our communities. We're asking that you pass this bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Gaddison. I will open for questions. Representative Vail.
Madam Chair, good afternoon. I mentioned earlier, I'm a former correction officer. I worked in the Summers area, but I specialized in transportation towards the end of my career. And oftentimes at the EOS date for incarcerated individuals, someone would either pick them up or we'd have to drop them off somewhere. And if they didn't have an address where we dropped them off, like they'd have us drop them off, like someone would live in Bridgeport and we'd be dropping them off over at Open Hearth over here in Hartford. And they didn't get gate money anymore. They had like a t-shirt and some gray sweatpants and a box full of, toiletries. And then you drop them off in a city where they have no place, they're not even from and have any family, and then we expect them to succeed. And it was ridiculous. And so my question is that, so now with these reentry centers, is that where they drop people getting out of prison, that they drop them off to you now, if they're in a situation where they have nowhere else to go?
So we have negotiated with the department. I shouldn't say we. A lot of this was done with the with the precursor, which was the pilot program, along with a lot of assistance from the city of New Haven. But we have worked out an agreement with Department of Corrections where they will drop individuals off here. So anybody that's returning to New Haven will come here. Whether they decide to use our services or not, they will still be dropped off here. So we have basically just one drop-off location. So when you were hearing stories before about people being dropped off on the corner, by Whaley Avenue or something like that, we have eliminated that aspect of reentry.
That's good. I wasn't hearing stories. I experienced it. So
right, exactly.
I can attest to it. And when someone's paid their debt to society, we should put them in a situation to give them an opportunity to succeed. So I certainly commend what you guys are doing. How many reentry centers are located in Connecticut?
So that's a subjective question. We have reentry centers, and then we have things like what CPA and Project More are operating, which are more like welcome centers. I know if you're asking about the welcome centers, basically there's one in Hartford. There's one in Project More. I know Hartford, the CPA will be opening one in Waterbury, I believe. So that would be 3. And I think that's it. But most of the major cities in Connecticut have reentry centers through their town hall.
so who funds those? Does the city fund those or the state? Is there federal money? I apologize if some of these questions were answered, but I was detained for the last.
Well, I think the answer is different based on who you talk to, honestly. So there's no need to apologize. We are specifically funded we've received some funds through the City of New Haven, and we've also received funds through the Tao Foundation, which is a private entity that provides funding. But that's part of the issue, and I guess that's part of the bill is to receive consistent funding. We're looking for some consistent investment from the state of Connecticut. This is a state issue. It is a state issue. It affects all the communities really within the state, and we'd like to be able to have something, like adjustment and investment from the state.
I agree with you 100%. Because when you don't provide an opportunity, people are I saw recidivism firsthand. You got to at least give somebody an opportunity. And I didn't think it was set up. I don't know that anyone did it purposefully. It was just maybe an oversight or just a lack of or indifference. I really don't know. But it's good that something's happening now. My question also, with another question, let's say, and I don't know if there's one or not, but I'm just going to use Middletown. Let's say someone wanted to, someone was from Middletown and there's no reentry center though. Would you take someone from Middletown into the New Haven reentry center or the Moore thing? Are you city specific, or are you open to let anyone that needs help in?
Well, I guess that's a twofold question. We are open to anyone who's justice involved, but right now we're serving the citizens of New Haven, and primarily for a couple of reasons. First of all, our location makes it convenient to do that, but also, for capability purposes. If someone now, for instance, was from Middletown before they became incarcerated, and then wants to, let's say, relocate to New Haven, and wants to be dropped off in New Haven, that can definitely be done.
Okay.
And they would come here.
And again, I want to thank you for the good work you're doing, and I'm going to keep a close eye on this one and follow it, and hopefully even have some more questions answered. But thank you for your testimony.
Thank you very much. And I just want to make sure I stand corrected. I believe that there's going to be a reentry welcome center in Bridgeport as well. I don't think I listed that earlier, but thank you very much.
Thank you. And thank you, Representative. I think one of the really powerful things about certainly today's meeting, but others, is the broad recognition really across anyone who's been involved in the justice system that we have to do, as Representative Vail just said, you have to give somebody a chance. Recidivism is, among other things, and not to drive this point home, it's expensive. It's a terrible way for us to spend our resources when, if we can invest, they become productive members of the economy, they support their families. We have fewer criminal justice issues. I mean, there's a whole bunch of knock-on effects, and I think there's a lot of recognition of that. And we are fortunate, I think, on this committee to have a lot of people who have real life experience dealing with this at various pieces of the road. And so I think it's a powerful thing for us to hear your, experience and the work that you're doing in order to change those lives and put them on a different trajectory. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Representative.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much, Ms. Gaddison, for everything you do and for being patient and sticking around to testify with us today.
Thank you for all you do as well. Thank you very much.
Okay, next up we have Linda Thornton, and after that is Mike Furman. So my apologies if for those of you who have signed up to testify and have we've jumped around on the list a little bit. Sometimes that's because people who are next on the list, we don't see them first time. So we apologize when that's our mistake. And sometimes I know people are watching and waiting to see when it's a good time to log into the system. So Ms. Thornton, please, you have the floor.
Hi, good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the Public Safety and Security Committee. I'd like to thank you for this opportunity to speak today and have a voice. This is in reference to Bill HB 5201, an act concerning Muay Thai as a form of martial arts. I am the owner of Thornton Martial Arts and Fitness with my husband, Ed Thornton, who spoke previously. I am a public school educator. I'm a veteran and a business owner and a mother. I have been training in the martial arts for 28 years. I've been teaching karate since 1995. About 13 years ago, I started training in Muay Thai. At the age of 42, I decided to make it a bucket list item to compete in Muay Thai. In order to do this, I had to travel to Delaware because there were no opportunities in Connecticut for that. That meant I stayed in a hotel for 3 days and ate in another state for 3 days and spent money in another state. My friends and family did not get to witness a culminating experience that came after years of training as a hobby and then 10 weeks of a fight camp to prepare with my trainer, my strength and conditioning coach, and my personal trainer. You can imagine with that effort, I would have liked to share that moment with some families and friends. As a martial arts instructor, I have taken my students to many tournaments throughout the years, and because their style was a traditional style, they could compete in karate tournaments in Connecticut. Now, my two children, Kaylee 13 and Alexander 10, who both train in Muay Thai, cannot compete unless we take them out of state. Competition in sports is the pinnacle moment the athlete gets to see if their training has paid off. The unique thing about martial arts is it's never a team sport. It is always an individual sport, which is a lonely, long journey, one in which you are chasing Ahab's white whale, the perfect form, the perfect fight, the perfect technique. The way students in Muay Thai get a chance to show their growth and knowledge is through competition. This bill is about verbiage. It would be an easy fix for you guys. Muay Thai is in fact a martial arts. We just need it recognized on the bill. To continue to not acknowledge it is discriminatory against our style. The reason it is not mentioned is because Muay Thai only emerged in the United States within the last 15 to 20 years, but clearly has been the art of Thailand for hundreds of years. We just need to update the bill. So please help us to bring this change. It would have a positive effect on the martial arts community in Connecticut, on our business and other martial arts businesses in Connecticut, and on our state. Thank you for allowing me the chance to speak.
Thank you, Ms. Thornton. Thank you for sharing your testimony with us. I can ask, what other states is Muay Thai not legal?
There are 5 other states. I can't tell you off the top of my head, but I did research it, when we were looking into supporting this bill, but it's only not legal in 5 other states across the country.
And you answered actually in the course of your testimony one of my other questions, which is the why. And as I believe what you said is that this has developed as a more popular sport in the United States just relatively recently.
Yes.
And is that when the other states that have legalized it, have they acted in that period? Or
I'm not sure whether other states have actually added the exact wording or people are just kind of doing it and it's not actually on any written documents. That would be my guess for a lot of states, or they're falling under the category of boxing, or it's often called Muay Thai kickboxing. So maybe they're lumping themselves in with kickboxing. So we just wanted to make sure that we took the official route and tried to make the case for it to be completely legalized in Connecticut. So there was no doubt that we were doing the right thing. But like my husband said, it's a tough sell to try to sign up a parent for a martial arts and then say, oh, your kid can't compete in it in Connecticut because it's not legal here. That's pretty scary.
I'm sure I'm not the only person on this committee that when I first saw this bill, I was surprised that this is a legislative issue.
Right. Right.
But I take you at your word that it is. So I'm going to go to my colleagues. I believe Representative Howard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Thornton, for your testimony. Just very briefly, you run a dojo. Would that be the appropriate way of saying that?
We call it an MMA gym because we offer multiple styles of martial arts within our gym.
I also serve in the Judiciary Committee, and there's several bills going to become in a variety of form through Judiciary in the coming session regarding juvenile delinquency. I'm not in martial arts. I'm a youth football coach, but would you agree with me that by opening up your gym to youth, that you give them an avenue through which they can avoid delinquency and teach them such things as commitment and such things that would keep them away from delinquency?
Absolutely. And we work with Children and Family Services to provide, discount, if not free scholarships to students often when people can't afford it. We're in the business of teaching the whole child, not just teaching a martial art and profiting off of that. We believe in developing the whole student. I have several students. It's a little embarrassing to say, I started teaching them when they were 3 and 4, and now they're grown adults and they're teaching for me. So it does tend to be a lifelong journey once students commit to the martial arts.
Ms. Thornton, the work that you do and the work that volunteers or gym owners that you do similar around the state are making a significant contribution to dealing with juvenile delinquency, more so than I think anybody recognizes. And I appreciate that you do that. And I will urge my colleagues on this committee to support your bill and to continue to support such things that you're doing to keep our juveniles on the right path. And if this bill being passed will help you do that, then I'm all for it. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much for your support.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Felipe.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a quick question about offering Muay Thai training versus having public tournaments. Is that what the issue is here? I know that a lot of people have talked about how they train folks and then bring them out of state. So I was wondering where the legality stands. Can you not explicitly offer Muay Thai by itself? How does that work?
It's the competition. We can't compete in Connecticut. Legally, we can't host tournaments. We can't have inter-club. We can have guests, but we can't compete. In other states, they have, there is a youth development league for Muay Thai because Muay Thai is being considered as a Olympic sport. It was supposed to have a trial in the 2020 Olympics, but it didn't happen because of COVID. So we're looking out at the 2026 Olympics for Muay Thai being recognized as an Olympic sport. So there's youth development leagues across the country, and out in the West Coast, they're years ahead of us, and their students compete. And there's a whole governing agency for it all. And students start competing at young ages and can work up through the ranks and potentially get to the Olympic level.
Great.
But that's not sanctioned or organized or legal in Connecticut right now.
Well, I appreciate that, Linda. And I will tell you personally, you have my support going forward. I think this has just been an oversight in past legislation, and it's something that we should work on going forward. So thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Felipe. Representative Quinn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So just to be clear, it's more of an oversight in our statute because it's a newer form of martial arts in this country, rather than there being anything more inherently dangerous about this form than any other form.
Correct. Absolutely. It's actually safer because there's more safety rules and implementations in place for the students. They're not allowed to spar until they get to a certain level. Unlike, martial arts, my style, students can spar whenever they want. So there's lots of safety built in. So it's just a verbiage in the bill that we'd like to be added into it. It says MMA and boxing and karate, but it doesn't say Muay Thai.
Okay, thank you. That makes a lot of sense to me.
Thank you, Representative. Any other questions for Ms. Thornton? Seeing none, thank you very much for your very strong and clear testimony on this puzzling issue. So thank you for taking the time, being patient with us today. I know it's a long day. So thank you. Thanks for being here. Okay, I believe next is Mike Furman, followed by Don Schubert. Mr. Furman, are you with us?
I am. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Excellent.
Thank you, members, for the opportunity to speak today. Special thanks to Representative Buckby for spearheading the bill I'm about to speak on. My name is Mike Furman. I'm joining today's hearing in support of HB 5145, an act concerning photographic and videographic special effects. And before I begin, I also want to just throw out some support for House Bills 5078, 5179, and 5162 in a crucial effort to battle our state's opioid epidemic. And I see Tony Morrissey in the House, and know he'll certainly do those proposals justice. So I'm going to stay in my lane as intended as a proponent of 5145. I have submitted written testimony in support of 5145, which includes a plethora of supplementary documentation. I'm a New Milford business owner, filmmaker with 14 years of industry experience. I've worked all over the world from LA to Greece. I've won 3 Emmy Awards, nominated 6 times. I've developed and produced many TV shows, commercials, and even just aired content that was on TV this week during past weekend's Super Bowl. Shout out Tom Brady, the greatest of all time. I'm telling you all of this not to boast, but rather to establish my credentials and expertise and to provide a glimpse at the scope of work of Connecticut's artists. So from creating the proper location in a film to generating a magical environment in an engagement photo, for example, Smoke Devices provide artists with the opportunity to safely manufacture these settings in an outdoor space where fog machines cannot replicate these effects properly for film and exterior use. So the use of smoke is often necessary. And in passing HB 5145, it'll surely allow Connecticut to become more filmmaker and photographer friendly, despite current downward trends within the visual arts industries. Everything from feature filmmaking to wedding photography has taken an obvious hit during this pandemic, and artists who were struggling prior are certainly facing dire times today. For lack of access to prohibitive costs, there's tons of barriers that exist that result in productions locating to neighboring states, namely New York, which results in less production jobs for Connecticut citizens. Small businesses such as myself lose out on being a vendor. Small businesses in the area, restaurants, they lose out on additional sales, wardrobe, hair, makeup, security, catering, craft services. The list goes on and on. The credits are quite extensive at the end of movies, as you know, and all those people are individual jobs. Wouldn't it be great for all those jobs to be here in Connecticut? Regarding the safety of these devices, there was some previous testimony today that did mention the California wildfires that began by use of a smoke bomb at a gender reveal party. I just wanted to clarify the details on that incident, that it occurred on a 116-degree day during a drought in one of the driest national forests in the nation. And furthermore, that specific device, which was manufactured by Peacock Smoke, I received an email from Peacock late last night after I submitted testimony, and it is a hazmat device. It is considered hazardous material, which is not the case for all smoke devices, including those manufactured by Enola Gay, which is considered much safer and somewhat of an industry standard. And as evidenced in my written testimony, some smoke bombs burn at a quarter of the temperature as the currently legal sparklers that parents often hand to their children on holidays, which can reach almost 1,000 degrees. The inhalation of smoke provides little risk of bodily harm, and once the smoke stops, the devices quickly cool for safe disposal. So properly managing the sale and use of smoke devices, perhaps a permitting process, collaboration with local fire officials to further ensure safe use is a great first step at being able to do this. It's similar to drone pilots flying for commercial use. If you fly a drone in a commercial, or to be paid to fly a drone, you have to have an FAA license. You have to clear with air traffic control. Meanwhile, drone flying is more similar to playing a video game than flying a plane, right? So similarly, authorized film and video professionals should be given equal course for smoke devices. Was that my time?
Yes.
That was, yes. You came in just over the wire.
I almost got it all in.
Thank you. I have a couple of questions.
Sure.
First of all, I mean, in terms of the loss of business, I mean, I can think of, I'm sure it's quite complicated decision for a filmmaker to decide between being in Connecticut and being in New York. But I do find it a little bit stretching credulity that the ability to use smoke devices would be the reason that they would relocate that business. Have you found that to be the case?
So, movies are often filmed in multiple locations. There are some films that would be filmed all within one area. There are some films that shoot in 5 or 10 different states, depending on the weather, the time of year. So it's true, we're not, losing entire feature films potentially, but when given the choice and, if they want to be able to create scenery using smoke effects or even just a haze, obviously, like a fog machine that's water-based, it dissipates very quickly. You can't use that outdoors. So,
how anomalous is Connecticut in terms of this, rule?
Sure.
Ms. Legislos.
So most states actually allow for the use of smoke bombs. We heard earlier testimony from Joe from Hartford Athletic, which I happen to be a supporter of as well, and he also alluded to the fact that so many sports stadiums also allow it. It is something that is more common than not. Even in California, where the wildfire started, there is a permitting process, and there are safety measures in place in order to be able to use these types of devices in production.
And finally, before I will pass to Representative Howard in a moment, but you mentioned the device, the Peacock device, or whatever it was in California, and that was hazardous. Is it hazardous because it's flammability, or is it hazardous because of it's a toxin?
Absolutely. So the hazard is specifically based on the gram weight of the amount of pyrotechnic material within that device. So it has the capability of starting a large fire much more than the Enola Gay device that I mentioned, which is considered more of a consumer grade level of pyrotechnic material in there. And I'm not entirely certain how to. I submitted my public testimony and then received the specs on that Peacock device. So I can go back and email to the committee to supplement that if it's permissible, so that you can compare the.
You can always send information to Gina or to the leadership of the committee, and we'll make it available to everyone. Representative Howard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Furman, how are you?
I'm very well. How are you?
I'm very well, sir. You briefly mentioned, and I saw you were trying to quickly get through it, and I just want to make sure you have enough time to talk about this two particular topics, actually, if I may. One, you spoke about outdoor use. Is it fair to say in your industry that that's really all you need is outdoor use? You don't need indoor use, or am I misinterpreting that?
No, you're absolutely correct, because for indoor use, there are water soluble devices that the wind will not blow away. But these smoke detectors, not only would they set off smoke alarms and sprinkler systems indoors, but they are also the risk of starting a fire, a structure fire, is definitely there. So my sole use in this, and apologies if I didn't specify, but outdoor use entirely, I believe it's on the warnings of every single one of these as well, for outdoor use only.
Okay, thank you, sir, for that answer. And my other very quick question, when you're doing these types of things, is there some way that you manage crowds in the area? I've worked a few movie sets in my career here and there for security purposes. And can you just briefly, tell my colleagues here how you would manage crowd control for people in the area who, somehow accidentally wander through this because you happen to be shooting a scene on a sidewalk or something?
Absolutely. So for using that as an example, the scene on the sidewalk, typically for most feature films or television shows, commercials, permits are obtained from the municipality. The police department is usually there. If the street is not shut down, they're at least providing security. And then, of course, there's extra set security as well. Typically, we like to maintain that perimeter. If not with barriers, then production assistants and other folks basically standing there as a human barricade, if you will, to prevent bogeys from getting onto the set. They can hurt themselves. They can, burn themselves on lights potentially. They can knock lights down. Worst case scenario, they get in the shot, and we have to do another take, right? So we do everything you can to lock down that set and make sure that that nobody who is not supposed to be there is actually in the vicinity.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your testimony today. Thank you for your answers to my questions. And Madam Chair, thank you for the time.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Vail.
Hey, Madam Chair. Is it good evening now? Good evening, Mike. Would you be opposed, like, if we put in some safeguards as far as like fire probability for that day, if it was high or if it was very windy, and we put in some safeguards that the onus would then be on who's ever doing the operation, that they need to know what's going on in that area and what those what the forecast is for the day, or so on and so forth, so that we don't have a repeat of what happened in California.
Absolutely. And I mentioned, procedures as they pertain to drones. So just to elaborate, because I think there is, it is very analogous in that, you can only fly drones in certain wind conditions. A drone goes up, comes down in the wind, crashes, people get hurt, equipment gets damaged. It would be very similar with this. If there's any sort of fire hazard, if there's a lot of wind, potential for smoke to fall over onto grass or something like that, absolutely, I would be up for those types of provisions. And I'm also up for safety classes, a permitting process, authorizing filmmakers and photographers to be able to use these and teach them how to use them, because the main barrier right now is there's two. One, as a pyrotechnic device, they're not permissible. And then two, there are costs associated to them, whereas there's an annual permit fee and then individual use fees. And after a while, those fees will surely add up, especially for small businesses and independent contractors. So a wedding photographer, they're not going to pay the $300 to be able to use smoke in a wedding photo shoot that they're maybe making $400 at. So, anything that we can do to keep those costs down while making it a safe experience for the artist, I think I am all for that.
Very good. And then one follow, are you responsible for Representative Buckby's political ad he had last year? Because that was one of the best
on the record
state rep ads I've ever seen. It was very good. If you did it, kudos, because that was very fun and informative. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, I do claim responsibility for that amazing piece of creativity. Yeah, it was fun. It was real fun to do. I enjoyed it.
It's probably the only reason he won. So thank you.
A little bit of political showmanship, but you did masterfully at the start of your testimony also support Representative Buckby's other very good bills. So clearly you're invested in his success. So thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Furman?
Those bills are very, very important, especially with the work being done here in New Milford. So I'm very happy to see that those were on here as well. But like I said, there's other folks on here who can speak more eloquently and let you get off the Zoom call a little bit faster. So I will yield my time.
Cheers to that. Thank you very much, Mr. Furman. Thanks for being patient and for sharing your testimony with us.
Absolutely.
I believe next we have Don Schubert.
Good evening, Madam Chair.
Good evening.
Co-chairs.
Welcome.
Thank you. Co-chairs, vice chairs, ranking members, and members of the committee. My name is Don Schubert. I'm the president of the Connecticut Construction Industries Association. I'm here today to testify in opposition to proposed Bill 6047, an act concerning notice to property owners and tenants of blasting activity. This bill proposes to require any person using explosives pursuant to a permit under the Department of Emergency Services and Public Protection to provide at least 72 hours notice to owners and tenants located within 1,000 feet of the site where the explosives will be used. Several CCIA members have a great deal of experience with the storage, transportation, and use of explosives. Our companies, include specialty contractors that perform site work on projects and produce raw material in quarries and plants. It's our position that the 72-hour notice and the 1,000-foot area requirements in this proposal do not suit many blasting activities. Some blasts create less vibration than a mechanical machine with a hammer on the end of it. And this requirement will needlessly add significantly longer time periods and delays to jobs and costs to every construction project. When considering the various factors associated with blasting activities, any preset radius for inspections or notifications is arbitrary, and it may not have any relationship to do with the impact of the blasting. The protection of persons and property are well covered under the state blasting regulations and our standard industry practices. I put together a an outline of standard blasting practices in my written testimony for you. Connecticut's blasting rules and practices have been subject to a lot of discussion since the 1970s. I think you heard earlier today from one of the fire marshals that there's been several attempts under several fire marshals to rewrite the regs. And there was a pretty rigorous discussion going on with a group of very talented and experienced people prior to COVID. And we think that something like this is probably more suited to that discussion than to be just blanketly included in a piece of legislation. Again, we're opposed to the bill because we just think that the one size fits all preset radius for inspections and notifications really won't fit a lot of blasting activities that are taking place out there. I'd like to thank you for this opportunity to testify today, and I would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Schubert, and thank you for your written testimony and for being with us today. It's a long day for you, I know, as well as all of us. So I do have a couple of quick questions of the testimony that this I think may come from your written testimony, but you detail in it some of the restrictions or how. But what essentially what you have a bunch of restrictions or regulations that apply to, and you say what nearly every blasting company complies with.
Right.
Why is it nearly every, and why can't we, explain to me why we shouldn't have something that tells us that every blasting company is going to comply with those?
Well, Representative, a lot of that is overseen by the local fire marshals, local ordinances, contract specifications. I've been in the construction industry for 35 years. I could tell you not everybody's absolutely perfect all the time. I don't have control.
None of us are.
I don't have control over a lot of people that are out there, a lot of companies. We do the best to, drill compliance into our members. But there may be companies out there that aren't operating properly, but they're going to be, approached by the local fire marshal, the state fire marshal, the developer of the project that wrote the contract specifications they're operating under. They're subjected to several different layers of oversight. I just can't say that everybody is out there is doing this exactly the way we're laying out the protocol. As I wrote in my testimony, that protocol is basically pretty much based off of some internationally accepted groups. And we think it's a firm foundation. I worked in a quarry for 13 years and we were right next to a neighborhood. And I can't tell you how much time and effort went into every blast. And a lot of people would call and want to get off the blast list. As soon as this bill came up, I had 2 quarry operators call me and say, Don, we have people on our blast list that call us back and say, Don, we want to get off the list. You don't need to call us anymore. In a quarry or in a plant like that, you know what kind of rock you're blasting. You know what the geology is. You can gauge your blasting a little bit better than you can on a regular construction site. I think this bill came out of a construction site in Stanford. But still, a lot of these blasts are very controlled. And you have to think from the viewpoint of the blasting company. You want to protect yourself from illegitimate complaints. You want to send a third party out and survey the neighborhood, or you want to design a radius yourself that this blast could potentially impact. You want to have a survey done. You want to have notice given ahead of time just to protect yourself and your company from, frivolous complaints from people that either may have a bone to pick with the developer or want to get some extra work done on their house or things like that. So I think, it's in the blasting company's best interest to follow some of the protocols that you see in my testimony.
So I want to draw attention also to the fact that this I think some of this conversation makes it sound as if the proposal here is to limit or stop blasting. This proposal is about notice.
Right.
Presumably so that people can make adequate plans who are within that, that radius. Why is that so onerous for you? Yeah.
Well, just an example. When this bill came out, I got a call from an owner of a blasting company, and he said, I had a blast that I had to do in Stanford, and it originally had 1,000-foot radius. And I knew that 1,000-foot radius was going to delay the project 4 months, and I forget the dollar value that he put on it. So he met with the fire marshal and the owner, and they decided that a 200-foot radius would be fine for his blast, for the blast that they needed to do on that property. We think that's going to happen over and over and over again when you set a blanket rule like this. It's really not necessary in a lot of cases.
And I look forward to learning more about this myself. I have to say that there is always a tension when you pass any kind of legislation between setting a clear rule that everybody understands, right, and can understand both sides, and having an infinitely malleable rule that might in some theoretical situation meet every situation, but that nobody understands. And neither one of them is perfect, right? So we're always striking a balance somewhere in the middle there in terms of, the costs on either side. So the other thing I wanted to ask you is, you mentioned in your testimony your call list. How do you decide who goes on that call list?
Well, when they do the original, survey, or they determine, people will come out, we'll do seismographic readings and things like that whenever there's a blast. But when the original engineers or the third party that comes out to determine the strength of the blast or the type of material they're blasting, and take several different factors into consideration, they're going to determine what the radius is. And they're going to determine, is there a church nearby with stained glass windows? Is this a very highly populated area? Are there some?
And can I ask,
buildings?
just in that sentence, who's the they in that sentence?
It would be a third party that the blasting company would hire to come out and do the inspection. They would always hire a third party to come out, do that third party inspection. The blasting company would probably have input into just, the impact that this blast is going to have on the area, could possibly have on the area. And the experts out there will determine just what the radius is. And then based on, the type of condition of the buildings nearby and the area that they're in and things like that, they'll basically be a little extra careful to make sure that they've done some inspections of those buildings. And when they do the inspections of the buildings, that's where they build their call list.
Thank you. Thank you very much for those answers. Do any of my other colleagues have questions for Mr. Schubert?
Well, again, Madam Chair, thank you very much for allowing me to testify today. And
well, thank you for taking the time to do it. It's time consuming, but it's very valuable for us. So I really appreciate it.
Thank you. And I'm happy to follow up if anyone has questions later on.
Thank you very much. I wish you a good evening. Okay. Next up, we have Dan Peart, and I would like him to correct my pronunciation of his name when we get there. And after that, Linda Brown. So
thank you, Madam Chair.
Dan, how do you pronounce your last name?
Peart.
Peart. Okay, welcome, Mr. Peart.
Thank you very much. Oops. Lost my time. Chairs Horn and Bradley, Vice Chairs Austin and Palillo, and members of the committee, my name is Daniel Peart, Director of Government Affairs for Phantom Fireworks. Thank you for the opportunity to present our comments on proposed bill number 6046, an act concerning the sale and use of consumer-grade fireworks. Before discussing the specifics of legalized fireworks in Connecticut, it is important to recognize the fact that consumer fireworks are safer now than ever before. Since 1994, the Consumer Product Safety Commission's annual fireworks report has shown that fireworks-related injuries per 100,000 pounds used has dropped from 10.7 in 1994 to 3.2 in 2015, a 70% reduction. During that same period of time, the U.S. International Trade Commission reports that fireworks consumption in the U.S. increased from 117 million pounds to 277.5 million pounds, or a 136% increase. This can be attributed to a better, safer product, as well as consumer education, from properly trained industry professionals. Since the year 2000, at least 18 states have expanded their laws that address the sale and use of consumer fireworks. Notable among those are New York, New Jersey, and Delaware, which were previously termed as zero-tolerance states, where not so much as a common sparkler was permitted to be sold or used. Now, the consumer fireworks laws in those three states have eclipsed what is permitted here in Connecticut. In the 18 years that I've been in the fireworks business, not a single state that we operate in has reversed or repealed their consumer fireworks laws. A strong safety record and recapturing lost revenue have been the driving factors for this. Given the recent history of states that have embraced consumer fireworks legalization, now is the perfect time for Connecticut to consider the full legalization of consumer fireworks sales and use. Recapturing the market of your own residents that are currently traveling to other states to get their fireworks, while also taking advantage of the significant neighboring populations, would almost certainly lead to a positive fiscal impact for the state. To that point, there are already plenty of fireworks-loving residents in Connecticut that visit fireworks stores in New Hampshire and Pennsylvania each year. While Phantom certainly supports the concept, we would be much more inclined to support a bill that also included additional safety measures, such as incorporating the only all-inclusive Consumer Fireworks Safety Code, NFPA 1124. Any state that has legalized the full scope of consumer fireworks in recent years has included NFPA 1124 as part of the package. We strongly believe that not doing so would simply not mandate the safest possible environment for Connecticut residents. Phantom fully supports the legalization of consumer fireworks in Connecticut, but only if safety is brought to the forefront of discussion and the most recent life safety features are incorporated into the bill. We appreciate being able to provide comments on proposed bill number 6046, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Peart. Just a quick question about the section you mentioned, the safety code 1124. Is that a regulatory or a legislative issue in other states that have that? Do you know?
It is, so it's a fire code that's incorporated into statute typically when a state adopts consumer fireworks legislation.
Okay, thank you very much. Representative Hayes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Peart, right?
Peart, yes, sir.
Okay, thank you for being here today and testifying. Phantom Fireworks, is that the same company that's setting up the tents all over the state or around 4th of July? You guys have roadside sales?
I'm not sure our presence in Connecticut is as big as it was a few years ago.
Okay, so a few years ago, we agreed that we would allow the use of sparklers per se, nothing that in a technical term goes boom. So what is changing now? What would be added to this sales?
So you're correct. What's currently permitted in Connecticut would be sparklers and a variety of certain ground-based items. As you said, nothing that goes up in the air and nothing that goes boom. This bill is proposing to allow the full scope of consumer fireworks, which would allow the items that go up in the air, aerial fireworks like cakes and repeaters and things of that nature, and bring it more in line with states like Pennsylvania and New Hampshire would be the two closest states to Connecticut that would have similar laws right now.
Okay, so would this include something as big as what I knew when I was a kid as an M80?
No, sir. That's a good question. M80s and cherry bombs are the common, most well-known street names, have actually been federally banned since 1966 as part of the Child Safety Act. So anything with a composition that high is not legal in any state. It's illegal at the federal level. What would be known as a consumer firecracker right now would be probably 500 to 600 times less energetic than what you know as an M80 or a cherry bomb.
Okay, so we're talking like the little pack, the 1 inch, very small type firecracker that's usually bound into a package.
Yes, sir, exactly.
Okay, and then we're talking a much bigger, is it a mortar that goes up in the air?
That would be an example of an aerial firework, a mortar, yes, reloadable mortar.
Is that the same type of firework that goes up in the air, the mortars that we see at the typical professional 4th of July show?
So it would be the consumer version of what you see at that show. There is a very stark contrast between what would be called a consumer firework and what would be called a professional display firework that you would see in the Boston Harbor Show or the New York Harbor Show. The difference between the two is really quite stark. I won't bore you all with the technical explanation, but simply put, a consumer firework is limited by the Consumer Product Safety Commission by the amount of composition that's allowed to be in that specific device. And it's the composition limits are different for different types of fireworks, but the professional types of shells that you're referencing, one, have no limit as to how much powder or composition is permitted to be in the device. And two, they're also permitted to use different chemicals in those devices. For example, a professional item can have metal compounds in the device. A consumer firework cannot have metal compounds in the device.
Okay, and the little bit that I know about commercial fireworks, I think the mortar sizes, it was like a 2-inch mortar, a 6-inch mortar, an 8-inch mortar, and the bigger the mortar, the higher up in the air it goes. Is that true?
That, again, we're talking about professional display fireworks, and yes, you're correct.
Okay, and so in comparison to what we would be adding to the fireworks list that would now be legal in Connecticut, how high and a maximum height would some of these shoot in the air?
The highest items would probably get in the neighborhood of 125 to 150 feet in the air. Some of the things that you're describing on the professional level would get 700 or 800 feet in the air.
Okay, and I've also been, I've had the opportunity to be with the shooters when they shoot up some, and I'm talking about the professional fireworks that goes up, but I've had the chance to be right with some of the shooters while they're setting these off. And I've witnessed some of them that will get 3 feet out of the tube and somehow misfire and blow up right there. So what's so much safer about what we would be adding? What stops the new version of these fireworks from malfunctioning like that?
So the reason I used the statistics starting in 1994, the second paragraph of my testimony, is in 1994, there was a voluntary testing organization that was created called the AFSL, the American Fireworks Standards Laboratory. Since then, the AFSL has become the most reputable third-party testing agency in the fireworks industry, and they test exclusively consumer fireworks. And what they do is they test to a standard that actually exceeds the Consumer Product Safety Commission standards for what would constitute a legal consumer firework. There's a battery of different tests that apply to different categories of consumer fireworks. But since the inception of AFSL, that's where we saw the drastic downturn in consumer fireworks related injuries. So that's why we use that statistic, and we say coupled with a better product and consumer education, because the AFSL has probably brought our industry light years ahead of where it was back in 1994.
Okay, I can appreciate that, but obviously there's no guarantee anywhere that one of these isn't going to malfunction.
If that's a question, no. We're no different than any commodity like a vehicle or an ATV. We have no guarantees that something may not happen.
Okay, and I guess my last question, maybe you mentioned this at the beginning and I missed it, but how many other states have gone to the commercial grade firework?
The commercial grade fireworks?
Oh, I'm sorry, the ones that you're talking about selling now, the consumer grade, yes.
So the easiest way to put it is there's only one state in the country that doesn't permit any consumer fireworks whatsoever, and that's Massachusetts. Every other state in the country permits at least some level of consumer fireworks. For the legislation that we're talking about now, I think last count is 26 states allow at least some level of aerial firework to be sold and used in the state.
Okay, I guess I'm done. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative Hayes. Representative Vale.
Thank you, Madam Chair. How many states is Phantom in?
49.
You're in 49, so obviously Massachusetts is the one state you're not in. So in Connecticut, in my area, they always have it's Phantom too. I know it is. In Stafford, there's always, and it's there temporarily for maybe a month or two, somewhere around the 4th of July. If we were to pass this legislation, would you move into permanent locations?
I believe that's the idea. And that, I'm sorry.
No, it'd still be, the same as it is now.
No, I believe that was the idea in the synopsis of the legislation, is that the sale of these newly permitted items would be contained to permanent fixed standalone buildings.
And so if we did that, then we would stop for allowing people to set up temporary ones too. With that, it would seem somewhat redundant to me to have the sparkler based ones, sold under a tent, and then the big one. So are we looking to kind of keep this uniform? Or are you looking to keep it uniform?
That would certainly be our perception. Again, it's tough to determine exactly what would happen without the actual text of the language, but I agree with you that it would seem to be redundant and certainly less fruitful to have the smaller roadside stands that can only sell the limited array of products when you can have the permanent facilities with all the new safety features and sell everything there.
I know this might not be in your purview, but since you're advocating for it, you might have some of the statistics. Do you know, I know a lot of times, especially around lakes, I've seen people are going to other states and buying stuff. Are they getting arrested for it? I mean, I don't see the cops flying in and arresting anybody that, is blowing off fireworks on Staffordville Lake on the 4th of July. Is this, is there widespread people getting fined and arrested for illegal fireworks in Connecticut? Do you have any information on that?
I don't have any information specific to Connecticut, but I can speak to my home state. I live in Ohio. And in Ohio, the use of aerial fireworks is also banned. And the way that it works in Ohio is the police officer would actually have to catch you in the act of using the items at that time. So I know there are a lot of complaints around the 4th of July, but I think the understanding in Ohio, is in most states, is that it's pretty hard to enforce. It happens once a year. So as long as people are maintaining some level of respect and courtesy and maintaining safety and best practices while they're using it, it seems to be that all states where it's not permitted for a night or two, they're enjoyed and people are celebrating.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Are there any other questions aside from the fact that I'm going to ask you where in Ohio you are?
Youngstown, Ohio.
I grew up outside Cleveland, so.
I was born in Cleveland, East Sider.
East Side, me too. I'm way out in the rural East Side. But. Nice to meet another Ohioan. Representative Di Giancarlo.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I have a couple oppositions to this, but in Waterbury here, we had a really rough year all year long through the PD of just constant fireworks every single night. It became a serious quality of life issue. I know that the thought is that they're only going to use these fireworks around the 4th of July, but I can tell you this year they were blowing off for months, and it was a very disturbing problem for most of our cities. So, I mean, I don't want to hurt anybody's business, but I do want to think about the people that live in the city. And it was and I got to tell you, I was up many nights hearing very powerful explosions. So they're not getting them, they're not getting them legally, but they're getting them somehow. And it really seemed to us that it was a multiple police calls coming through dispatch and, a quality of life issue. So I just address that concern for me, if you don't mind.
I'll address that in two parts. So this last year in 2020 was obviously a very unique year for a number of reasons that don't have anything to do with fireworks. I've been doing this for 18 years. And what we noticed in the consumer fireworks industry, and I'm not just talking about phantom fireworks, but the consumer fireworks industry as a whole, last year when most states were coming out of their various lockdown restrictions and starting to open back up in some capacity, coincided with the 4th of July. Or at least Memorial Day leading into the 4th of July, depending on where you are. And at that time, the typical array of entertainment options that are available to people weren't available last year. Or the ones that were available, people had just decided that we're not going to do that. So the sum result, last year, as states started opening up, people celebrated at home, they had parties, they had friends over, and for whatever reason, I'd love to know what the reason was, believe me. For whatever reason, they incorporated fireworks into those celebrations. And what we saw in the industry last year was I've called it Haley's Comet a number of times. We've never seen it before. I don't think we'll ever see it again. For those of you that heard fireworks last year from different times, I'd imagine you heard more last year than ever before. Same for me. I think it was an outlier due to the external events that really didn't have much to do with fireworks or the 4th of July. That's what people chose to do. The other answer to the question that I do have is I would point to the state of Indiana. In 2006, Indiana legalized the possession and use of consumer fireworks. Ironically, they had firework sales in the state leading up to that. As they legalized the use of consumer fireworks, they limited the use of consumer fireworks to specific days throughout the year. Before that, it was illegal. They legalized it and said it's got to be
Mr. Peart, I think we've lost your feed, or you have frozen. Your screen has frozen. We cannot hear you. Is there a way for you to maybe turn off your video and try again? I don't know if you can hear us, but we cannot hear you. Well, I'm sorry, Representative Giancarlo, did you get your question answered at least?
Yeah, somewhat, but leave it to me to ask a question and break the guy's machine.
Exactly. We blame you.
I got a good enough answer out of it. I wished I heard the second answer, but that's okay.
Okay, I think
Thank you
we've
very
lost
much,
him
Madam Chair.
entirely. He may be
Okay.
calling back in, but we'll see whether we can. There
thank
we go.
you.
They're working on getting. I'm hearing from lobbyists that they're working on getting him back on. So
No problem. I do that with copier machines a lot too.
You're a very powerful guy. So while we're having a little, public announcement, I will just review the next speakers. After this, Linda Brown, and then Betsy Gara, then Robert Kwasnicki, and Paul Farnsworth. That is the next queue. So we'll give Mr. Peart another moment to see whether we can get him back on. Do you have additional questions, Representative? Or? Anyone else have additional questions for this speaker? So maybe we will move on in the list. I thank you, if you can hear us, Mr. Peart, for sharing that testimony, and we're going to call Linda Brown. Linda, are you with us? I can see a Linda Brown on my screen.
Hi there. Good afternoon.
There we are. Good evening. Yes. Well, I was saying good morning all morning, even though when it wasn't morning. So I guess it's good evening now, as our backgrounds are darkening around us. Thank you for joining us today.
Well, thank you for having me. And I want to just say to Kathy, I really appreciate her giving me the opportunity to let you know what has transpired in my life. She has put out a bill for bail bondsmen entering people's homes. So I'll try to make it 3 minutes, but bail bondsmen entered my home while I was sleeping, and I worked, at the time I was working third shift. I heard a knock on my door. Moments later, I heard someone knock on my bedroom door, which is located on the second floor. I was getting up, and my husband got up, and he opened our bedroom door, and he said, "Who are you?" And I got up, and I was like, "Wait a minute, who are you? Who are you talking to, honey?" So anyway, I got up out of my bed, and I escorted this man from my second floor downstairs to the foyer of my front door. And when I got down to that first floor, there was another gentleman standing at the bottom of the stairs. And, you know, I really need for this bill to happen, because from that day, even till today, it took me a long time to come into my home. Sometimes I got out of work at 10 o'clock at night. Sometimes I got out of work at 3 in the morning. Sometimes it was all different kinds of hours. But if nobody was in the house, I could not enter my home without comfort of being in my home. I've been in my home 20 years. I've had people, you know, good neighbors. And now at that day, I got, as I would say, egg on my front door, because I'm the only person of color in this neighborhood. And it's been heck. I had to go through therapy. I'm still going through therapy. My anxiety is pretty high, and I even said I'm not going to cry with this, so I'm not going to cry. But you know, I have to put my son through. Oh, come on, son, go hurry up home. Or if he got out of work at night, sometimes at 9 o'clock, I would sit at the marina till 9:30 until he drives by and picks me up. So in regards to this bill, I really, really need to have just some sort of comfort. And I really would, you know, it stopped me from working. It took me a year to go back to work. But having these people in my home and telling me that they had a warrant for somebody that put my address down, and he never lived here, he never anything that involved my neighbors, went over to my neighbors and asked them, did I have any person that looked like this that comes in, that would come to my house. The person has never been to my house ever. But I really need just, maybe it might give me a little security on give me some security. And I really need.
I thank you for, I mean, that's a harrowing experience, Ms. Brown, and I'm so sorry. And I'm very grateful to you for being willing to come and lay that before us, because your story and shared by Senator Austin has really shown a light on some challenges that we have in Connecticut in this area. And I've certainly learned things in the last few weeks since this bill was first put forward, and which is why we wanted to be able to have a conversation about it, about these issues today, and to hear your story is most powerful. So I am so sorry that you have gone through this, but I am so grateful to you for being willing to share it with us so that we can try to make it better for you and for other people who might be in similar situations. So my gratitude for your being willing to open up to us in this weird forum that we're all in.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Austin.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And Linda, thank you very much for being brave enough to come forward. This has been more than almost 2 years in the making that we have been sort of traveling this path, just trying to figure out what we could do. So I'm going to ask a couple questions so that you have an opportunity to tell a little bit more of your story. And just remember that you're a very brave woman. And so let's see if we can get through a couple more questions so my colleagues can understand this. Part of the problem when after these two bondsmen came to your door was that when you called the police department, both local police and ultimately the state police, there was no one to go to hold the bail bondsman accountable because there was no one agency that handled them. Would that not be a fair statement?
Yes, that's correct.
So we had the state police do an investigation on this issue, but there is more than one state agency that handles bail bondsmen, so there's no direct linkage so that if there's a bail bondsman that may not be acting in the correct fashion, there's no one to complain to. There's no resource to complain to. We went 6-7 months trying to find somebody that they responded to. Is that not correct?
Yes, that is also correct. And one other thing I want to mention, when I got them downstairs, I asked them, I said, do you have a warrant to be in my house? And he said, oh, yes, I got it. I said, well, get downstairs right now and show me this warrant. So he shows me a piece of paper with another lady's name on it. And I mean, I don't know. I mean, I've never been in trouble in my life. And I didn't know exactly what I was looking at, but I kind of knew that it wasn't a warrant because I would think, okay, maybe it would say state of Connecticut on the top of the page or something, but it didn't say that. All it had was the person's name, and then come to find out now it was the mother's name. So this is the piece of paper that they showed me that they said it was a warrant. And like I said, I didn't know if it was or wasn't, but yeah.
And Linda, not only the two of us have been traveling this journey for, like I said, for about 2 years now. We found out that bail bondsmen can enter somebody's home without a warrant. Would that not be true?
From what I had Googled a little bit in regards to can they do that, it wasn't really clear to me. It said that they have to see the person or something, but I'm not positive whether they can or cannot because I don't know the verbiage to you that they used to explain it. So I don't know. I don't know if they can or cannot, but I know that that's and another. And I want to also say, well, I have it on my head because my memory is really bothered. But they had when I recorded them, because I recorded the conversation. And when I recorded him the first time and I asked them their name, and I still do have the recording, I asked them their name. The first time he said Dan, second time he said Francis. So I didn't get a clear notice of who that person was that came into my home.
So Linda, I'm hoping that we can resolve some of the issues that came up as a result of this. And I want to thank the committee for bringing this bill forward. And thank you very much, Madam Chair. And thanks, Linda, for being so strong.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Senator Austin. Representative Giovancarlo, did you have a question?
I
Or is
believe
that an
that
old
am
handout?
I to take my hand down? I apologize, Madam Chairman.
No, that's okay. We're all going to have patience with the system. That's very. Does anyone else have questions for Ms. Brown?
Madam Chair.
Representative Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mrs. Brown, I'm going to ask you a question. how they got into your property.
Well, me, they just walked in. I live in a nice neighborhood. Once in a while, I'll lock my door. Another time, maybe I won't, And being here in 20 years, I've never had anyone come into my home. So they just walked in, and I don't know what they did while they were downstairs or what they did when they came up the stairs. But just that knock on the door. And when my husband said, who are you? Like, what are you doing here? That's, but they just walked in. I heard a knock, but as I said, I get out of work. I think that night I probably got out of work at 2 a.m. And I know I had to go back to work at 12 p.m. So I was sleeping, and there was that knock at maybe 10 o'clock in the morning or whatever. And so they just walked in.
So up to today, you don't have no names and you don't know who got into your house?
I have a video recording of the individuals that came into my home.
Do you live here in the state of Connecticut?
Yes, I live in Norwich, the Norwich area.
And you got a video?
I have a video, correct.
You can get my number, give me a call.
Okay.
If you have the video, I'll give you my number.
I do have the video.
I'll give you my number, 860-655.
One moment.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair. But they don't have no right to get into any apartment. Like, they have to knock the door. It doesn't matter. And I used to be, I used to work in court, and I was a marshal in the court. And I also used to serve papers around the state of Connecticut. And you can't get into a house, just open the door and get in. You have to knock. You have to have permission. I used to do that for years. And that was one thing that I was very clear. We can't just push the door and get in. But it's good that you have a video. Get my number and give me a call.
When you're ready.
Okay, 860-655-5907.
Okay, and I also just probably the anxiety that I had a little while ago is because my son took my husband to work, and he just came back, and I feel like now I'm like almost whole, I'm like 99%, right, and I just feel better. So, and it's terrible that I call, like he works at Mohegan, and he gets out of work at 9 o'clock in the morning. As I said, I sit down at the marina and wait for him, and he'll go, okay. And it's pretty sad. Like this 2 weeks, he was on 2-week vacation, and he stayed home with me, just knowing that I needed his comfort just to be here. And
you have a good family. That's important.
He's very kind.
Well,
and they also called the police on me because I kicked them out of my home. I tried to get them arrested for entering my home. They did not do anything like that. That day I got a ticket for I guess being mad, and I took it to the prosecutor's office, and he threw it out. He's like, this is nonsense. But I'm getting better, and I just thank God for the lady that I see, and she has helped me tremendously.
That's an important thing. There are good people in the world too who are will be part of your story as well. And I'm grateful that you're part of ours, and that you, as Senator Austin has said, were brave enough to come and share this with us. And we look forward to learning more about this issue as we go ahead. So I thank, everyone. Again, it's one of the valuable things about this committee and others is that we have people who have served a variety of positions in their other lives and bring a real perspective that can help solve problems. And so I'm again grateful that you were willing to share that with us tonight. So thank you. Does anyone else have other questions for Ms. Brown? Representative Giancarlo, is that you're still your old one?
I just have one question. It's probably
you do? Okay.
Probably for Senator Austin, I think. So in the end, do we have a clear defined language that tells bail bondsmen what they can and can't do? Do we have a body that governs them?
If I may, Madam Chair.
Yes, please, Senator Austin, go ahead.
It depending on which type of bail bondsman they are, there's two different agencies, the Department of Public, the state police, or the insurance department. And so my goal with this piece of legislation is one, to make sure that we have a clearly defined path to find out. It took us literally months from my office to figure out which group was responsible for this, and because the state law is not as clear as I believe it needs to be, someone entering someone's house is like this is just it's a problem that needs to be resolved. And so all the agencies were essentially going like this. They were saying it's this agency's fault, it's this agency's fault, and so we need to just clarify this so that someone like Linda doesn't have someone. Quite frankly, if someone knocked on your bedroom door after you'd just, if you've been asleep, that would probably not end very well at the end of the day, right? So I think
as we know from many other stories, yeah.
Right, and so I just think that this is something that needs to be clarified. And it took Linda a long time to get better enough to feel comfortable in her own home. To have somebody come into your home that doesn't belong there is unnerving. And it's just been very heartbreaking to watch her go through all of the different things that she has had to go through. And, my staff, Steve Palmer, has been a godsend to just have that conversation with Linda, make sure that she's okay, and I just think that we need to figure it out. So the language probably still needs to be clarified. And answer your two questions, but a lot of this is because there's two different agencies that handle bail bondsmen, depending on what kind of bail bondsman they are.
Yeah, disturbing story. So thank you, Senator. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Okay, I am now, as we go to our next speaker, I'm going to pass the gavel to my co-chair, Senator Bradley.
Maria, outstanding work as always. Can everybody hear me first and foremost? Am I coming in loud and clear? Yeah, I am. Great. Thank you very much.
Yes, you are.
Okay, great. Outstanding work to my co-chair. See if we can move this business right along here. I believe the next person on our list, it's a Betsy Gara, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, Betsy Gara. Thank you.
Gara, thank you very much, ma'am. The floor is yours. I believe it's a 3-minute mark, and
all right.
Please go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Bradley, Representative Horn, Senator Champagne, Representative Green, and members of the committee. My name is Betsy Gara. I'm the Executive Director of the Connecticut Council of Small Towns, otherwise known as COST. And I'm here today. We did submit on a number of bills, but I just want to speak to one in particular. We support proposed House Bill 6302, which calls for the development of a plan in conjunction with chief elected officials and public safety professionals to consolidate the public safety answering points. So I'm sure on this committee, you're all familiar with what the PSAPs are, so I won't belabor that issue, but we do support it. We've been looking at this issue for a number of years. I have to say, initially, we were very opposed to efforts to consolidate the PSAPs because of a number of concerns that were raised. However, over time, and we've again taken a very long look at this, we have decided to support efforts to consolidate the PSEPs. As Representative Rojas pointed out in his written testimony, it does end up improving the quality of service that is available because there's a larger pool of dispatchers to draw on. It increases the coordination of public safety and emergency services, and it also produces some long-term cost savings. And I think that's obviously very important. There are, however, barriers, and we've watched many communities move to consolidate PSEPs and unfortunately encountered barriers that undermine those efforts. There's personnel and labor issues that are always difficult to deal with. There are also issues regarding software compatibility, liability costs, questions regarding the liability and how costs are apportioned among the various towns. There are also concerns regarding the lack of available startup funding because there are considerable capital costs in moving forward to consolidate the public safety answering points, and also a lack of community support. We have seen that proposals where the town leaders were very supportive of efforts to consolidate, they failed because the residents just did not want to see that happen. They were concerned about dark stations because some do continue to go to the call centers if there's an emergency. And so there are a lot of concerns that we've been trying to address over the years. We do feel, though, that these are surmountable concerns, that they can be addressed. And I think the best way to do that is to establish a task force to develop a plan to do so. I noticed from Westcog's testimony that they are also looking at preparing implementation plans to assist communities in consolidating these PSEPs. And again, it's something that a lot of different entities are looking at. The Advisory Commission on Intergovernmental Relations is also looking at this issue. And I think that this is a good opportunity to kind of move forward with a plan to do this session. So thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. So any questions from any of the members of the committees? I'm looking here and I don't see any hands raised. Oh, Rep. Horn, the co-chair, your floor is yours.
Sorry, I couldn't resist coming back. So Betsy, thanks for being with us tonight. I just wanted, mostly what I have is not so much a question, just a statement of how incredibly helpful it is to have your advocacy and that of cost working on this issue, because, you know, I mean, I represent a very rural district, and when people hear regionalization of just about anything, people get very fearful about what that means for losing rural knowledge of our small towns. And so I just think we're much more, the bottom line of this, the statistic that everybody cites, a place like Houston, Texas has, with 2.3 million people, has one PSAP, and Connecticut has 100, there's a problem here, and we have to, but we need, organizations like COST to help us figure out how to make this better for people without losing, real expertise and value in our small towns. So my comment is more of a comment than a question. So I just want to thank you for sharing that.
I appreciate that. And I do want to just make committee members aware, we're very willing to schedule a Zoom meeting with any one of you to discuss any of these issues more thoroughly. There are a lot of issues under consideration that affect municipalities, so please reach out. Normally we would be up at the state capitol and legislative office building and stopping you in the hallway to introduce ourselves, so we don't have that opportunity this session. So thank you.
That's great. I believe Representative Hayes has a question. The floor is yours, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for coming to testify. What was the name of your organization again?
The Connecticut Council of Small Towns.
Okay, and how many towns does that represent?
It fluctuates from year to year, but ranges from between 106 to 115.
Okay, from all over the state, or
from all over the state? Yes.
Okay, do you know how many towns you represent in the northeast corner?
In the north, I can pull that out, but a number of towns. I know Rick Ives from Brooklyn is actually on our board of directors. We've had other members from that area on our board of directors in the past. So if you want to put in a good word for us, we have a very affordable dues structure. So
Well, maybe I will, but I do have some problems with this bill. I don't know if you're aware, but I spent 33 years in law enforcement, the last 12 as chief of police. And as such, I managed the small dispatch center, the one PSAP in the northeast corner from Putnam. So how many PSAPs are there in Connecticut?
There are currently 109, it's my understanding.
And how many, the 109, how many actually dispatch police departments?
I'm not sure, to be honest. I'd have to look into that information. But there, it's interesting. It's not just the small rural towns that have standalone. So for example, in the Northwest Hills, they have been served by a regional PSAP for a long time, and they're very happy with it. So I do think it's an opportunity. I do want to caution that we don't support any kind of forced consolidation, but we think if you can encourage consolidation and address some of the barriers that are preventing towns from consolidating that have really tried to, then I think that's going to be very helpful. So currently under the funding formula, regional PSAPs do receive additional funding as a way to incentivize the regionalization of those PSAPs. So, and I think that's something that should continue.
Well, thank you. And I'm glad to hear that you don't support forced regionalization, but isn't part of the plan to eliminate funding for the smaller PSAPs that don't regionalize?
Well, that was a question that I had. So proposed bills, as you probably know by now, are sometimes not fully fleshed out. So I was a little concerned with a statement in Representative Rojas' written testimony that indicates that it would end up eliminating funding if a town did not consolidate, because I think PSAPs provide a critical service. I mean, as we heard from the previous witness, public safety is paramount. And so if towns are uncomfortable with moving forward with consolidation for whatever reason, I don't think they should be penalized. So the bill itself doesn't seem to call for that in my mind. What we support is the establishment of a plan. Let's make sure we get together, understand what are the issues that some of the towns have faced. And that's why I think if you look at Francis Pickering's testimony on behalf of WestCog, they're going through that process, and they're trying to, as a COG, assist their members in understanding what some of the questions are regarding consolidation. What are some of the barriers that they face? Because we have seen communities spend a lot of money to try to go forward with a plan for consolidation, but because of the upfront costs and the requirement that the residents of the town approve those costs, they've failed, and they failed because people have expressed concern about how it would impact public safety. Again, we've looked at that over the years, and we do believe that we can address that, but again, it needs to be a voluntary process.
Okay, I can appreciate that, but in my opinion, if you're going to take away funding to a very small PSAP that doesn't regionalize, wouldn't you consider that forced regionalization?
No. I am again concerned that the way that I read the bill, it does not at this point state that. So if that's the intention, we would have concerns with that. I think the first part and the focus of the bill should be in developing a plan so that we can get a better understanding of some of the issues that the towns have faced in trying to consolidate, and some of the issues that our residents have in terms of why they have concerns. So again, supporting the plan, not supporting eliminating funding.
Do you recall just a few years back when the state police tried to regionalize their dispatch centers?
The trooper barracks, yes.
Okay, and that turned out to be a great failure. Everybody anticipated that it was going to be the save all, and it was going to save money, and it was going to put more troopers on the road, and it turned out to be a complete disaster where we spent lots of money putting in lots of new equipment and software, and it turned out to be a disaster.
Agreed.
As I spoke with the majority leader, I guess a few hours ago now, I just asked the people that come in front of us, and I asked my colleagues, please let's not paint this state with a wide brush. What's good for the people in Greenwich and what works for the people in Greenwich doesn't always work for the people in the quiet northeast corner or the people in the northwest corner. Sometimes we forget that there's very different styles of living and culture in the different parts of our state. The dispatch center that I was responsible dispatched one police department, one fire department, and one EMS unit. You know, it's not like I could regionalize with somebody else, another police department. The closest police department to my south was 20 minutes away from me. My closest police department to the west was 40 minutes away from me. So the regionalization there is very difficult, and it's not like a number of departments sitting side by side and neighboring each other. I need, or it's not me anymore, but the dispatch center in Putnam that dispatches out of the police department needs one person there at nighttime to keep an eye on and monitor prisoners that are kept in custody and lockup overnight or temporarily. So that station needs one person in it no matter what. So why not have that person be able to dispatch our police department and our fire department? And also, like I told the majority leader, a small community like Putnam or Thompson or Killenly, the three towns that I represent, those dispatches know the town. So when somebody's having a medical emergency or somebody from the area has a car accident or somebody from the area doesn't know where they are at that time, they look for landmarks, and they could tell us that I'm in front of this store and I can see a great big oak tree across the street. Well, the people in that small town know that well enough that they can dispatch to that location and not waste time getting people there. It works for us. It's safe for us. So please don't group everybody together. Don't say, yes, we know it's going to work in the Greenwich or Stanford area, and so we're going to do it entirely across the state. Let's remember we're unique, in what we have in one corner of the state is different from the other corner of the state. I thank you for your time. I thank you for being here to testify. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm done.
I just have to say, I absolutely agree with that statement. We often say that we are very concerned about one-size-fits-all approaches because they don't work for exactly the reasons that you state. So thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I believe Representative Vale has his hand up, and the floor is yours, sir, if that's the case.
Thank you, Senator Bradley. Good evening, Betsy. I just want to get it on the record because it's going to say that cost supports this issue. And just for clarification, if they stop funding if people don't do it, I interpret that as a mandate. If you don't give us any money, it's certainly not. Or if it turns into a mandate, if that happens, would you still support this?
No, we would not. But again, as I read the bill, it calls for the development of a plan. And I think if the bill moves forward, we should ensure that it includes representatives from smaller communities, rural communities, such as those in the northeast corner, so that we can make sure that we're developing a plan that meets the needs of everybody. You know, currently under the funding formulas, the small standalone PSEPs don't receive a considerable amount of funding. So just so you're aware of that, but we should be looking at the funding formulas and making sure that everyone receives their fair share.
You know, I represent two towns in north central Connecticut, and we're good. So when I know Stafford with Troop C, and we work it out. So we don't need Big Brother coming down on us. I'm always, if we're creating an opportunity for people to regionalize, and that's a cost share, and it's better, that's great. But when you start talking about not funding, then that's certainly where I have concerns. So I just want to make sure, because they'll say, oh, cost supports this, but if they change this, and they often do, that I just want for clarification for my own personal knowledge that you would not support it if there were some type of mandate or of that sort.
Exactly. Thank you. Yes, we would oppose any kind of forced one-size-fits-all consolidation.
Is there anyone else who has questions? Ma'am, do you have any other statements you'd like to make? Closing statements? No?
No,
for
thank
your
you.
time. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Senator.
I believe next is a Miss Morton, Sonia Morton, I believe is the next speaker. She's available. Please, the floor is yours. We'll give it a few minutes to see if we can get her online. And if not, we'll go to the next speaker. The clerk's gonna let me know if the person's not available, so that'll also help me too to move the business along.
I do see her name still listed there.
Yeah.
She's not speaking. Ms. Morton? Ms. Morton? Ms. Morton?
If not, we can give her an opportunity. Maybe we can move on to the next. I think Representative Kawasnicki is the next speaker. Maybe if he's willing and able, we can have him go and we can revisit it if she turns back on. Representative, are you on? The floor is yours, sir. Yeah.
I'm not a representative, but I appreciate it. Yeah, I'm available.
I apologize.
No,
I have your
that's okay. It wasn't.
I think I just looked at. Actually, you know what? It's just late. It says Robert. And for some reason, I interpret it as representative. The floor is yours.
All right. Thank you. So good evening, and thank you to this committee for considering support of Senate Bill 783, titled "An Act Concerning Elected and Appointed Constables as Law Enforcement Officials During a State or National Emergency." I want to thank my representative, Senator Kissel and Representative Hall, for their work on behalf of their respective districts, as well as Representative Kurt Vale for reaching out to me with some questions about this in advance. This bill, if passed, can provide our state with the option of expanded resources during extreme disaster emergencies by providing the classification only of constables as quote unquote first responders, and only during declared state or federal emergencies, so that individual constables at their sole discretion may procure communications services through firstnet.gov or .com and remain available should their services be required by appropriate authorities. FirstNet, a dedicated public safety resource, is available for the public safety community, including the extended first responder community that could be called on to help support first responders. SB 783 does not expand the duties, rights, or obligations of Connecticut constables, whether elected or appointed. Nor does this bill burden taxpayers with any additional municipal or state expenditure. The Office of Legislative Research published a summary regarding the duties, powers, and authority of elected town constables. Such duties include, but are not limited to, assisting the U.S. Department of Agriculture in its program for the eradication of contagious diseases, court attendance at the Superior Court when it is transacting business, delivery of notices of special and reconvened sessions of the General Assembly to its members, and the authority of commandeering persons to assist constables with the execution of their duties. Additionally, supplemental Senate Bill 1101 from the early 2000s clarified constables being under the umbrella of the classification of law enforcement or peace officers. This bill, although at first glance may cause assumptions of notable changes to the roles of constables, in fact, changes nothing in the duties, obligations, and authorities granted to constables. It simply provides access for constables to the FirstNet cellular communications network and services, thus ensuring the hundreds of constables in our state may remain reachable should a disaster of significant magnitude require law enforcement, fire, EMTs, etc., to remain focused on critical activities, as the hundreds of constables in Connecticut could provide auxiliary support prescribed by the various state statutes concerning the role of constables. In short, this bill simply connects the constable to a Connecticut state or municipal agency on the firstnet.gov application process. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, sir. Is there anyone with questions? I see Representative Vale. It's the first on my side here. Yes, sir. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good evening, Rob.
Good evening, Representative Vale.
I'm going to need some questions answered through this process because, you know, we have constables elected in Stafford, and for some time now, it's been largely ceremonial. I know that technically they probably still have some of those. I know they do within state statute, certain rights or whatever, but a lot of them, I think I'm not even sure why we still do it. We have a police force. It's been largely ceremonial. Would these constables, would just being elected be enough to give them access to this, or would they need to be required some type of police training or training of the sort that would be equal to people, you know, like a sworn police officer?
Good question. So there are two types of constables, as you're probably aware, appointed and elected. Elected have no, according to the Office of Legislative Research, have no law enforcement authority. Appointed constables, which can be appointed at any point time by a municipal executive, may have law enforcement authority. The statutes are unclear as whether they need police training or not. However, with regards to particularly the elected constables, I'm not aware of any appointed constables. As far as elected constables, and regarding this bill, it changes nothing of, it doesn't expand any duties or rights or obligations. It's simply an administrative connection for the FirstNet network, where, so right now, like if you go through if I go through the process as a constable, I can select peace officer, constable, and then it says, okay, well, what agency are you connected with? And my only options are, and for any other constable, is the Connecticut State Police, Department of Corrections in Enfield, or the Enfield, which is where I'm from, Enfield, Connecticut, the Enfield Police Department. So that's the only missing connection. Otherwise, by Connecticut state statute, even though it is assumed largely ceremonial, it is only that because that constables don't take the necessary steps to become engaged in their roles as constables, primarily with the service of process, as is prescribed by statute 5250, 789, 52261, where we could serve papers for a variety of purposes. State marshals primarily took over that role, so there's some overlap. What the bill is going in the long game is, if there is a disaster of such significant magnitude where our emergency responders have to be hands-on on some critical things, and yet we have the communication, the cellular network, the civilian network has been brought down like it was on September 11th, on 9/11, then there's no way to contact the constables if, for example, there's an emergency session of representatives or General Assembly needs to convene. And that's exactly where the town constables will go from largely ceremonial to very active, positively active in helping reconvene the legislative body. As an example, there's also, by statute, we can be required to help the U.S. Department of Agriculture in eradication of certain diseases. So it changes nothing. This bill changes nothing as far as our authority as according to our state laws. It simply just formalizes a classification so that should any constable decide on their own to procure services and want to be available during those times and get FirstNet cellular services, they can do so. And there's no expense to the state or the towns.
Is there any risk of the information they can access? Like, if there's no qualification and there's been no training, there could be people that aren't qualified to access that information. Do you have any concerns about that? I mean, because there's no process other than an appointment or an election that people don't really pay that much attention to. Like, we always have to struggle to get people to run for that. you know, and so I just have concerns. I don't want someone who's overly zealous to be accessing more information than he should be or she should be entitled to. So that's a concern I have. I'll hear more about it, and I'll ask you more questions offline as well. I want to learn a little bit more about it. I want to make sure we're not opening a door we don't need to open. That's all.
Yeah, and I can quickly address the access to any kind of information, whatever information is available through Verizon, AT&T, or T-Mobile is exactly the same information. It's just a cellular network. So there's no special privilege or access to any kind of information. Yeah.
Thank you, Representative Vale. I believe Representative Hayes has his hands up. Sir, the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for being here with us tonight. I'm having a hard time understanding this. Could you give me another example? I mean, other than the service of papers or helping out the Department of Agriculture, how could you help out specifically a municipality?
Well, so there are like these disparate chunks of state statute that talk about constable duties. And according to the Office of Legislative Research, they broke it down to, this is what I'm speaking to is primarily the elected constables. So according to them, there are service of process, which are the traditional judgments, liens, etc. There's probate court hearings, command of assistance, animal-related duties, court attendance, and other duties. And there's about a dozen different state statutes that talk to this. So they're out there, and my reasoning is we're not facing any type of disaster of the magnitude that would require all of our first responders to be going and dealing with, while we have some of this administrative stuff, like I mentioned about convening the legislature for special session or emergency session, et cetera. But this, as a side benefit, would just allow the town constables to be part of a process of a solution rather than being a assumed ceremonial position. And they could actually be in a position to be helpful. And we could probably tighten up some of the legislation, or the other side of it is that, as Representative Vale suggested, these roles, probably shouldn't have ceremonial laws. That's reserved maybe for Great Britain, England. So these are on the books. The constables are appointed. Constables do have law enforcement authority according to state statutes. Instead of trying to divide the two into different things, it's just lumping it all together. But according to that one supplemental Senate Bill 1101, it clearly states it was an amendment to current laws that clearly points or classifies constables underneath the peace officer umbrella. Now, there are no duties associated with it, outside of what I mentioned.
I didn't mean to interrupt you, but
that's okay.
Let's just say, for the sake of conversation, the town of Thompson has 4 constables, and something in statute changes that they're now allowed to go on and log on to your site. Is that what we're doing? We're registering, we're logging on with?
No, nothing. Think of it this way. Because FirstNet is kind of an unknown quantity. Let's just say Verizon Wireless has a separate network from the civilian network, cellular network. It's just a cell phone service. And in order to get on their special network, you just have to show that you're underneath in this case, the peace officer umbrella, constable. And that's all we're talking about. It's like going from Verizon to T-Mobile. There's no special access to any information, any data, any authority, any files, or anything. It's just.
So what's the benefit of having this new provider or network that I'm still confused about?
All right, so FirstNet was created, I believe, after 9/11. so that when, if you remember, our cell services were really crushed. And so they created this as an option for first responders to be on a network that wouldn't be taken down with a civilian network in the case of a severe emergency. And that would remain active so that they could communicate with each other. So that's, I don't know if I answered that question.
So is that the only benefit, that a town's constable would now have a cell phone network that is more reliable in a disaster type situation?
It would be correct. It would not, if the civilian network went down and if a constable chose to pay for service through FirstNet through their own dollars and payment. Yes, if the civilian network went down, they would still be able to be be communicated with. It could be called upon by courts, the governor to reconvene the state legislature if they have to serve process of paperwork or anything like that. That's it.
So am I mistaken to say that your goal is to make constables more available during a disaster, more available to their specific municipality?
My goal is to have that option open in case such a drastic emergency or disaster ensues. That's it. Just to keep it like an insurance policy.
I have a much better understanding. Thank you. Thank you for testifying. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Appreciate the questions.
Thank you. Seeing no further questions, sir, do you have any closing remarks you'd like to make briefly to the committee?
No, I just appreciate the time and the opportunity. I want to thank again Representative Hall, Representative Vale, and Senator Kissel for their questions and clarification. Representative Hayes for his questions. Appreciate the time.
Thank you very much, sir, for your time. I think I saw Ms. Morton log back in. Gina, am I correct in that? I don't know if Ms. Morton is back with us. If
yes,
so,
I am. Sorry, I had stepped away.
No, not a problem. I understand. The floor is yours, ma'am. There's a 3-minute mark and the floor is yours.
Good evening, Senator Bradley, Representative Horn, and members of the committee. My name is Sandra Morton. I'm a licensed clinical social worker in the Department of Mental Health and Addiction Services. I work in the mobile crisis as a trained clinician at Capital Region Mental Health Center in Hartford, where we help people who are experiencing mental health emergencies. Mobile crisis services are a collaborative intervention providing the most effective strategy for responding to mental health emergencies, preventing suicides and overdose deaths, and reducing ER visits. We are the workers who provide the safety net for the most disadvantaged people with severe and prolonged mental illness, often complicated by substance abuse. In Hartford and across Connecticut, we disproportionately serve people of color. I am here today in support of Senate Bill 572. Over many years, and especially the last 10, however, chronic underfunding has cut our services to the bone, leaving huge gaps in coverage on nights and weekends. As a result, mental health emergencies are often handled by the police, not trained mental health professionals like us. We need to expand mobile crisis services now more than ever. The pandemic and the huge mental health crisis that it has created have exposed the cracks in our safety net. Cracks that our members and our clients have known about for a long time. At Capital Region, the number of calls that we received from the police has tripled since the start of the pandemic. One Saturday, while my coworker was on duty, she responded to a 211 call from a woman experiencing an emergency. The woman had overdosed. My coworker knew the woman and her specific needs, so she was able to react quickly. If the woman had called later or during the night and got the answering machine, she would have died. It was only because my experienced coworker was on shift to take the call that a precious life was saved and not lost. We refuse to let the state slash the services that people need. This year, we must expand mobile crisis services. Oops, I think I lost you. Can you guys see me? I think I lost my Zoom, sorry.
We can hear you.
You can hear me?
I
don't know what happened. You guys just disappeared. Okay, you can hear me, sorry. We refuse to let the state slash the services that people need. This year, we must expand mobile crisis services. It's the difference between life and death. We have the resources to fund universal, comprehensive mobile crisis services statewide. And as 1199 members, we are demanding this as a matter of justice for the people that have been left behind in our society. We are demanding this as a matter of racial justice because the majority of the individuals we serve in mobile crisis are Black and brown. It's not a coincidence that these cuts have been made to a service that primarily assists working class communities and communities of color in particular. This problem is systemic and you have the ability to change that. Support Senate Bill 572 and expand mobile crisis and community response teams across the state. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for your statements. I believe Representative Hayes had his hands up first. The floor is yours, sir.
Oh, here you are. Okay.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, I forgot to take it down the last time. My apologies.
Not a problem. I see no questions or no hands raised, if I'm not mistaken. Thank you, ma'am, for your testimony. We appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Next, I believe we have Mr. Paul Farnsworth. Sir, if you're present, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Co-Chair Bradley, Madam Co-Chair Horn, ranking members, honorable members of the Public Safety and Security Committee. My name is Paul Farnsworth of the Northford District of North Branford, Connecticut. It's been said that the world is run by those who are willing to sit until the end of meetings. I'd like to commend the committee members for their endurance tonight. In the interest of brevity, I will paraphrase my written testimony. I am a fourth generation elevator contractor, and I'm here tonight to oppose proposed bill number 5164, which is an act concerning licensure of residential stair lift technicians. The proposed bill has a statement of purpose to promote and facilitate the safe installation of personal stair lifts by requiring installers of such lifts in private residences to be licensed as residential stair lift technicians. This stated purpose has previously been achieved because a residential stair lift technician license, which is known as the RSL license, was established in 2016 by Connecticut General Statutes 20-340F and the regulations of Connecticut state agencies as amended in sections 21A-340F-1 to 21A-340F-3 inclusive. The proposed bill requires individuals installing vertical platform lifts in private residences to obtain the RSL license. This would be an unnecessary duplication because a vertical platform lift can now legally be installed in a private residence by an individual holding any one of several existing trade licenses, including the R1 Unlimited Elevator Contractor, the R2 Unlimited Elevator Journey Person, the R5 Limited Accessibility Contractor, and R6, the Limited Accessibility Journey Person. Presently, holders of the residential stair lift license are limited to installation, repair, replacement, maintenance, or alteration of inclined residential stairway chair lifts. Proposed bill number 5164 seeks to expand the work that can be performed by the holder of an RSL license to include vertical platform lifts, which in certain ways are similar to a small passenger elevator.
Mr. Farnsworth, I believe the time has lapsed, and if you could please give us a summation of your remarks, please.
Yes. In short, the health, safety, and welfare of the general public will be jeopardized by proposed bill number 5164, and I strongly oppose passage of the bill. The necessary professional standards that are necessary to install this equipment can be achieved by seeking one of the previous licenses that I mentioned a moment ago.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you
Are
very
there any
much.
questions from members of this committee? Seeing none, sir, thank you very much for your time this evening. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Next, I believe on our list, we have a Miss Lisa Winjum, and if I'm going to mispronounce your name, I apologize, but the floor is yours if you're present. Miss Lisa Winjum.
Sorry about that. I was on mute.
Not a
Catchphrase
problem.
2020.
Yeah. The
Thank
floor is
you.
yours, ma'am.
Thank you, Senator Bradley, and Representative Horn and members of the Public Safety and Security Committee. I'm Lisa Winjum, the Executive Director of the Connecticut Office of the National Alliance on Mental Illness. I've submitted written testimony on Senate Bill 781, House Bill 5586, and Senate Bill 572. I'm going to keep my remarks brief. NAMI is the nation's largest mental health organization dedicated to building better lives for all people affected by mental health conditions. On the state and national level, diverting people with mental health issues from criminal justice involvement is a top priority for NAMI. We advocate for policies to get people help, not handcuffs. Mental illness should not be treated as a crime. In a mental health crisis, people with mental illness frequently encounter police rather than getting medical attention. As a result, people with mental illness are overrepresented in the criminal justice system. Every community should have a robust crisis services for people experiencing a psychiatric emergency to receive help and avoid criminal justice system involvement. NAMI Connecticut collaborates with the Connecticut Alliance to Benefit Law Enforcement on CIT training by providing individuals and family members trained to share their stories of lived experience with mental illness to a law enforcement audience. Their participation in CIT trainings provide an opportunity for officers to hear about someone who experienced being in crisis and may have interacted with law enforcement as a result, but is now living well with mental illness. The powerful and unique stories shared by NAMI presenters help increase officers' understanding and empathy, improving crisis response in communities. These presentations are consistently popular with officers who attend CIT training, and NAMI's goal is to ensure that every law enforcement officer has this opportunity. NAMI's involvement in CIT training reaches back to the earliest days of CIT in Memphis, Tennessee. Throughout the country and here in Connecticut, we have been a partner as CIT has expanded in communities. The effort to improve crisis response has always been an important part of our mission, and we have always advocated for safer, more compassionate, and focused ways to connect people to care. CIT encourages we support mental health training for our first responders. Our members have led the way in this training with important and meaningful stories that increase understanding and have a direct impact on this goal. CIT encourages the collaboration necessary to help people with behavioral health crisis get connected to services and safety, and most importantly, without involvement in the criminal justice system. We would like to see more funding to expand the crisis intervention team training that brings these partners together. NAMI Connecticut supports Senate Bill 572, an act concerning community crisis response teams and reentry centers. The bill offers an alternative to a criminal justice response to people in crisis. The community crisis response team.
Sorry, the time is up. I'm sorry.
Okay, that's great. Thank you, and I'll answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, ma'am. Is there any questions from members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much, ma'am, for your time this evening. We appreciate it. I believe next on the list is Mr. Bryce Calasius. If you're present, sir, the floor is yours. Mr. Bryce Calasius.
That's because we got two.
The floor is yours, sir. Mr. Colacius?
Yeah, can you guys hear me?
We can hear you. Yes, sir.
Okay. Sorry, we had two computers going on at the same time. So good afternoon, members of the committee. Thank you for allowing me to testify here today. I'm here to support HP 5078 and also HP 5162, as well as a host of other ideas and proposals submitted by Brian Cody's Law for the sake of substance abuse disorders and mental health. My name is Bryce Colacius, and today I can probably say that I'm a grateful man in long-term recovery. I never imagined or wished to be burdened with this disease of addiction. Before being introduced to addiction, I was a scholar athlete in college playing soccer. Was injured where I was subsequently introduced to Oxycontin after having surgery. This was a weight that I never known before and led me down a dark, desperate path for the next 8 years of my life, where I was in and out of rehabs in the hospital, during which I also racked up a criminal rap sheet and found myself in places and situations that I never thought I would be in, doing things that my parents raised me better than. It wasn't until faith in God introduced me to a man named Rick DeValley, with whom I'm sitting next to today. His love and passion to help men and women suffering from the disease helped show me the light in the darkness. His organization, New Beginning, gave me a safe and sober place to stay and a feeling of being a part of something bigger than myself. His organization gave me more love and support than I ever had during the journey with the disease of addiction, while filling my life with purpose and value. I've been given a new lease on life and graduating with a bachelor's degree in business while volunteering at the Redemption House and getting trained as a recovery coach. There's been people like Rick and the organizations like New Beginning, the Redemption House, Brian Cody's Law, which has helped give me my life back. Another reason why I can say that I've been clean and sober since August 4, 2019. We desperately need more organizations like these in our community to help curb this opioid epidemic that is ravaging our towns and cities and creating a generation of youth who grow up suffering from this disease. These organizations are a beacon of hope and embrace each and every person in recovery with open arms by specializing in peer-to-peer support, which I believe is the most effective means of therapy to battle this epidemic by giving those in addiction purpose and meaning in their lives. These organizations are the missing link in our healthcare system and give those who have been marginalized, disenfranchised, a spot or a warm, welcoming place to go, where financial hardship is not a barrier to treatment and ultimately a better life. So if you guys can help support, Brian Cody's Law, the Redemption House, and other places like that, we would really appreciate it.
Thank you, sir, for taking the time to share your story and testimony with us. It's very compelling and powerful. Is there any questions from members of the committee this time? I see my co-chair, Representative Horn. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. I just wanted to join my co-chair in thanking you, Mr. Colacius, for being with us this evening. Congratulations on your own recovery journey. That's an impressive feat. And to thank you for what you are giving back to that community and providing a path forward for so many people who need it. It's really valuable. And I just personally, for me, it's the testimony and stories from people like you who have turned back to, help those, who are walking in your shoes from an earlier part of your life and to try to turn their lives around that are some of the most powerful testimony that I hear. So I just want to thank you for your work and for sharing your story with us.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments at this time from members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you, sir, again, for your time and for that testimony.
Yep, thank you.
Have a good night. I believe next is Kathy Flaherty. Miss Kathy Flaherty is available. So your floor is yours.
I'm here.
I'll see you over there.
Speaker. Okay. Good evening, Senator Bradley, Representative Horn, ranking members, and all the members of the Public Safety and Security Committee. My name is Kathy Flaherty. I am the Executive Director of Connecticut Legal Rights Project. We are a statewide nonprofit agency that represents people who are eligible for mental health services from the Department of Mental Health and Addiction Services. I'm here to speak in support of two bills tonight. 6303 to make buildings that the state owns and renovates or buildings that the state leases accessible to people with disabilities. The Americans with Disabilities Act did pass in 1990. It is now 2021. It is far past time for people with disabilities to have equal access to state buildings. Hold on just one second. Unfortunately, I have to stop something else on my phone. I apologize for that. It's trying to do two things at once all day is hard, as I'm sure you appreciate. But one thing that's key is it's things like door openings. I know that if we were all in the legislative office building together, that building was built in 1988, and it's really not fully accessible. So I urge you to support that bill. The bill that I'm really here for, though, tonight also is 572. You have my written testimony, so I'm not really going to go over it. I really want to make myself available for questions if at this point you still have any. But I always wonder, when you talk about creating a crisis community response team, who is defining the crisis? Who is the community? What is the team? And when you're talking about appropriate services, who's determining what's appropriate? And who makes the decision about what people need? And so my question to you would be, is really think about the design of your program and involve the communities where you're planning to pilot these things. I heard testimony on other bills earlier today where people were talking about the differences between towns. Connecticut has 169 cities and towns. I've visited all of them. They are very different. The needs of one community, a big city, may be very different from the needs that happen in another. And going to the people who are most likely to be negatively impacted by whatever policy decisions you make is absolutely critical. We know that when you criminalize disability-related behaviors, people with mental health conditions end up in our jails and prisons. We need to support them on reentry, but we need to have them not getting involved with the criminal legal system at all. And we are really looking for a lot of alternatives. There are cities around the world that have responded to people in crisis for decades without involving the police and without forcing people into psychiatric treatment. I think the concern that I have is if you build a response that includes people who have the legal authority to force somebody who doesn't want treatment into treatment in the name of doing good, you're going to do harm. And I saw Gina pop up, so I know that means my 3 minutes is up.
Thank you very much, Ms. Flattery. Flattery. I can't even speak now, but I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Is there any questions from members of the committee?
You're welcome.
Seeing none, thank you very much, Mary, for your testimony. We appreciate it. I believe next
Thank
is
you.
Ms. Allison Weir, if you're available.
Good evening, Senator Bradley and Representative Horn and members of the committee. My name is Allison Weir. I'm with Greater Hartford Legal Aid. I've submitted written testimony in support of SB 572, so I won't really drag it out too much, but Greater Hartford Legal Aid provides legal civil legal services to low-income individuals. We don't do criminal work, but we do help ex-offenders get back on their feet. And as such, we're a formal partner of the Greater Hartford Reentry Welcome Center. And we look forward to establishing an in-person presence there soon. And we found from our experience that reentry centers are a great way of helping people get re-entered into the reconnected to the benefits and things that are necessary to help them get back on their feet. Connecting or reconnecting the benefits from that folks, former offenders might be entitled to isn't always easy. For example, Social Security disability insurance benefits are suspended when one enters prison and have to reactivate once one exits the penal system. Rules for the supplemental insurance, supplemental security income, SSI, are even more restrictive, as reinstatement is only possible if ex-offenders are released within 12 months of incarceration, and otherwise the payments might be terminated. Re-entering individuals often need specialized help from social workers or lawyers to be able to get connected to the things they need. And having a reentry center allows reentering members of society to have a one-stop shop to get the housing, nutrition assistance, other legal assistance that they might need to get the best footing to start their lives again. So with that, I passionately urge you to support SB 873. It's been a long day. 572. And I'm happy to answer any questions if you have any.
Thank you, ma'am, for your testimony, and thank you for doing the work that you do. It's literally God's work, and it's much appreciated. Is there any questions or comments from members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you, ma'am, very much.
Thank you for your time.
Yeah. Next on our list is Joe. Where are we on the list here? Let me get my bearings here, make sure.
Joe
I
Carantana.
believe it's Joe. Yeah, Joe Carantas. Thank you very much. I apologize. My phone turned off on me and it messed me up. Mr. Joe Caranta, if you're available. And then next is Miss Denise Paley, just in case my phone turns off again on me. I apologize.
Good evening, co-chairman, members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to come before you and participate in your meeting today. It's an honor and a blessing. I've lived in Connecticut my entire life and have spent my entire adult life in emergency services, serving as a former fire chief here in the state of Connecticut, as well as participating in many aspects of emergency services. I also serve as the president of a local nonprofit called Helping Hands for Heroes, which supports our local first responders, medical professionals, and veterans here in the state of Connecticut. I also serve as a volunteer on an organization called Brian Cody's Law. A lot of the bills that have been presented before you relate to the opioid crisis. And I wanted to voice my support for HB 5078, an act concerning a study of the technology that police officers, firefighters, and emergency medical services personnel may use when responding to opioid overdoses. As many of you know, the tools in which we give our first responders play a very integral part in the survey in responding to an emergency. And in this case, 5078 will not only provide a better response for our public, but will provide a safer and healthier environment for our first responders. So I greatly support that. Number two is HB 5162, which is a partnership between the Division of the State Police Mental Health and Addiction Services. And I think that's an important part to go along with 5078. Removing those barriers, important barriers that provide the ability for the communications between those agencies is also equally important. An act concerning the provision of necessary medical treatment for drug dependency, also equally important, being able to provide adequate medical treatment such as Narcan for not only first responders, but for our community. And I'd also like to mention that I have personal experience with the use of a bill that's proposed, HB 5135, establishing a high-risk navigation program. I personally have used in New Milford, which was something developed by my good friends here, the Morrissey family, and supported by Representative Billy Mo Buckby, Justin Colmer, who's a wonderful asset to our community.
Sorry, your time is up.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, I'll just finish with this. You know, the at-risk navigator High Risk Navigator is a tremendous asset for us here, and we've proven to have it as a valuable resource. And just quickly, 5722 is the taxation of the stipend for our volunteers. Very important that we remove that taxation. As many of you know, there's so many tremendous volunteers in our community that spend a considerable amount of time and save our state considerable amount of money. And I'd really like to see you guys pay attention to that. Thank you.
We appreciate it. Thank you, sir. Is there any questions from members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you, sir, for your testimony. We appreciate it. I believe next is Denise Paley, who I see who's ready to go. The floor is yours, ma'am.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having me today, members of the Public Safety and Security Committee. My name is Denise Paley. I live in Guilford. I'm also a member of NAMI Shoreline, and I'm here to support Bill 781, an act requiring a study of the crisis intervention training. I'm here to share also my son's story. My son's name is Ellis, and one Sunday as a senior in high school, he was supposed to be at the library working on a school project with classmates, but he never arrived. His father and I knew something was wrong when, without notifying us, he didn't come home for dinner. So neither his brother nor his friends could locate him. So I went to the police station to report him missing. As developments unfolded throughout the evening, we became certain he was experiencing a mental health crisis. We were terrified that he was going to harm himself. I relayed this information to an officer in our local police station, an officer who lacked the training to put the evidence together and make this determination for himself, whose predetermined narrative did not consider Ellis's mental state. An officer who, despite my pleas to act, had told me that our crisis was a family matter and not a police matter. So this assumption continued after Ellis never returned home overnight. During a call around midnight, I told the officer I spoke with that Ellis could not be in his right state of mind, and he told me to expect him home soon. I said it again at 12:43 a.m. after Ellis never arrived home. The officer insisted Ellis would come home, and he just told me to wait. I felt like I was unraveling. I called again at 3:46 a.m., and this is when I was told that this just wasn't a police matter, it was a family matter. I called again and spoke with an officer at 4:28 a.m., just because I didn't know who else to call other than my police department. My husband later went down to the station to plead for help, and still no action was taken. It was when I made my last call the following day at 1:54 p.m. That's when I was told that Ellis, our son, was at the Westport Police Department. I later found out that he had stabbed a woman in the leg. He did it in broad daylight because he was in a mental health crisis. This is my son, Ellis. He is now in prison. Mind you, prior to this day, he'd never once been sent to the principal's office. Crisis intervention training is more than quelling a volatile situation. It's also about preventing one. I'm grateful that the police that Ellis encountered in Westport do have this training. It may have saved his life. I can't help but wonder if our town had had the training, could the whole story have ended differently? I heard Senator Austin earlier today talk about mental health clogging up the criminal justice system. What happened to our son is the perfect example of why we need crisis intervention training, because now our child with a mental health disorder is clogging up the justice system. Now he's in prison. So please support this bill.
Thank you, ma'am, for the bravery of your testimony you've given here this evening. It is much appreciated. I see that we do have questions here. Representative Hayes, your hand was up first. The floor is yours, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you so very much for waiting this very long time and testifying tonight. I'm sure that was very difficult. I'm very sure that was difficult. I was in law enforcement long enough so that I know both sides of that. When I was a young officer, I probably would have given you the same answer as the officer you dealt with did. It's not a police issue. I'm certain that would have been the answer at that time. Later on in my career, and when I became chief, I saw how important it was when we trained our first couple of officers, and then we trained more. And it is a police issue. A large percentage of the calls that officers go on today deal with mental health issues, and I'm very much in favor of this training. I'm sorry you had to go through what you went through. Hopefully the officers will get the training, every officer will get that training, so nobody else has to go through that again. Thank you so very much for being here. I truly appreciate your testimony. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And that's exactly why I'm here. I don't want anyone else to go through this ever again.
Thank you, ma'am. Any other questions from members of this committee? Seeing none, ma'am, thank you very much again for your testimony this evening and for your patience through this process.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Next, I believe we have, second here, let me get to my list. Anthony Morrissey, I believe you're next on the speaking agenda. Sir, if you're present, please unmute yourself and.
Hi there. Good afternoon or good evening, and thank you, everyone. The chairs, vice chairs, ranking members, and the entire Public Safety and Security Committee. We appreciate you giving us the opportunity to, participate in this public hearing. Before I get into my bit, I do want to call out two things. We do have another member, Mr. Rich Del Valle, who's actually listed under another name here. It looks like we may have skipped over him, so I want to just point that out. And he has prepared some remarks and been waiting since earlier this afternoon. So if we can get back to him. And then also I want to call out that over the last 24 hours, 48 hours, our organization has sent, as you probably know, quite a few emails to folks there in the Capitol. We also submitted hundreds and hundreds of testimonials. When I looked online, it would look like it was only represented as one testimonial. So there seems to be a clerical procedural thing there that maybe I can figure out how we can work through. But I want to make sure that every one of those testimonials are submitted. I am here today to talk about several of the bills, 5078, 5723, 5162. I want to talk about each one of them. 5078, I personally have worked with the folks in our town, New Milford, which has seen a 20% reduction in the overdose death rate in 2020. While all other areas, states included, have seen an upward trajectory, here in New Milford, we implemented a bunch of ideas that we originally proposed with the help of Mr. Buckby, Mr. Ali Brennan, Mr. Gucker, and others last year. But of course, COVID threw a curveball at us and we weren't able to get those things wrapped up. We were able to utilize those ideas here at a local level, and we've seen tremendous success. These are not just, ideas that, we're throwing against the wall and hoping they stick. These are ideas that have now proven to be effective. 5078 would allow us to not only track lethal batches of opiates that are coming up the East Coast, because we're using a unified system, but it will also help us to do a reverse sort of look to see where there is a demand in a local area. When you talk to Mr. Del Valle, you'll see what the work that he's doing, the incredible work that he's doing. If you had a software package, you could see the demand around the New Haven area is very high. But you could also look at this data and see that the demand, so to speak, those calls that are coming in his immediate area are much lower. And we can learn a lot from that data. We can become predictive as opposed to reactive. If we utilize a standardized software system like ODMAP, which is what we've used. ODMAP is not something that I created, just to be clear, but it is something that I helped roll out locally. It's a free piece of software, and it's something that's used by not just New Milford. It's being used nationwide. It's an incredible opportunity for us to unify and become more proactive in our approach using data and analytics. I am willing to give you all of my time to help roll this out, to help with the study, to do whatever we can to get this in place. I truly believe that if we had 5078 implemented, as well as the host of other ideas that we have, Brian Cody's law has introduced, we would not be sitting here today mourning the loss of our son, who died 551 days ago, August of 2019. In the days right after that, my wife, Tracy, and I began to write a bunch of ideas, and 5078 is one of them. We brought those ideas to Mr. Buckbee, and he has formed a coalition of his colleagues and counterparts in Hartford. And now we have a number of co-sponsors on things. So we believe that 5078 can provide benefit. We also believe that 5723 is very important. We need more Narcan. There should never be, every household in the state should have the ability to get Narcan. Whether they choose to get it or not, to go and receive it is one thing, but we should have Narcan available. There should never be a case where, we wish we had Narcan, because we all know that it saves lives. As well as any other, medical, accessories. I will just finish by saying that 5162 is going to achieve the goal, our number one goal, which is not to have a war on drugs. Our number one goal is to remove the impediments that those who are seeking recovery continue to hit. Like we need to do whatever we can to remove the silos of information that's happening across each one of these things. And I will say that 5135 is going to get an honorable mention. HB 5135. It is the Community Navigator Program. It is the keystone, the cornerstone to our reduction of 20% here in New Milford. It has to be looked at. It really does. And I will leave you with this. We were here last year. We did this last year. We begged for movement and traction here, and we understand why we didn't get it. But the result is another year of record-breaking overdose deaths. We lost another over 1,000, almost 1,800 people or something like that. We cannot go another year. These things we can do something about this. We have to, we must. Please, let's come together and let's make it happen, please. And thank you very much for allowing Tracy and I to participate today.
Thank you, sir, for your impassioned speech and remarks. It's much appreciated. I see that you do have a question from Representative Ali Brennan, and sir, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I apologize for the sketchy lighting here in my car, but I just want to thank Brian and Tracy for just introducing this legislation. Like I said, I've worked with many people in the greater Danbury area to help address the opiate epidemic, and at times it can feel helpless and hopeless. We know that rates are increasing during this epidemic, and I just feel like you guys have brought some hope to it with a lot of very tangible legislation, and I'm happy to support you and appreciate Representative Buckbee for introducing the bill. I just want to highlight, I know in New Milford that lethal deaths have been down 20%. In lethal overdoses have been down in nearly 20%. Can you help me understand what are some key proposals that have helped with that?
Yes, thank you, Ms. Ali Brennan. And thank you for all the work that you've done to support our mission and our movement. We are quite proud of the work that Mr. Buckbee has done with our mayor, Mr. Bass, Chief Ceruto. There are a couple of different factors at play that have culminated in the reduction of overdose deaths here in New Milford. The number one most important thing, as I mentioned, is the installation of a community navigator. His name is Justin Colmer. He's done just incredible work, and it's important that we really consider this as one of the keystones for the stuff coming out of 2021. We have also become a recovery-friendly community. We have bolstered some of the homes, the transitional homes that we have here, and basically this is the result of what happens when you get the mayor and the chief and the police and the schools, and you have an organized effort, and you really instead of just, letting off balloons and talking about best wishes, and prayers, which are great. We need them. That's awesome. But this reduction comes from real action, right? It comes from, the mayor figuring out how we can get this community navigator paid for. And boy, am I glad and thankful that he did. I can tell you that if we did have Mr. Colmer, someone who can provide the continuum of care, not just a pamphlet when, someone's given Narcan. Mr. Colmer literally goes on site and works with these individuals from start to finish, all the way through post 28-day program into their sober living environments. He's there. This is what's going on. In addition, again, the community has rallied and done other things to support what Mr. Colmer is doing. Our organization has grown tremendously. We've got thousands and thousands of members now who are taking this very seriously and understand that, their testimonials in public hearings like this make an impact. So, there's a lot of things. I would welcome an opportunity to talk more at length about the specific things that we've done. But I just want to, again, call out that we have seen a 20% reduction in 2020, the year of the pandemic. If it can be done in that environment, it can be done anywhere at any time, and we cannot wait on it. Please, 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 I'm begging you.
Thank you, Brian. And I know I'm trying not to take up too much time. I know we've been here a long time, but I know it's important. Just to kind of walk you through the GPS bill, because I know people see it and they're like, what? You guys use OD Map, which other towns use and other places across the country use this. Yes. Basically, the intent of the bill is to make sure that every town in Connecticut is using the same system so that it's easier to have everybody online for one thing so that we can really correlate the data and figure out what's going on, correct?
That's true, but not true. So what it would be ideal if everybody used the same package. I mean, it's free. Why wouldn't we, right? Why wouldn't we? However, we understand that some areas have invested heavily in similar technologies. There is I'm a technical person, so I don't want to get overly nerdy here, but we can actually interface through API in a legacy system into this system, meaning that we can figure out ways, and it may be a little bit more effort to get it implemented, installed, but we can figure out ways for those areas that refuse or don't want to abandon the technology that they're using. The truth is that if everybody used this, and it is look into it, OD Map, look into it. It is being used heavily across the country. It's not just a couple towns here in Connecticut. And the power of that is, again, this predictive analytics that we can get out of it. And in the reverse stuff, right? We can provide, heat maps and things like that to show where our trouble spots are. And we can deploy a community navigator to kind of camp out in that area, build relationships, and get people connected with services, not to come in and slap cuffs on people. Because again, I don't agree that we can arrest our way out of it. I think that we can extend some of the criminal benefit, criminal side of things, right? But we could talk about that later. Right now, our mission is it's a critical support mission, almost like medics do in the field of battle. I'm an Army guy, so I'm going to use that analogy. This is what we need. The medic's job is not to get the flag or to capture the base. The medic is responsible for taking care of the people in the field as they start to get ill and they need treatment. It's the same theory, right? Let's get a community navigator. Let's have him, let's supplement him with the information coming out of these systems. These systems are free. We have people who are willing to work on the implementation, the rollout, the training, all of it. Like these people at OD Map, they got on a conference call with the entire town council, or the task force in New Milford to kind of roll this out. I mean, at no charge. So, again, there's like sort of plan A, there's plan B, there's plan C. There's many different ways we can make this happen.
And just to leave everyone with one last highlight, I'm not sure if people know, but a new report shows the strong impact Connecticut's statewide opioid reporting directive is having, which is also known as SWORD, in its first year of tracking opioid overdoses. And for those who don't know, SWORD was an initiative created by state law in 2018. and fully implemented in 2019 that requires hospitals and emergency medical services to begin reporting all of their opiate overdoses to the state Department of Public Health. And, with that data they're collecting in real time, they're able to track, 24/7 overdoses. And, what system are they using? They're using OD Map. So just something to highlight. Anthony and Tracy, thank you so much for coming today and for waiting so long. Sorry for your loss, and what you guys are doing is amazing. I'm proud to stand by you and support this legislation.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I believe Chair Horn has a question. Ma'am, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, I'm so glad. I'm sorry we've waited. You've had to wait all day to speak, but I'm very glad that you have maintained your energy and passion and clarity on this really important issue. I have heard so much about your work, as I discussed with Representative Buckby when he was here much earlier in the day, and really, thank you so much for what you are doing. I had two questions. One is, I just wanted to make sure this is intersectional work. I mean, this obviously isn't just public safety, it's also public health, and probably a number of other areas of interest, and we cannot do this work in silos. So I wanted to make sure, I think you in your presentation mentioned another bill, which I believe is in public health. Is that right? Could you just repeat that?
Excuse me. Yes, 5135, I believe, is the one that we're talking about. Please excuse me. We have probably 18 bills that we have that we're all excited to talk about. So my understanding was 5162 was also a public health bill that kind of got thrown into the mix here today. I could be wrong because I'm just an average Joe here. But 5135 is really the most notable one that I have not seen on any agenda. Or even like referral to public hearing or whatever you guys call it. I would be happy, Ms. Horn, to provide you the full list and maybe even follow up with a conversation to talk about them in a little bit more length and a more appropriate setting. There are things that really need to be addressed, right? Another one, for example, our son failed a suicide screening in the hours before he died. He was let go hours after failing a suicide screening in the dark of night. We were not called. 5 hours later, he was found in a trap house that was known to have multiple overdoses numerous overdoses in a very short period of time. This is not part of this agenda, but I mean, that's another area. There are so many things, ma'am, that we need to there's holes in our safety nets within our communities. Our communities are great. Mr. Cerruto, what I just told you about the suicide screening happened at the New Milford Police Department. I want to just be clear. I consider Chief Cerruto my very good friend. I believe that he is behind all good things that we're trying to do. And we have all learned here as parents, no one bears a greater responsibility for the loss of their child, right? But it's comforting to see that Mr. Cerruto and other folks also understand that we all have a role to play here in terms of making this better and making sure that, as the young woman said just before, no other parents have to go through this. Like I wake up in the middle of the night, my wife is sobbing, and it's been going on for years. Like, there's no words that can get her out of that. The only thing we can do is make sure that this does not happen again. This has become our beacon. And I'm thankful that everybody here, I get the sense it's your beacon too. Let's continue to march toward that beacon together. And I'm happy to do whatever it takes to get us there in any way that we can. And all of my members, many of the people that have been sitting around since 1 o'clock, they're behind us too. It's not just Tony and Tracy. We got thousands of people. And I look forward to you hearing more from them, not just from me, because their stories are different, but they're the same. And they believe in this beacon that I'm referring to as well, Ms. Horn.
Well, thank you for that. And I really do. The only thing I will push back on you on is I don't think you're an average Joe. I think you and the work that your family and those who you're working with is extraordinary and is really making a difference and will continue to do so. Then I had a more specific question, that something that Representative Ollie Brennan mentioned, which is the SWORD system. the OD mapping system. I have some people in my district who have been involved with that, some researchers who have been pinpointing problems with the data there. And I wondered whether that the reporting is not really happening consistently as they believe it should be. And I wondered whether you had any experience about that or any suggestions about that issue.
Yes. The old saying, GIGO, garbage in, garbage out, is probably the biggest problem that we have, right? That is something that we have to think about and consider as we roll this stuff out, right? If we fat finger an entry, that's going to be on the record, right? If we don't utilize the system all the time and consistently, that's going to represent problems, right? And that's why we want to make sure that people are trained correctly. We want to make sure that there's some kind of validation to the information that's being entered. We want to make sure that if we say we're going to do this, we're going to do it. We're going to do it the right way. We're going to train people. We're going to make sure that we understand this field is intended for this piece of information and that field is for that. And make sure that people understand that. When we make sure that people are trained correctly, and we verify and validate the data that's going in, it's going to ensure the integrity of the data. I'd be happy to look at the data that is problematic, and I'm sure there's good reasons for it. I can tell you one thing, for sure, without a doubt. I have tested this software myself. I'm an IT guy. I work for Disney. I manage teams that do ESPN app, web, all of it, Disney streaming, ESPN Plus. I'm involved in that, so I know a bit about this. I can tell you that in my testing, I have not seen a record that was entered correctly present itself in the display side of it incorrectly. The bug is not there. The bug is with the entry. GIGO.
Yeah, and to be clear, that thank you for clarifying that. Those are the problems that I'm hearing. It's not a problem with the software. It's a problem with people not following through on the data for whatever reason.
Mrs. Horn, if I sorry to cut you off, ma'am. I do apologize. I can just say that there are ways to get better at that, right? That data entry side of it. There are things we can do. I mean, some of the practices I've learned from work, I'd love to share with you. Let's work on it. Let's work. I think the problem is that we've kind of thrown this stuff at people and said, figure it out. We got to do this, or we want to do this, so figure it out. And everybody's kind of figuring out their own way. And of course, when that happens, everybody's got a different approach to it, and you're going to end up with different variations of the data, and you'll have inconsistent data. Again, I offer any service that I can possibly give to help facilitate, proper and accurate recording. And one last thing, I'll go back to the application program interface technology. It's called API, where we can even patch into something that they're currently using, that they're more comfortable with, that they've kind of got their routine with. And when they key it into their old system, an API allows us to translate and migrate that information from their old system into the new system in real time. Now, that does take more time, energy, effort, but that's a possibility. That's one way around this data entry problem.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Representative Howard, I see your hands up. The floor is yours.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. and Mrs. Morrissey, for being here and sharing your story. By way of background, for your information, I'm a 19-year police officer, currently a detective, worked in narcotics, interdicting the opioid crisis, and also run a simultaneous career in EMS where I train police officers in the use of Narcan in my district. So regarding 5078 and 5162, I look to be a resource for my colleagues in this committee as we work to push that legislation through. But I'd like to, if I could, turn your attention to 5723, which is an act concerning police department access to antagonists like Narcan. There is a statute in Connecticut that allows for healthcare providers to provide Narcan to individuals, and specifically police departments. Down here in southeastern Connecticut, many police departments are carrying Narcan even when the officers are not EMR certified or EMT certified, but simply with their first aid. So, my experience is the legislation exists to be able to do it, but because this has been proposed, my assumption is that that's not happening somewhere. So can you, in your work, can you explain to us where that's not happening and potentially why?
Yes, sir. And Mr. Howard, thank you for your service to our community and our country. Thank you so much. We appreciate the work that you've done and you continue to do here in the legislature. And with respect to Narcan, I can tell you a story real quick. We have been participating in Mayor Bass's opioid task force pretty much since our son passed away. And in the very beginning, when we were starting to organize, we realized that we needed more Narcan. And you should have seen what we went through just to get the Narcan. We had to do like a relay, right? Somebody from across the state had to run it down to somewhere, and then we had to go pick it up from them. And then, now Mr. Bass, Mr. Ceruto, and Mr. Buckby have done a fine job of kind of getting that worked out. But I can tell you that there are cases where Narcan has not been readily available to the, local officials. More importantly, and what I'd like to see is this expanded, because I can tell you, sir, that one of the members in my organization had a child at a sober home. Child relapsed. There was no Narcan at the sober home because they ran out of it. The child died. The child died at a sober home, a safety haven. So we need to expand 5723 to the best we can, to not only make sure that every local official has access to it and an abundance of it, but also we need to look at within each community. My friends at the Redemption House, Bryce Colosis and Rick Dalval, who hopefully you'll call again because we skipped over them. Those guys should have an abundance of Narcan available to them because they've got almost as many beds in their program. They've got about 90 beds in their program, 6 houses, doing God's work on a volunteer basis. They should never have to worry about buying Narcan. They're paying for 90 beds and servicing 90 clients, out of their own pocket. They don't have the money to do Narcan, but they're not town officials. They need to get that, right? We need to invest more in the programs like Redemption House, because we need to augment the services that are being provided. Like, this is going to segue into a much larger conversation, and I don't want to do that, Mr. Howard. It's been a long day, but I beg you, please, let's get together. Let's connect. I'd like to talk more with you about this, sir.
Well, sir, I welcome that conversation, and you reach out to me, and I'll be happy to connect and discuss that further. I can speak firsthand that Narcan saved lives. I have multiple saves myself. The members of my police department have multiple saves. There's no doubt that it works. So please reach out. Thank you again for being here, and thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir.
Seeing no other questions from members of the committees. Are there any further questions from members of the committee? Not. Thank you very much, sir, for your time and for your testimony and for humanizing this issue and for the breadth of knowledge that you have on this to yourself and your wife. Thank you to the both of you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bradley.
Echoing the concerns of our previous speaker, if there's anyone here who is a participant but has not signed up to testify, if you can please do that and indicate that so that our clerk can register you as someone who's interested in doing that. We do have a running list, and we do not see the name of that particular individual here in our queue. But if that person is present, please make sure you indicate that you are, and we can register you as a person who's willing to give testimony.
He was number 50, Richard Dalval.
If I might, yeah.
Yes, I'm right here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Yeah, it's so. I mean, we have a list. I'm not sure if you signed up to testify, but we will call you next. Okay, if you could just bear with us. We have one more gentleman who was next on the list. And I just want to try to respect the order as much as possible. We will call you next. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I believe next on our list is of Mr. Raul Shah. If you are present, the floor is yours. And next, Mr. Bryce, you'll speak again next, or you'll speak. I think your son spoke last, or the gentleman next to you spoke last.
Hi there. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, sir. We hear you loud and clear. The floor is yours.
See me as well. For some reason, I'm not seeing myself show up on the camera. Can you guys see me okay? Yeah, okay. So good afternoon, respected members of the Committee on Public Safety and Security. My name is Rahul Shah. I'm a physician who has completed pediatric residency at Yale New Haven Children's Hospital, and I'm now a pediatric emergency medicine fellow at Connecticut Children's. Kindly note that the expressed views that I'm reflecting today are strictly that of my own, and they do not necessarily represent the perspective of any medical center. I'm here today to supplement my written testimony and voice my support for House Bill 5723, an act concerning police department access to opioid antagonists such as Narcan, as well as voice my opposition to House Bill 6046, an act concerning the sale and use of consumer-grade fireworks. First, regarding House Bill 5723, this piece of legislation would put a life-saving medication in the hands of police officers, who are often the first to respond to emergencies where every minute matters, and can determine whether or not an individual survives or dies. Naloxone, whose trade name is Narcan, has been widely used across the country for similar initiatives with good results, including here in Connecticut with our state troopers. In the emergency department, I've personally watched multiple patients transition from a state of life-threatening overdose in which they are entirely unresponsive, cannot breathe on their own, and have skin color changes, to becoming awake and alert within minutes after naloxone is administered. Improving access to this medication will save lives and prevent senseless tragic deaths. I urge you to vote in favor of House Bill 5723. Second, regarding House Bill 6046, this piece of legislation would allow consumers to buy a wide range of firework devices throughout the state that are known to be dangerous. Multiple studies throughout the country have demonstrated time and time again that children experience a disproportionate number of firework-related injuries, even when they are simply bystanders. These injuries can range from broken bones to severe burns to amputations to eye injuries. House Bill 6046 poses a significant danger to the children of Connecticut, and I urge you to vote against House Bill 6046. Today, you have the ability to protect lives in Connecticut by supporting access to naloxone by voting for House Bill 5723, and by keeping dangerous explosives away from children through voting against House Bill 6046. Please let me know if you have any questions. If I'm unable to answer them at this time, I would be more than happy to email you a response in the near future. Thank you all for your time today.
Thank you, Dr. Shaw. We appreciate it. Is there any questions or statements from members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you, Doctor, again for your testimony this evening. We appreciate it.
Thank you all.
Mr. Colisius?
Yes, hi.
Yes, sir. If you can identify, I'm not sure it was the same name that was registered, I think, to your son, but if you can identify yourself for the record, and please, the floor is yours.
Yes, my name is Rick Del Valle, and I'd like to thank members of the committee for allowing me to testify today here at the hearing. I am here to support HP 5078 and also HP 5162, as well as a host of other ideas and proposals submitted by Brian Cody's Law for the sake of substance abuse disorder and mental illness. My name is Rick Del Valle, and I'm a grateful man in long-term recovery. I've been sober since February 5th, 2008. I've had a long, hard journey with my battle of drugs and alcohol. I used to call jail cell and institutions my home for many years, until on my sobriety day, I had a spiritual awakening. Today I'm dedicating my life to helping people that are suffering like I once did. I went back to school and got my DART degree. I have been married for almost 8 years and I have 2 beautiful sons, Ricky and Carson. They're 6 and 5. I am proud to say that I am a great father today. I also recently just got an expungement of my criminal history, another proud moment in my journey of recovery. Today, my wife Jess and I, and a bunch of amazing people in recovery, have started an organization called the New Beginning Recovery Houses, which is located in New Haven, Connecticut. We have 5 men's houses and 1 women's houses, totaling 84 beds. We are passionate and dedicated to giving people a safe, clean environment that is conducive to recovery, offering a wide variety of services to further help them in their journey. On July 1st, 2020, we started a nonprofit called the Redemption House. The Redemption House is a safety net for individuals asked to leave the recovery house or need a place to stay before entering treatment or after treatment is completed and waiting a bed at a recovery house. We will take them in and make sure they have a safe place to live while receiving case management services and helping them to navigate to the next step in their journey, The Redemption House is run by volunteers who are working towards getting people off the streets with a strong emphasis on peer-to-peer support. Our goal is to be a resource for the community, hospital, treatment centers, recovery houses, and most importantly, the person who is struggling needs a safe place to go until the services they need are in place. We are not funded by insurance and we rely strictly upon donations. We feel as though money should not be a barrier to treatment. Since July 1st, we have saved 236 lives, and we will continue to not turn anybody away. We need to be proactive. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your testimony. Is there any questions from members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you again, sir, for your patience and your time. We apologize for any complications we had there. Next, we have Mr. Brian Perez Espinosa. Robert Danek is the next speaker, but we're going to give another opportunity to Mr. Brian Perez Espinosa. If you're present, sir, please unmute yourself and you're free to address the committee. Okay, we're going to move the business along and allow Mr. Robert Danek to speak. Mr. Robert Danek, if you're present. The floor is yours, Mr. Danek.
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you now. Yes, sir.
Apologize for that. Good evening, and thank you for this opportunity to testify before you today. Dear committee members, I welcome this opportunity. I commend you for your stamina for staying up so long through this complete afternoon. My name is Robert Danek, and my wife Kim and I own the Connecticut and Eastern New York franchise of AmRamp, a national franchise company providing sales and installation of accessibility products for residential and commercial customers. I provided written testimony and would like to take this time to summarize our support for House Bill 5164, renaming it an act concerning licensure of residential stairlift technicians. Is not quite correct, and I'll get to that a little bit later in my testimony. What we're looking for is a vertical platform lift technician license. A vertical platform lift or vertical wheelchair lift is a device used for mobility challenged individuals who are unable to get up and down stairs to access their home. VPLs are typically used where space does not allow for a proper wheelchair ramp. The installation of a VPL allows someone to be safely raised or lowered from the ground level to the level of a doorway or deck. This may be the only option for someone to get access to their home, and without it, they may have to go to a nursing home. These units are intrinsically safe due to their modular design, meaning most of the components are pre-assembled and tested at the factory. Many of the units come completely assembled, and all that is required is to place the unit correctly at the door or deck, anchor the legs to the concrete floor, connect a few wires to the gate switches, and connect to household AC power. A typical installation of a VPL takes about 3 to 4 hours by 1 or 2 people. These are far simpler to install than any elevator and can be done by any home improvement contractor. Current law in Connecticut requires either an R1 or R5 elevator license to install VPLs. R2 and R6s can work under the R5 or R1, but they need to be present. Although R1 licenses can install VPLs, they are predominantly commercial elevator installers. There are currently only 9 R5 licensees in the state as of yesterday on the Connecticut licensing site, hardly enough to provide the necessary manpower to meet the growing demand to install VPLs. I currently use an R1 for my VPL installations in Connecticut and typically have to wait 4 to 6 weeks for him to become available to fit me into his schedule. His fees are typically 4 times what I charge in New York for the same service. This added cost alone puts VPLs out of the range for most people, and most people can't wait 4 to 6 weeks to access their home. Of our surrounding states, Massachusetts is the only other state that requires an elevator license to install VPLs. This includes New York, New Hampshire, Maine, Rhode Island, and Pennsylvania, none of which require any license at all. There is a growing population of elderly people in Connecticut that wish to age in place and make their home accessible for wheelchairs with the use of a VPL. Most people that need a VPL have an immediate need. They can't wait 4 to 6 weeks for a licensed elevator contractor to become available. The recommendation is for a residential vertical platform lift technician license in Connecticut that would allow a home improvement contractor with adequate manufacturer's training to install VPLs. VPLs are not hard to install. There is no electrical work needed by the installer and no structural work is done to the home. The only site work required is to ensure an adequate concrete base. The VPL technician license recommendation is similar to the residential stair lift license that was established in 2016.
Mr. Danik, I'm sorry, your 3 minutes is up. If you could just wrap it up quickly, that would be very helpful. Thank you. Sorry.
Based on the testimony you have received from Commissioner Siegel, we agree that amending Connecticut General State Statute 20-340F to require the Department of Consumer Protection to add a residential vertical platform lift technician license to the regulations would provide the relief we desperately need. Thank you for the opportunity to address the committee, and I welcome any questions.
Thank you, sir. I see that you do have a question from Representative Green. Representative Green, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Mr. Danik, thank you so much for testifying. You live in my district, you live in Marlborough, and I know this has been a major concern for you. What happens to people when they can't get this lift in their home?
The lift is usually the last tool that we have in our arsenal to get someone into their home. We use ramps, we use stair lifts, and then vertical platform lifts. The reason is a platform lift is fairly expensive, and it's usually the only solution when there's limited space like a garage or a very limited front yard. If they can't get a lift in place in time, these people can't get into their homes, so they either have to remain in a nursing home at a huge expense to either state Medicaid programs or the family, or they have to move out of their home and find a place like a nursing home that is accessible.
So they're not able to stay in their home at that point?
Correct. They can't access the home if they're mobility challenged.
So Bobby, you'd also mentioned that the cost is extremely expensive when you have to get another operator to come and install this. How much more of an expense is that for the person who needs this equipment in their home?
Typically, when I have to hire an elevator contractor for Connecticut, they charge about 4 times what I charge when I do these lists in New York. I also then have to mark that up when I'm charging the customer because we have royalties that we have to pay to our franchisor. So it ends up being almost as much as the mechanical itself, so pretty much doubling the price of the lift.
So if you were to obtain this license, what would this do to your industry? Would this create more jobs? Would this create more, or would it be easier for people to obtain this type of equipment in their home?
That's a great question. It would solve all of those problems. It would create more jobs because what I would envision is there's currently about 74 stairlift technician licenses in Connecticut. I would imagine any one of those would also get this license because a vertical platform lift is about as easy to install as a stair lift. And it would allow more people to access their homes and it would create more jobs.
So Connecticut is one of the few states that requires a special license in our region. Is that correct?
That's correct. Massachusetts is the only other one, and they're pretty much on par with Connecticut, where they require a higher elevator license to put these in. I also do work in New York, and New York has no licensure requirements, and we have no problems. We do get permits for them. They are inspected, and I've never had an issue with a lift that's been inspected by a building inspector.
So you've never had any complaints?
Not from building inspectors. Obviously, customers complain, but that's a whole nother issue. But intrinsically, the lifts are very safe. The manufacturers have a standard called ASME A18.1, and that is a standard that covers both stair lifts and vertical platform lifts. So the Association of Mechanical Engineers realizes that the two lifts are very similar, and they've created a safety guideline that all of the manufacturers that are selling in the US have to abide by. So the lifts are intrinsically safe when we get them.
So it's almost like a win-win for the state of Connecticut.
I would say so, because what will happen is by creating this license, it'll create a revenue stream for the licensing fees as it has done for the stairlift industry. And we'll be putting more money in the pocket of the state, plus it'll generate the revenue from the sales of the stairlifts as well.
What would you estimate that it would create for the state of Connecticut?
I don't have a number for that. I'm sorry. If you take the 74 Stairlift licenses that are out there now, I think we pay about $200 initially, then $150 per year for renewal. So that's an ongoing revenue stream of 75 times, those numbers.
Thank you so much for coming in and testifying. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you for the questions.
Any further questions from members of the committee? Seeing none, sir, thank you for your time. And thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
I believe next we have Mr. Mike Misinski is the next speaker. I apologize if I misstate your name, but if you could please state it for the record when you come and speak.
No, Senator, you got it pretty close. Mike Musinski with Connecticut Conference of Municipalities. Good evening, Senator, Representative Horn, and members of the Public Safety Committee. I represent the Connecticut Conference of Municipalities. As you all know, we are Connecticut Statewide Association of Towns and Cities, representing 168 municipalities throughout Connecticut. I've submitted testimony on several bills that are on today's agenda, but I just wanted to take my time to focus on two in particular. First, and rather quickly, CCM supports House Bill 6302, which would develop a study regarding the regionalization of PSAPs. We're hopeful that it will provide an enhanced state-endorsed plan beyond what the Kimball report did almost a decade ago in regards to the consolidation of PSAPs. We appreciate that the panel members would include both state and local officials. We're hopeful that the study would include looking at issues not just associated with call volume, like the Kimball report did, but also issues surrounding labor and governance issues, common issues of dark stations, as well as look at incentives to encourage consolidations and whether efficiencies and cost savings could actually be achieved. And we welcome the opportunity to take part in that review. I also wanted to touch base on House Bill 6304. CCM opposes imposing a just cause provision for the dismissal of a fire chief. This bill would eliminate a municipal official's discretion and flexibility to execute critical managerial decisions. As municipal CEOs are accountable to their residents, they need the managerial prudence to meet the needs of your constituents, just like you all do. There already exists a contractual relationship between fire chiefs and the municipality, whether that's implied or it's explicit in a written document. There already exists a due process in which fire chiefs handle their employment. As well, in statute currently, there are provisions regarding the dismissal of a fire chief, such as proper notification of a pending termination, the ability for a hearing, ability to appeal any such decision. We understand that there's the rationale that that police chiefs have this special just cause provision, in essence, that they need to be free of any political pressure to conduct any sort of investigations, but that sort of tension doesn't exist with the fire service. There's also some applicability issues in regards to the fact that there are so many different sizes and structures of fire departments in Connecticut. Some are paid, some are municipal. Some fire chiefs are appointed by the municipal CEO. Some of them are appointed by the legislative body. Some of them are voted by the individual membership of the department. And so this bill would impact those current practices and therefore the organizational structure in which they serve. In addition, there's also some practical implications regarding collective bargaining, contractual relationships that already exist, as well as municipal charters. Just in conclusion, there are over 1,200 municipal mandates imposed on towns and cities, and this bill would just be an additional burden and establish a problematic precedent. We encourage the committee not to take any action on this bill. I'd be happy to answer any questions on the bills that we've submitted testimony or the ones that I've just referenced.
Thank you, sir. I see that Representative Vail has his hand up, sir. If that's the case, you have the floor.
Mr. Chairman, good evening. Mike, we had Betsy Guerra on earlier from COST, and she said they represent about 106 to 150 towns. How many towns of the 169 and municipalities does CCM represent?
We represent 168 municipalities.
Who's your last holdout? But that doesn't matter. They also were in support of this regional utilization of PSAPs. But there was some testimony, maybe some confusion that, would you still be in support of it if this was either a mandate or towns and municipalities would not be given money if they didn't participate? Would you still be in support of this as it stands now?
I think that's a really good question. I think over the past couple of years, we as an organization have certainly evolved to a point where we are much more encouraged to the topic of consolidation of PSAPs. So we'd have to certainly look at the specifics in the language. I think there are other ways to provide incentives beyond just financial incentives to encourage consolidation. And I'm hopeful that this study would look at some of those possible options in doing so.
Well, I would agree. Encouragement is great. Mandating is not. And so where we're at now, there doesn't seem to be any type of mandate. So if that were to change, would you still have your same position? I know Representative Hayes had talked earlier. He has a direct experience with that, and that things work, out in northeastern Connecticut, they work fine just the way they are. Now, to incentivize regionalization, I'm all for, but to punish for not regionalizing, that's where I certainly draw the line. And I would just want to get, if things are already changing, you know how this legislative stuff works. Sometimes they change, and people, I don't want people to say, "Oh, CCM's was all on board for that." Would you still be on board if we made a change? That's basically what I'm trying to get at.
Yeah, no, I think from a practical matter, Representative, we're certainly very, very fearful of any new mandates that are imposed on towns and cities. So if this bill or any others were to drastically change, that would impose a costly mandate to force regionalism, as we have seen several bills in the past do that. That is certainly not the prudent approach. And I think that this study is a better option to really examine all the different options that are out there, rather than the stick rather than the carrot approach.
Thank you. I agree with you. Thank you.
Any further questions from members of this committee? Seeing none, thank you, sir, for your time and your testimony. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Senator.
I believe those are all the speakers that are signed up to speak. Madam Clerk, am I correct in that?
Yes, you are.
So that being the case, I just make one final announcement. The notice for the next hearing will be sent to all members of this committee via Zoom from our clerk. So just stay tuned regarding that. I will look to my co-chair to see if she has any final announcement before we adjourn.
Other than thanking everyone, both the committee members that are still with us and actively paying attention, that's much appreciated. And to anyone who hung in with us all day long to provide their testimony, that's the point of these hearings, is for us to hear from you. And I really thank all of you who came in to share your perspective with us today. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. There's no more speakers, and the last remarks here from our co-chair. I'll take a motion to adjourn the meeting this evening.
So moved.
Second. Perfect. Thank you all. Good evening. This meeting is adjourned.
Good night, everyone.
Good night, everybody.
Good night, folks. Thank you so much. Let's keep going.